Section 24 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 24. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 5, Subsection 3, Part 2. But to my purpose, if women in general be so bad, and men worse than they, what a hazard is it to marry? Where shall a man find a good wife, or a woman a good husband? A woman a man may eschew, but not a wife. Wedding is undoing, some say, marrying marring, wooing woeing. A wife is a fever hectic, as Scaliger calls her, and not be cured but by death. As out of Menander, Athenaeus adds, In Pelapros te jacis negotiorum, non Libium non Aegeum, ubi ex triginta non pereunt tria navigia. Duceos uxorem servatur prorsus nemo. Thou wadest into a sea itself of woes. In Libya and Aegean each man knows, of 30 not 3 ships are cast away, but on this rock not one escapes, I say. The worldly cares, miseries, discontents that accompany marriage, I pray you learn of them that have experience, for I have none. Paedas ego logus egensamen, libri mentis liberi. For my part, I'll dissemble with him, este procul nymphae, fallax genus este puellae, vita jugata meo non facit ingenio, me juvat, etc. Many married men exclaim at the miseries of it, and rail at wives downright. I never tried, but as I hear some of them say, mare haud mare, vos mare acerrimum. An Irish sea is not so turbulent and raging as a litigious wife. Scylla et Charybdis sicula contorquens freta, minus est timenda, nulla non melior fere est. Scylla and Charybdis are less dangerous. There is no beast that is so noxious. Which made the devil belike, as most interpreters hold, when he had taken away Job's goods, corporis et fortunae bona, health, children, friends, to persecute him the more, leave his wicked wife. As Pineda proves out of Tertullian, Cyprian, Austin, Chrysostom, Prosper, Gaudentius, etc. Ut novum calamitatis inde genus viro existeret, to vex and gall him worse, quam totus infernus, than all the fiends in hell, as knowing the conditions of a bad woman. Jupiter non tribuit homini pestilentius malum, saith Simonides. Better dwell with a dragon or a lion than keep house with a wicked wife. Ecclesiasticus 25:18. Better dwell in a wilderness. Proverba 21:19. No wickedness like to her. Ecclesiasticus 25:22. She makes a sorry heart, an heavy countenance, a wounded mind, weak hands, and feeble knees. Verse 25. A woman and death are two the bitterest things in the world. Uxor mihi ducenda est hodie, id mihi visus est dicere, abidomum et suspende te. Terence, Andria, 1:5. And yet for all this we bachelors desire to be married. With that vestal virgin we long for it. Felices nuptae, moriar nisi nubere dulce est. 'Tis the sweetest thing in the world. I would I had a wife, saith he, for fain would I leave a single life, if I could get me a good wife. Heigh ho for a husband, cries she. A bad husband, nay, the worst that ever was, is better than none. O blissful marriage! O most welcome marriage! And happy are they that are so coupled. We do earnestly seek it, and are never well till we have effected it. But with what fate? Like those birds in the emblem, that fed about a cage so long as they could fly away at their pleasure, liked well of it. But when they were taken and might not get loose, though they had the same meat, pined away for sullenness, and would not eat. So we commend marriage. Donec miselli liberi, aspicmis dominam, sed postquam hio janua clausa est, fel intus est quod mel fuit. So long as we are wooers, may kiss and call at our pleasure, nothing is so sweet, we are in heaven, as we think. But when we are once tied, and have lost our liberty, marriage is an hell. Give me my yellow hose again. A mouse in a trap lives as merrily. We are in a purgatory, some of us, if not hell itself. Dulce bellum in expertis. As the proverb is, 'tis fine talking of war, and marriage sweet in contemplation, till it be tried. And then as wars are most dangerous, irksome, every minute at death's door, so is, etc. When those wild Irish peers, saith Stanihurst, were feasted by King Henry II, at what time he kept his Christmas at Dublin, and had tasted of his prince-like cheer, generous wines, dainty fare, had seen his massy plate of silver, gold, enamelled beset with jewels, golden candlesticks, goodly rich hangings, brave furniture, heard his trumpets sound, fifes, drums, and his exquisite music in all kinds, when they had observed his majestical presence, as he sat in purple robes, crowned with his sceptre, etc., in his royal seat, the poor men were so amazed, enamoured, and taken with the object, that they were per taesi domestici et pristini tirotarchi, as weary and ashamed of their own sordidity and manner of life. They would all be English forthwith, who but English? But when they had now submitted themselves and lost their former liberty, they began to rebel, some of them, others repent of what they had done, when it was too late. 'Tis so with us bachelors, when we see and behold those sweet faces, those gaudy shows that women make, observe their pleasant gestures and graces, give ear to their siren tunes, see them dance, etc. We think their conditions are as fine as their faces. We are taken with dumb signs, in amplexum ruimus. We rave, we burn, and would fain be married. But when we feel the miseries, cares, woes that accompany it, we make our moan, many of us, cry out at length, and cannot be released. If this be true now, as some out of experience will inform us, farewell wiving for my part, and as the comical poet merrily saith, perdatur ille pessime qui feminam duxit secundus, nam nihil primo imprecor, ignarus ut puto mali primus fuit. Foul fall him that brought the second match to pass. The first I wish no harm, poor man, alas! He knew not what he did, nor what it was. What shall I say to him that marries again and again? Stulta maritali qui porigit ora capistro. I pity him not, for the first time he must do as he may, bear it out sometimes by the head and shoulders, and let his next neighbour ride, or else run away, or as that Syracusian in a tempest, when all ponderous things were to be exonerated out of the ship, quia maximum pondus erat, fling his wife into the sea. But this I confess is comically spoken, and so I pray you take it. In sober sadness, marriage is a bondage, a thraldom, a yoke, a hindrance to all good enterprises. He hath married a wife and cannot come. A stop to all preferments, a rock on which many are saved, many impinge and are cast away. Not that the thing is evil in itself or troublesome, but full of all contentment and happiness, one of the three things which please God, when a man and his wife agree together, an honourable and happy estate, who knows it not? If they be sober, wise, honest, as the poet infers, si commodos non ciscantur amores, nulla miis abes voluptatis genus. If fitly matched be man and wife, no pleasures wanting to their life. But to undiscreet sensual persons, that as brutes are wholly led by sense, it is a feral plague, many times a hell itself, and can give little or no content, being that they are often so irregular and prodigious in their lusts, so diverse in their affections. Uxor nomen dignitatis non voluptatis. As he said, a wife is a name of honour, not of pleasure. She is fit to bear the office, govern a family, to bring up children, sit at a board's end and carve, as some carnal men think and say. They had rather go to the stews, or have now and then a snatch as they can come by it, borrow of their neighbours, than have wives of their own. Except they may, as some princes and great men do, keep as many courtesans as they will themselves, fly out, impune, per molere uxores alienas. That polygamy of Turks, Lex Julia, which Caesar once enforced in Rome, though Levinus Torrentius and others suspect it, uti uxores quod est quas velent liceret, that every great man might marry and keep as many wives as he would, or Irish divorcement were in use. But as it is, 'tis hard and gives not that satisfaction to these carnal men, beastly men, as too many are. What still the same to be tied to one, be she never so fair, never so virtuous, is a thing they may not endure, to love one long. Say thy pleasure, and counterfeit as thou wilt, as Parmeno told Thais, neque tu uno eris contenta. One man will never please thee, nor one woman many men. But as Pan replied to his father Mercury, when he asked whether he was married, nequaquam pater, amator enim sum, etc. No, father, no, I am a lover still, and cannot be contented with one woman. Pythias, Echo, Menades, and I know not how many besides, were his mistresses, he might not abide marriage. Varietas delectat, 'tis loathsome and tedious. What one still? Which the satirist said of Iberina is verified in most. Unus Iberinae vir sufficit? Ocius illud extorquibus ut haec oculo contenta sit uno. 'Tis not one man will serve her by her will, as soon she'll have one eye as one man still. As capable of any impression as materia prima itself, that still desires new forms, like the sea their affections ebb and flow. Husband is a cloak for some to hide their villainy. Once married, she may fly out at her pleasure. The name of husband is a sanctuary to make all good. Eo ventum, saith Seneca, ut nulla virum habeat, nisi ut irritet adulterum. They are right and straight, as true Trojans as mine host's daughter, that Spanish wench in Ariosto, as good wives as Messalina. Many men are as constant in their choice, and as good husbands as Nero himself. They must have their pleasure of all they see, and are, in a word, far more fickle than any woman. For either they be full of jealousy, or masterful, or loven novelty. Good men have often ill wives, as bad as Xanthippe was to Socrates, Elvora to St. Louis, Isabella to our Edward II. And good wives are as often matched to ill husbands, as Mariamne to Herod, Serena to Diocletian, Theodora to Theophilus, and Tyra to Gurmunde. But I will say nothing of dissolute and bad husbands, of bachelors and their vices. Their good qualities are a fitter subject for a just volume, too well known already in every village, town, and city, they need no blazon. And lest I should mar any matches, or dishearten loving maids, for this present I will let them pass. Being that men and women are so irreligious, depraved by nature, so wandering in their affections, so brutish, so subject to disagreement, so unobservant of marriage rites, what shall I say? If thou beest such a one, or thou light on such a wife, what concord can there be, what hope of agreement? 'Tis not conjugium, but conjurgium, as the reed and fern in the emblem, averse and opposite in nature. 'Tis 20-1 thou wilt not marry to thy contentment. But as in a lottery 40 blanks were drawn commonly for one prize, out of a multitude you shall hardly choose a good one. A small ease hence then, little comfort. Nec integrum unquam transiges laetus diem. If he or she be such a one, thou hadst much better be alone. If she be barren, she is not, etc. If she have children, and thy state be not good, though thou be wary and circumspect, thy charge will undo thee. Fecunda domum tibi prole gravabit. Thou wilt not be able to bring them up. And what greater misery can there be than to beget children, to whom thou canst leave no other inheritance but hunger and thirst? Cum fames dominatur, strident voces rogantium panem, penetrantes patris cor. What so grievous as to turn them up to the wide world to shift for themselves? No plague like to want. And when thou hast good means, and art very careful of their education, they will not be ruled. Think but of that old proverb, heroon tecna pemata, heroum filii noxae, great men's sons seldom do well. O utinam aut celebs mansissem, aut prole careram. Would that I had either remained single, or not had children, Augustus exclaims in Suetonius. Jacob had his Reuben, Simeon, and Levi; David an Amnon, an Absalom, Adoniah. Wise men's sons are commonly fools, insomuch that Spartian concludes, Neminem prope magnorum virorum optimum et utilem reliquice filium. They had been much better to have been childless. 'tis too common in the middle sort. Thy son's a drunkard, a gamester, a spendthrift; thy daughter a fool, a whore; thy servants lazy drones and thieves; thy neighbours devils, they will make thee weary of thy life. If thy wife be froward when she may not have her will, thou hadst better be buried alive. She will be so impatient, raving still, and roaring like Juno in the tragedy, there's nothing but tempests, all is in an uproar. If she be soft and foolish, thou wert better have a block, she will shame thee and reveal thy secrets. If wise and learned, well qualified, there is as much danger on the other side. Mulierem doctam ducere periculosissimum, saith Nevisanus. She will be too insolent and peevish. Malo venusinam quam te Cornelia mater. Take heed, if she be a slut, thou wilt loathe her; if proud, she'll beggar thee, so she'll spend thy patrimony in baubles, all Arabia will not serve to perfume her hair, saith Lucian. If fair and wanton, she'll make thee a cornuto; if deformed, she will paint. If her face be filthy by nature, she will mend it by art, alienis et adscitiis imposturis, which who can endure? If she do not paint, she will look so filthy thou canst not love her, and that peradventure will make thee dishonest. Cromerus, Book 12, Histories, relates of Casimirus, that he was unchaste, because his wife Aleida, the daughter of Henry, Landgrave of Hesse, was so deformed. If she be poor, she brings beggary with her, saith Nevisanus, misery and discontent. If you marry a maid, it is uncertain how she proves. Haec forsan veniet non satis apta tibi. If young, she is likely wanton and untaught; if lusty, too lascivious; and if she be not satisfied, you know where and when. Nil nisi jurgia. All is in an uproar, and there is little quietness to be had. If an old maid, 'tis a hazard she dies in childbed. If a rich widow, induces te in laqueum, thou dost halter thyself, she will make all away beforehand to her other children, etc. Dominam quis possit ferre tonantem? She will hit thee still in the teeth with her first husband. If a young widow, she is often insatiable and immodest. If she be rich, well descended, bring a great dowry, or be nobly allied, thy wife's friends will eat thee out of house and home, dives ruinam aedibus inducit. She will be so proud, so high-minded, so imperious. For nihil est magis intolerabile dite. There is nothing so intolerable, thou shalt be as the tassel of a goshawk. She will ride upon thee, domineer as she list, wear the breeches in her oligarchical government, and beggar thee besides. Uxores divites servitutem exigunt, as Seneca hits them, Declamations, Book 2, Declamation 6. Dotum accepi imperium perdidi. They will have sovereignty, pro conjuge dominam arcesis. They will have attendants. They will do what they list. In taking a dowry thou losest thy liberty. Dos intrat, libertas exit. Hazardest thine estate. Hae sunt atque aliae multae in magnis dotibus, in commoditates sumptusque intolerabiles, etc. With many such inconveniences. Say the best, she is a commanding servant. thou hadst better have taken a good housewife maid in her smock. Since then there is such hazard, if thou be wise, keep thyself as thou art. 'Tis good to match, much better to be free. Procreare liberos lepidissimum, Hercle vero liberum esse, id multo est lepidius. Art thou young, then match not yet; if old, match not at all. Vis juvenis nubere? Non dum venit tempus, ingravescente aetate jam tempus praeteriit. And therefore with that philosopher still make answer to thy friends that importune thee to marry, ad huc impentestivum, 'tis yet unseasonable, and ever will be. Consider withal how free, how happy, how secure, how heavenly in respect a single man is, as he said in the comedy, et isti quod fortunatum esse autumant, uxorem nunquam habui. And that which all my neighbours admire and applaud me for, account so great a happiness, I never had a wife. Consider how contentedly, quietly, neatly, plentifully, sweetly, and how merrily he lives. He hath no man to care for but himself, none to please, no charge, none to control him, is tied to no residence, no cure to serve, may go and come when, whither, live where he will, his own master, and do what he list himself. Consider the excellency of virgins. Virgo caelum meruit, marriage replenisheth the earth, but virginity paradise. Elias, Eliseus, John Baptist were bachelors. Virginity is a precious jewel, a fair garland, a never-fading flower. For why was Daphne turned to a green bay tree, but to show that virginity is immortal? Ut flos in septis secretus nascitur hortis, ignotus pecori, nullo contusus aratro, quam mulcent aurae, firmat sol, educat imber, etc. Sic Virgo dum intacta manet, dum cara suis, sed cum castum amisit, etc. Virginity is a fine picture, as Bonaventure calls it, a blessed thing in itself, and if you will believe a papist, meritorious. And although there be some inconveniences, irksomeness, solitariness, etc., incident to such persons, want of those comforts, quae aegro assideat et curet aegrotum, fomentum paret, roget medicum, etc., embracing, dalliance, kissing, culling, etc., those furious motives and wanton pleasures a new married wife most part enjoys, yet they are but toys in respect, easily to be endured, if conferred to those frequent encumbrances of marriage. Solitariness may be otherwise avoided with mirth, music, good company, business, employment. In a word, gaudebit minus et minus dolebit. For their good nights he shall have good days. And methinks, some time or other, amongst so many rich bachelors, a benefactor should be found to build a monastical college for old, decayed, deformed, or discontented maids to live together in, that have lost their first loves, or otherwise miscarried, or else are willing howsoever to lead a single life. The rest, I say, are toys in respect, and sufficiently recompensed by those innumerable contents and incomparable privileges of virginity. Think of these things, confer both lives, and consider last of all these commodious prerogatives a bachelor hath, how well he is esteemed, how heartily welcome to all his friends, quam mentitis obsequiis, as Tertullian observes, with what counterfeit courtesies they will adore him, follow him, present him with gifts, humatis donis. It cannot be believed, saith Ammianus, with what humble service he shall be worshipped, how loved and respected. If he want children, and have means, he shall be often invited, attended on by princes, and have advocates to plead his cause for nothing, as Plutarch adds. Wilt thou then be reverenced and had in estimation? Dominus tamen et domini rex, si tu vis fieri, nullus tibi parvulus aula, lucerit Aeneas, nec filia dulcior illa? Jucundum et carum steriles facit uxor amicum. Live a single man, marry not, and thou shalt soon perceive how those Haeredipetae, for so they were called of old, will seek after thee, bribe and flatter thee for thy favour, to be thine heir or executor. Aruntius and Aterius, those famous parasites in this kind, as Tacitus and Seneca have recorded, shall not go beyond them. Periplectomenes, that good personate old man, delicium senis, well understood this in Plautus. For when Pleusides exhorted him to marry that he might have children of his own, he readily replied in this sort: Quando habeo multos cognatos quid opus mihi sit liberis, nunc bene vivo et fortunate atque animo ut lubet. Mea bona mea morte cognatis dicam interpartiant, illi apud me edunt, me curant, visunt quid agam ec quid velim, qui mihi mittunt munera ad prandium, ad canem vocant. Whilst I have kin, what need I brats to have? Now I live well, and as I will, most brave. And when I die, my goods I'll give away to them that do invite me every day, that visit me and send me pretty toys, and strive who shall do me most courtesies. This respect thou shalt have in like manner, living as he did, a single man. But if thou marry once, cogitato in omni vita te servum fore, bethink thyself what a slavery it is, what a heavy burden thou shalt undertake, how hard a task thou art tied to. For as Hierome hath it, qui uxorem habet debitor est, et uxoris servus alligatus. And how continue it? What squalor attends it? What irksomeness? What charges? For wife and children are a perpetual bill of charges, beside a myriad of cares, miseries, and troubles. For as that comical Plautus merrily and truly said, he that wants trouble must get to be master of a ship, or marry a wife. And as another seconds him, wife and children have undone me, so many and such infinite encumbrances accompany this kind of life. Furthermore, uxor intumuit, etc., or as he said in the comedy, duxi uxorem, quam ibi miseriam vidi, nati filii alea cura. All gifts and invitations cease, no friend will esteem thee, and thou shalt be compelled to lament thy misery, and make thy moan with Bartholomeus Schereus, that famous poet laureate and professor of Hebrew in Wittenberg. I had finished this work long since, but that inter alia dura et tristia quae misero mihi penetergum fregerunt. I use his own words. Amongst many miseries which almost broke my back, Sutsugia op xantipismum. A shrew to my wife tormented my mind above measure and beyond the rest. So shalt thou be compelled to complain, and to cry out at last, with Phoroneus the lawyer, how happy had I been if I had wanted a wife. If this which I have said will not suffice, see more in Lemnius, Book 4, Chapter 13, De occulta natura miracula, Espincaius de continentia, book 6, chapter 8, Kornmann de virginitate, Platina in amores dialogus practica artis amandi, Barbarus de re uxoria, Arnesius in politicae, chapter 3, and him that is instar omnium, Nevisanus the lawyer, Silva nuptial, almost in every page. End of section 24.
Section 25, The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April Gonzalez. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 25. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 5, Subsection 4. Philters, magical and poetical cures. Where persuasions and other remedies will not take place, man flies to unlawful means, philters, amulets, magic spells, ligatures, characters, charms, which is so worn with the spare vacilis, so made and caused, must so be cured. If forced by spells and philters, saith Paracelsus, it must be eased by characters, and by incantations. Fernelius, Skenkius, Book 4, Observationes Medicae, have some examples of such have been so magically caused, and magically cured, and by witchcraft, says Baptista Codroncus, Book 3, Chapter 9, De Morbis, Venereis, Malius Maleficarum, Chapter 6. 'Tis not permitted to be done. I confess, yet often attempted. See more Wierus, Book 3, Chapter 18, Del Rio, Cardan, Book 16, Chapter 90, recounts of many magnetical medicines as to pierce through a ring, etc. Miseldus Centuria, 3:30, Baptista Porta, Jason Pratensis, Labellius, Matthiolus, etc. prescribe many absurd remedies. Radix mandragora ebibitae, annuli ex ungulis asini, hystericus amatae subcervicae, positum, illa nesciente, etc. Cum odorem feditati sentit, amor solvitur, noctue o cum abstemius facit comestum, ex consilio jarte, indorum gymnosophiste, apud philostratum, liber 3, sanguis amatiae, ebibitus omnem amoris, sensum tolit, Faustina Marci Aureli uxorem, latiatoris amore captam, ita penitus consilio Chaldiorum liberatam, refert Julius Capitolinus. Some of our astrologers will affect as much by characteristical images, ex sigilis hermetis, Salomonis, Cailis, etc. Mulieris imago habentis, crines parsos, etc. Our old poets and fantastical writers have many fabulous remedies for such a lovesick, as that of Protesilaus Trumb in Philostratus, in his dialogue with Phoenix and Venator. Venator, upon occasion discoursing with the rare virtues of that shrine, telleth him that Protesilaus' altar antum cures almost all manner of diseases, consumptions, dropsies, cotton agues, sore eyes, and amongst the rest, such as the lovesick, shall there be help. But the most famous is Leucata Petra, that renowned rock in Greece, of which Strabo writes, Geographiae Liber 10. Not far from St. Maurus, it stands, Book 1. If any lover flung himself down headlong, he was instantly cured. Venus after the death of Adonis, when she could take no rest for love, cum visanas toreret flamma medullas, came to the temple of Apollo to know what she should do to be eased of her pain. Apollo sent her to Leucata Petra, where she precipitated herself, and was forthwith freed. And when she would need to know of him a reason of it, he told her again, that he had observed Jupiter, when he was enamoured by Juno, tightly to go east and wash himself, and after divers others. Cephalus for the love of Protella, Tigonetus' daughter leaped down here, that lesbian Sappho, for found, on whom she miserably doted, Cupidinis aestro pesita is sumo preseps ruit, hoping thus to ease herself, and to be freed of her love pangs. Hic sedica leon pereiso sensus amore, mersit et elaiso corpore presit aquas, nec mora, fugit amor, etc. Hither the Callion came, when Pyrrha's love tormented him, and leapt down to the sea, and had no harm at all, but by and by his love was gone and chase caught away. This medicine Josephus Scaliger speaks of, Ausoniarum lectionum, Book 18, Salmus and other writers. Pliny reports that amongst the Cyzeni there is a well consecrated to Cupid, of which at any lover taste his passion is mitigated, and Anthony Vedurius saith, that amongst the ancients there was amor lethis. He took burning torches, and extinguished them in river. His statute was to be seen in the temple of Venus Eleusina, of which Ovid makes mention, and said that all lovers of old went thither to pilgrimage, who would be rid of their love pangs. Pausanias, in Phocicis, writes of a temple dedicated Veneri in Spelunca, to Venus in the vault, at Naupactus in Achaia, now Lepanto, in which your widows that would have second husbands made their supplications to the goddess. All manner of suits concerning lovers were commenced, and their grievances helped. The same author, in Intricacies, tells as much of the river Senelus in Greece. If any lover wash himself in it, by secret virtue of that water, by reason of extreme coldness belike, he was healed of love's torments. Amoris vulnus idem qui sanat facit, which if it be so, that water, as he holds, is omne auro pretiosior, better than any gold. When none of these remedies will take place, I know no other that all lovers must make a head and rebel, as they did in Ausonius, and crucify Cupid till he grant the request, or satisfy their desires. End of section 25. Recording by April Gonzalez in Cavite, Philippines.
Section 26 of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton, Section 26. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 5, Subsection 5, Part 1. The last and best cure of love melancholy is to let them have their desire. The last refuge and surest remedy to be put in practice in the utmost place, when no other means will take effect, is to let them go together and enjoy one another. Potissima cura est ut heros amasia sua potiatur, saith Guianerius, Capitum 15, Tractum 15. Aesculapius himself to this malady cannot invent a better remedy, quam ut amanti cedat amatum, Jason Pratensis, than that a lover has his desire. Et pariter torulo bini jungantur in uno, et pulchro detur Aenea Lavinia conjux. And let them both be joined in a bed, and let Aeneas fair Lavinia wed. 'Tis the special cure, to let them bleed in vena hemanchea, for love is a pleurisy, and if it be possible, so let it be. Optataque gaudia carpant. Arculanus holds it the speediest and the best cure. 'Tis Savonarola's last precept, a principal infallible remedy, the last, sole, and safest refuge. Julia sola poles nostras extinguere flammas, non nive, nun glacie, sed potes igne pari. Julia alone can quench my desire, with neither ice nor snow, but with like fire. When you have all done, saith Avicenna, there is no speedier or safer course than to join the parties together according to their desires and wishes, the custom and form of law, and so we have seen him quickly restored to his former health, that was languished away to skin and bones. After his desire was satisfied, his discontent ceased, and we thought it strange. Our opinion is therefore that in such cases nature is to be obeyed. Areteus, an old author, Book 3, Chapter 3, had an instance of a young man, when no other means could prevail, was so speedily relieved. What remains then but to join them in marriage? Tunc et basia morsiunculasque surreptim dare mutios fovere amplexus licet et licet iucari. They may then kiss and call, lie and look babies in one another's eyes, as ere sires before them did. They may then satiate themselves with love's pleasures, which they have so long wished and expected. Atque unas simul in toro quiescant, conjuncto simul ore suvientur, et somnos agitent quiete in una. Yea, but hic labor hoc opus, this cannot conveniently be done, by reason of many and several impediments. Sometimes both parties themselves are not agreed. Parents, tutors, masters, guardians will not give consent. Laws, customs, statutes hinder. Poverty, superstition, fear and suspicion. Many men dote on one woman, semel et simul. She dotes as much on him or them, and in modesty must not, cannot woo, as unwilling to confess as willing to love. She dare not make it known, show her affection, or speak her mind. And hard is the choice, as it is in Euphues, when one is compelled either by silence to die with grief, or by speaking to live with shame. In this case almost was the fair Lady Elizabeth, Edward IV, his daughter, when she was enamoured on Henry VII, that noble young prince and new saluted king, when she broke forth into that passionate speech, "Oh, that I were worthy of that comely prince, but my father being dead, I want friends to motion such a matter. What shall I say? I am all alone, and dare not open my mind to any. What if I acquaint my mother with it? Bashfulness forbids. What if some of the lords? Audacity wants. Oh, that I might but confer with him, perhaps in discourse I might slip such a word that might discover mine intention. How many modest maids may this concern? I am a poor servant, what shall I do? I am a fatherless child, and want means. I am blithe and buxom, young and lusty, but I have never a suitor. Expectant stolidi ut ego illos rogatum veniam, as she said. A company of silly fellows look belike that I should woo them and speak first. Fain they would, and cannot woo. Quae primum exordia sumam. Being merely passive, they may not make suit, with many such lets and inconveniences, which I know not. What shall we do in such a case? Sing fortune my foe? Some are so curious in this behalf, as those old Romans, our modern Venetians, Dutch and French, that if two parties clearly love, the one noble, the other ignoble, they may not by their laws match, though equal otherwise in years, fortunes, education, and all good affection. In Germany, except they can prove their gentility by 3 descents, they scorn to match with them. A nobleman must marry a noble woman, a baron a baron's daughter, a knight a knight's, a gentleman a gentleman's. As slaters sort their slates, do they degrees and families. If she be never so rich, fair, well qualified otherwise, they will make him forsake her. The Spaniards abhor all widows, the Turks repute them old women, if past 25. But these are too severe laws and strict customs. Dandum aliquid amori. We are all the sons of Adam. 'Tis opposite to nature, it ought not to be so. Again, he loves her most impotently, she loves not him, and so e contra. Pan loved Echo, Echo Satyrus, Satyrus Lyda. Quantum ipsorum aliquis amantem oderat, tantum ipsius amans odiosus erat. They love and loathe of all sorts, he loves her, she hates him, and is loathed of him on whom she dotes. Cupid hath 2 darts, one to force love, all of gold, and that sharp, quod facet auratum est, another blunt of lead, and that to hinder. Fugat hoc, facet illut amorem. This dispels, that creates love. This we see too often verified in our common experience. Croesus dearly loved that virgin Calirrhoe, but the more he loved her, the more she hated him. Oenone loved Paris, but he rejected her. They are stiff of all sides, as if beauty were therefore created to undo, or be undone. I give her all attendance, all observance, I pray and entreat. Alma precor miserere mei, fair mistress pity me. I spend myself, my time, friends and fortunes, to win her favour, as he complains in the Eclogue. I lament, sigh, weep, and make my moan to her. But she is hard as flint. Cautibus is Mariis immotior. As fair and hard as a diamond, she will not respect. Despectus tibi sum. Or hear me, fugit illa vocantem, nil lacrimas miserata meas, nil flexa querelis. What shall I do? I wooed her as a young man should do. But, sir, she said, I love not you. Duriorat scopulis mea coelia, marmore, ferro, robore, rupe, antro, cornu, adamante, gelu. Rock, marble, heart of oak with iron barred, frost, flint, or adamants are not so hard. I give, I bribe, I send presents, but they are refused. Rusticus est corridon, nec munera curat Alexis. I protest, I swear, I weep. Odioque rependit amores, irisu lacrimas. She neglects me for all this, she derides me, contemns me, she hates me. Phillida flouts me. Caute feris, quercu durior erudice, stiff, churlish, rocky still. And 'tis most true, many gentlewomen are so nice, they scorn all suitors, crucify their poor paramours, and think nobody good enough for them, as dainty to please as Daphne herself. Multi illum petiere, illa aspernate petentes, nec quid hymen, quid amor, quid sint connubia curat. Many did woo her, but she scorned them still, and said she would not marry by her will. One while they will not marry, as they say at least, when as they intend nothing less. Another while not yet, when 'tis their only desire, they rave upon it. She will marry at last, but not him. He is a proper man indeed, and well qualified, but he wants means. Another of her suitors hath good means, but he wants wit. One is too old, another too young, too deformed, she likes not his carriage. A third too loosely given. He is rich, but base born. She will be a gentlewoman, a lady, as her sister is, as her mother is. She is all out as fair, as well brought up, hath as good a portion, and she looks for as good a match as Matilda or Dorinda. If not, she is resolved as yet to tarry, so apt are young maids to boggle at every object, so soon won or lost with every toy, so quickly diverted, so hard to be pleased. In the meantime, quod torsit amantis, one suitor pines away, languisheth in love, mori quod denique cogit, another sighs and grieves, she cares not, and which Sirosa objected to Ariadne. Nec magis Euryali gemitu, lacrimisque moveris, quam prece turbati flectitur ora sati. Tu juvenem quo non formosior alter in urbe, spernis et insano cogis amore mori. Is no more moved with those sad sighs and tears of her sweetheart than raging sea with prayers. Thou scorn'st the fairest youth in all our city, and makest him almost mad for love to die. They take a pride to prank up themselves, to make young men enamoured, captare viros et spernere capias, to dote on them, and to run mad for their sakes. Sed nullis illa movetur fletibus, aut voces ullas tractabilis audit. Whilst niggardly their favours they discover, they love to be beloved, yet scorn the lover. All suit and service is too little for them, presents too base. Tormentis gaudet amantis et spoliis. As Atalanta, they must be overrun or not won. Many young men are as obstinate and as curious in their choice, as tyrannically proud, insulting, deceitful, false-hearted, as irrefragable and peevish on the other side, Narcissus-like. Multi illum juvenis, multe petiere puellae, sed fuit in tenera tam dira superbia forma. Nulli illum juvenis, nullas petiere puellae. Young men and maids did to him sue, but in his youth so proud, so coy was he, young men and maids bade him adieu. Echo wept and wooed him by all means above the rest. Love me for pity, or pity me for love, but he was obstinate. Ante ait emoriar quam sit tibi copia nostri. He would rather die than give consent. Psyche ran whining after Cupid. Formosum tua te Psyche formosa requirit, et poscit te diadeum, purumque puella. Fair Cupid, thy fair Psyche to thee sues, a lovely lass of fine young gallant woos. But he rejected her nevertheless. Thus many lovers do hold out so long, doting on themselves, stand in their own light, till in the end they come to be scorned and rejected, as Stroza's Gargiliana was. Te juvenes te odere senes, desertaque langues, quae fueras procerum publica cura prius. Both young and old do hate thee scorned now, that once was all their joy and comfort too. As Narcissus was himself, who despising many, died ere he could enjoy the love of any. They begin to be content themselves of others, as he was of his shadow, and take up with a poor curate, or an old serving-man at last, that might have had their choice of right good matches in their youth, like that generous mare in Plutarch, which would admit of none but great horses, but when her tail was cut off and mane shorn close, and she now saw herself so deformed in the water when she came to drink, ab asino conscendi se passa, she was contented at last to be covered by an ass. Yet this is a common humour, will not be left, and cannot be helped. Hanc volo quae non vult, illam quae vult ego nolo, vincere vult animos non satiare Venus. I love a maid, she loves me not, full fain, she would have me, but I not her again. So love to crucify men's souls is bent, but seldom doth it please or give consent. Their love danceth in a ring, and Cupid hunts them round about, he dotes, is doted on again. Dumque petit petitur, pariterque accedit et ardet. Their affection cannot be reconciled. Oftentimes they may and will not. 'Tis their own foolish proceedings that mars all. They are too distrustful of themselves, too soon dejected. Say she be rich, thou poor, she young, thou old, she lovely and fair, thou most ill-favoured and deformed, she noble, thou base, she spruce and fine, but thou an ugly clown. Nil desperandum, there's hope enough yet. Mopso nisa datur, quid non speremus amantes. Put thyself forward once more, as unlikely matches have been and are daily made, see what will be the event. Many leave roses and gather thistles, loathe honey and love verjuice. Our likings are as various as our palates. But commonly they omit opportunities, oscula qui sumpsit, etc. They neglect the usual means and times. He that will not when he may, when he will he shall have nay. They look to be wooed, sought after, and sued to. Most part they will and cannot, either for the above-named reasons, or for that there is a multitude of suitors equally enamoured, doting all alike, and where one alone must speed, what shall become of the rest? Hero was beloved of many, but one did enjoy her. Penelope had a company of suitors, yet all missed of their aim. In such cases he or they must wisely and warily unwind themselves, unsettle his affections by those rules above prescribed. Quinstultos excutit ignis, divert his cogitations, or else bravely bear it out, as Turnus did, tua sit Lavinia conjux, when he could not get her, with a kind of heroical scorn he bid Aeneas take her, or with a milder farewell let her go. Et filida solus habito, take her to you, God give you joy, sir. The fox in the emblem would eat no grapes, but why? Because he could not get them. Care not then for that which may not be had. Many such inconveniences, lets, and hindrances there are, which cross their projects and crucify poor lovers, which sometimes may, sometimes again cannot be so easily removed. But put case they be reconciled all, agreed hitherto, suppose this love or good liking be between two alone, both parties well pleased, there is mutuus amor, mutual love and great affection, yet their parents, guardians, tutors, cannot agree, thence all is dashed, the match is unequal, one rich, another poor. Durus pater, A hard-hearted, unnatural, a covetous father will not marry his son, except he have so much money, ita in aurum omnes insaniunt, as Chrysostom notes, nor join his daughter in marriage to save her dowry, or for that he cannot spare her for the service she doth him, and is resolved to part with nothing whilst he lives, not a penny, though he may peradventure well give it, he will not till he dies, and then as a pot of money broke, it is divided amongst them that gaped after it so earnestly. Or else he wants means to set her out, he hath no money, and though it be to the manifest prejudice of her body and soul's health, he cares not, he will take no notice of it, she must and shall tarry. Many slack and careless parents, iniqui patris, measure their children's affections by their own. They are now cold and decrepit themselves, past all such youthful conceits, and they will therefore starve their children's genus, have them a pueris illico nasci senes. They must not marry, nec earum affines esse rerum quas secum fert adolescentia, ex sua libidine moderator quae est nunc, non quae olim fuit. As he said in the comedy, they will stifle nature, their young bloods must not participate of youthful pleasures, but be as they are themselves, old on a sudden. And 'tis a general fault amongst most parents in bestowing of their children. The father wholly respects wealth, when through his folly, riot, indiscretion, he hath embezzled his estate. To recover himself, he confines and prostitutes his eldest son's love and affection to some fool or ancient or deformed piece for money. Fanaretae ducet filiam rufam illam virginem, caesiam sparso ore adunco naso. And though his son utterly dislike, with Clitifo in the comedy, non possum pater, if she be rich, ea, he replies, ad elegans est, credas animum ibi esse. He must and shall have her, she is fair enough, young enough, if he look or hope to inherit his lands, he shall marry, not when or whom he loves, arconidis huius filiam, but whom his father commands, when and where he likes. His affection must dance attendance upon him. His daughter is in the same predicament, forsooth, as an empty boat. She must carry what, where, when, and whom her father will. So that in these businesses the father is still for the best advantage. Now the mother respects good kindred, must part the son a proper woman. All which Livy exemplifies. A gentleman and a yeoman wooed a wench in Rome, contrary to that statute that the gentry and commonalty must not match together. The matter was controverted. The gentleman was preferred by the mother's voice, quae quam splendissimis nuptiis jungi puellam volebat. The overseer stood for him that was most worth, etc. But parents ought not to be so strict in this behalf. Beauty is a dowry of itself all sufficient. Virgo formosa etsi opido pauper, abunde dotata est. Rachel was so married to Jacob, and Bonaventure, in 4 Cent, denies that he so much as venially sins, that marries a maid for comeliness of person. The Jews, Deuteronomus 21:11, if they saw amongst the captives a beautiful woman, some small circumstances observed, might take her to wife. They should not be too severe in that kind, especially if there be no such urgent occasion or grievous impediment. 'Tis good for commonwealth, Plato holds, that in their contracts young men should never avoid the affinity of poor folks, or seek after rich. Poverty and base parentage may be sufficiently recompensed by many other good qualities, modesty, virtue, religion, and choice bringing up. I am poor, I confess, but am I therefore contemptible, and an abject? Love itself is naked, the graces, the stars, and Hercules clad in a lion's skin. Give something to virtue, love, wisdom, favour, beauty, person, be not all from money. Besides, you must consider that amor cogi non potest. Love cannot be compelled, they must affect as they may. Fatum est in partibus illis quas sinus abscondit, as the saying is. Marriage and hanging goes by destiny, matches are made in heaven. It lies not in our power to love or hate, for will in us is overruled by fate. A servant maid in Aristaenetus loved her mistress's minion, which when her dame perceived, furiosa emulatione, in a jealous humour, she dragged her about the house by the hair of the head, and vexed her sore. The wench cried out, O mistress, fortune hath made my body your servant, but not my soul. Affections are free, not to be commanded. Moreover, it may be to restrain their ambition, pride, and covetousness, to correct those hereditary diseases of a family, God in his just judgment assigns and permits such matches to be made. For I am of Plato and Bodine's mind, that families have their bounds and periods as well as kingdoms, beyond which for extent or continuance they shall not exceed 600 or 700 years, as they there illustrate by a multitude of examples, and which Peucer and Melancthon approve, but in a perpetual tenor, as we see by many pedigrees of knights, gentlemen, yeomen, continue as they began, for many descents with little alteration. Howsoever let them, I say, give something to youth, to love, they must not think they can fancy whom they appoint. Amor enim non imperatur, affectus liber si quis alius et vices exigens. This is a free passion, as Pliny said in a panegyric of his, and may not be forced. Love craves liking, as the saying is. It requires mutual affections, a correspondency. Invito non datur nec aufertur. It may not be learned. Ovid himself cannot teach us how to love, Solomon describe, Apelles paint, or Helen express it. They must not therefore compel or intrude. Quis enim, as Fabius urgeth, amare alieno animo potest. But consider withal the miseries of enforced marriages, take pity upon youth, and such above the rest as have daughters to bestow, should be very careful and provident to marry them in due time. Siracides, chapter 7, verse 25, calls it a weighty matter to perform, so to marry a daughter to a man of understanding in due time. Virgines enim tempestive locandae, as Lemnius admonisheth, Book 1, chapter 6. Virgins must be provided for in season to prevent many diseases, of which Rodericus a Castro de morbis mulierum, Book 2, chapter 3, and Lot Mercatus, Book 2, de mulier effect, chapter 4, de melancholia virginum et viduarum, have both largely discoursed. And therefore, as well to avoid these feral maladies, 'tis good to get them husbands betimes, as to prevent some other gross inconveniences, and for a thing that I know besides. Ubi nuptiarum tempus et aetas advenerit, as Chrysostom adviseth. Let them not defer it. They perchance will marry themselves else, or do worse. If Nevisanus the lawyer do not impose, they may do it by right, for as he proves out of Curtius and some other civilians, Sylvae, Book 2, number 30, a maid past 25 years of age, against her parents' consent, may marry such a one as is unworthy of and inferior to her, and her father by law must be compelled to give her a competent dowry. Mistake me not in the meantime, or think that I do apologize here for any headstrong, unruly, wanton flirts. I do approve that of St. Ambrose, commentary in Genesis 24:51, which he hath written touching Rebekah's spousals. A woman should give unto her parents the choice of her husband, lest she be reputed to be malapert and wanton, if she take upon her to make her own choice, for she should rather seem to be desired by a man than to desire a man herself. To those hard parents alone I retort that of Curtius, in the behalf of modester maids, that are too remiss and careless of their due time and riper years. For if they tarry longer, to say truth, they are past date, and nobody will respect them. A woman with us in Italy, says Aretine's Lucretia, 24 years of age, is old already, past the best, of no account. An old fellow, as Lysistrata confesseth in Aristophanes, etsi sit canus, cito puellam virginem ducat uxorem, and 'tis no news for an old fellow to marry a young wench, but as he follows it, mulieris brevis occasio est, etsi hoc non apprehenderit, nemo vult ducere uxorem, expectans vero sedet. Who cares for an old maid, she may set, etc. A virgin, as the poet holds, lasciva et petulans puella virgo, is like a flower, a rose withered on a sudden. Quam modo nascentem ritulus conspexit eus, hanc radiens sero vespere vidit anum. She that was erst a maid as fresh as May, is now an old crone, time so steals away. Let them take time then while they may, make advantage of youth, and as he prescribes, collige virgo rosas dum flos novus et nova pubes, et memor esto aevium sic properare tuum. Fair maids, go gather roses in the prime, and think that as a flower so goes on time. Let's all love, dum vires annique sinunt, while we are in the flower of years, fit for love matters, and while time serves, for soles occidere et redire possunt, nobis cum semel occidit brevis lux, nox est perpetuo una dormienda. Suns that set may rise again, but if once we lose this light, 'tis with us perpetual night. Volat irrevocabile tempus. Time past cannot be recalled, but we need no such exhortation. We are all commonly too forward. Yet, if there be any escape, and all be not as it should, as Diogenes struck the father when the son swore, because he taught him no better, if a maid or young man miscarry, I think their parents oftentimes, guardians, overseers, governors, neque vos, saith Chrysostom, a supplicio immunes evaditis, si non statim ad nuptias, etc., are in as much fault and as severely to be punished as their children, in providing for them no sooner. Now for such as have free liberty to bestow themselves, I could wish that good counsel of the comical old man were put in practice. Opulentiores pauperiorum ut filias, in dotas dicant uxores domum, et multo fiat civitas concordior, et invidia nos minore utemur, quam utimur. That rich man would marry poor maidens some, and that without dowry, and so bring them home, so would much concord be in our city, less envy should we have, much more pity. If they would care less for wealth, and we should have much more content and quietness in a commonwealth. Beauty, good bringing up, methinks, is a sufficient portion of itself. Dos est sua forma puellis. Her beauty is a maiden's dower, and he doth well that will accept of such a wife. Eubulides, in Aristaenetus, married a poor man's child, facie non illectabili, of a merry countenance and heavenly visage, in pity of her estate, and that quickly. Acontius, coming to Delos, to sacrifice to Diana, fell in love with Cydippe, a noble lass, and wanting means to get her love, flung a golden apple into her lap, with this inscription upon it, Juro tibi sane per mystica sacra Dianae, met tibi venturum comitem sponsumque futurum. I swear by all the rights of Diana, I'll come and be thy husband if I may. She considered of it, and upon some small inquiry of his person and estate, was married unto him. Blessed is the wooing that is not long a doing. As the saying is, when the parties are sufficiently known to each other, what needs such scrupulosity, so many circumstances? Dost thou know her conditions, her bringing up, like her person? Let her means be what they will, take her without any more ado. Dido and Aeneas were accidentally driven by a storm both into one cave, they made a match upon it. Massinissa was married to that fair captive Sophonisba, King Syphax' wife, the same day that he saw her first, to prevent Scipio Laelius, lest they should determine otherwise of her. If thou lovest the party, do as much. Good education and beauty is a competent dowry, stand not upon money. Erant olim aurei homines, saith Theocritus, et adamantes redamabant. In the golden world men did so, in the reign of Ogyges belike, before staggering Ninus began to domineer. If all be true that is reported, and some few nowadays will do as much, here and there one, 'tis well done, methinks, and all happiness befall them for so doing. Leontius, a philosopher of Athens, had a fair daughter called Atheniis, multo corporis lepore ac venere, saith mine author, of a comely carriage. He gave her no portion but her bringing up, occulto forme, presagio, out of some secret foreknowledge of her fortune, bestowing that little which he had amongst his other children. But she, thus qualified, was preferred by some friends to Constantinople, to serve Pulcheria, the emperor's sister, of whom she was baptized and called Eudokia. Theodosius, the emperor, in short space took notice of her excellent beauty and good parts, and a little after, upon his sister's sole commendation, made her his wife. 'Twas nobly done of Theodosius. Rudolphi was the fairest lady in her days in all Egypt. She went to wash her, and by chance, her maids meanwhile looking but carelessly to her clothes, an eagle stole away one of her shoes, and laid it in Psammetichus, the king of Egypt's lap at Memphis. He wondered at the excellency of the shoe and pretty foot, but more equili factum at the manner of the bringing of it, and caused forthwith proclamation to be made that she that owned that shoe should come presently to his court. The virgin came, and was forthwith married to the king. I say this was heroically done, and like a prince. I commend him for it, and all such as have means that will either do as he did themselves, or so for love, etc. marry their children. If he be rich, let him take such a one as once, if she be virtuously given. For as Siracides, chapter 7, verse 19, adviseth, forego not a wife and good woman, for her grace is above gold. If she have fortunes of her own, let her make a man. Danaus of Lacedaemon had a many daughters to bestow, and means enough for them all. He never stood inquiring after great matches, as others used to do, but sent for a company of brave young gallants to his house, and bid his daughters choose every one whom she liked best, and take him for her husband, without any more ado. This act of his was much approved in those times. But in this iron age of ours we respect riches alone, for a maid must buy her husband now with a great dowry if she will have him. Covetousness and filthy lucre mars all good matches, or some such by respects. Craelus, a Servian prince, as Nicephorus Gregoras relates it, was an earnest suitor to Eudocia, the emperor's sister, though her brother much desired, yet she could not abide him, for he had 3 former wives, all basely abused. But the emperor still, Cralus amicitiam magni faciens, because he was a great prince and a troublesome neighbour, much desired his affinity, and to that end betrothed his own daughter Simonida to him, a little girl 5 years of age, he being 45, and 5 years older than the emperor himself. Such disproportionable and unlikely matches can wealth and a fair fortune make. And yet not that alone, it is not only money, but sometimes vainglory, pride, ambition, do as much harm as wretched covetousness itself in another extreme. If a yeoman have one sole daughter, he must overmatch her, above her birth and calling, to a gentleman forsooth, because of her great portion, too good for one of her own rank, as he supposeth. A gentleman's daughter and heir must be married to a knight baronet's eldest son at least, and a knight's only daughter to a baron himself, or an earl, and so upwards, her great dower deserves it. And thus, striving for more honour to their wealth, they undo their children, many discontents follow, and oftentimes they ruinate their families. Paulus Jovius gives instance in Galeathius II, that heroical Duke of Milan, externas affinitatis, decoras quidem regio fastu, sed sibi et posteris damnosas et ferre exitiales quesivit. He married his eldest son, John Galeathius, to Isabella, the king of France, his sister, but she was socoru tam gravis, ut ducentis millibus aureoram constiterit. Her entertainment at Milan was so costly that it almost undid him. His daughter Violenta was married to Lionel, Duke of Clarence, the youngest son to Edward III, King of England. But ad eus adventum tantae opes tam admirabili liberalitate profusae sunt, ut opulentissimorum regum splendorem superas videretur, he was welcomed with such incredible magnificence, that a king's purse was scarce able to bear it, for besides many rich presents of horses, arms, plate, money, jewels, etc., he made one dinner for him and his company, in which were 32 messes, and as much provision left, ut relatae mensa dapes decem millibus hominum sufficerent, as would serve 10,000 men. But a little after Lionel died, novae nuptae et intempestivis conviviis operam dans, etc., and to the Duke's great loss the solemnity was ended. So can titles, honours, ambition, make many brave, but unfortunate matches of all sides for by-respects, though both crazed in body and mind, most unwilling, averse, and often unfit. So love is banished, and we feel the smart of it in the end. but I am too lavish peradventure in this subject. End of section 26.
Section 27 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 27. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 5, Subsection 5, Part 2. Another let or hindrance is strict and severe discipline, laws and rigorous customs that forbid men to marry at set times and in some places. As apprentices, servants, collegiates, states of lives in copyholds or in some base inferior offices. Velle licet in such cases, poteri non licet, as he said. They see but as prisoners through a grate, they covet and catch, but Tantalus a labris, etc. Their love is lost, and vain it is in such an estate to attempt. Gravissimum est ad amare nec poteri. 'Tis a grievous thing to love and not enjoy. They may, indeed, I deny not, marry if they will, and have free choice, some of them. But in the meantime their case is desperate. Lupum auribus tenent. They hold a wolf by the ears. They must either burn or starve. 'Tis cornutum sophisma, hard to resolve. If they marry, they forfeit their estates, they are undone, and starve themselves through beggary and want. If they do not marry, in this heroical passion they furiously rage, are tormented, and torn in pieces by their predominate affections. Every man hath not the gift of continence. Let him pray for it then, as Beza adviseth in his Tract de Divortiis, because God hath so called him to a single life, in taking away the means of marriage. Paul would have gone from Mysia to Bithynia, but the Spirit suffered him not, and thou wouldst peradventure be a married man with all thy will, but that protecting angel holds it not fit. The devil too sometimes may divert by his ill suggestions and mar many good matches, as the same Paul was willing to see the Romans, but hindered of Satan he could not. There be those that think they are necessitated by fate, their stars have so decreed, and therefore they grumble at their hard fortune. They are well inclined to marry, but one rub or other is ever in the way. I know what astrologers say in this behalf, what Ptolemy, Quadripartitum, Tract 4, Chapter 4, Schoner, Book 1, Chapter 12, what Leovitius, Genitur, Exemplum 1, which Sextus ab Hemminga takes to be the horoscope of Hieronymus Wolfius, what Pezelius, Origanus, and Leovitius his illustrator, Garceus, Chapter 12, what Junctine, Protanus, Campanella, what the rest, to omit those Arabian conjectures, a parte conjugii, a parte lasciviae, triplicitates Veneris, etc., and those resolutions upon a question, an amica potiatur, etc., determine in this behalf, viz., an sit natus conjugem habiturus, facile an difficulter sit sponsam impetratorus, quot conjuges, quo tempore, quales decernantur nato uxores, de mutuo amore conjugem, both in men's and women's genitures, by the examination of the seventh house, the almutes, lords and planets there, a sol descendens et luna ascendens, etc., by particular aphorisms. Si dominus septimae in septima vel secunda nobilem decernit uxorem, servam aut ignobilem si duodecima, si Venus in duodecima, etc., with many such, too tedious to relate. Yet let no man be troubled or find himself grieved with such predictions, as Hieronymus Wolfius well saith in his astrological dialogue, non sunt praetoriana decreta, they be but conjectures, the stars incline, but not enforce. Sidera corporibus praesunt caelestia nostris, sunt ea de vili condita namque luto, cogere sed nequeunt animum ratione fruentem, quipe sub imperio solius ipse Dei est. Wisdom, diligence, discretion may mitigate if not quite alter such decrees. Fortuna sua a cujusque fingitur moribus, qui cauti prudentes voti compotes, etc. Let no man then be terrified or molested with such astrological aphorisms, or be much moved, either to vain hope or fear, from such predictions. But let every man follow his own free will in this case, and do as he sees cause. Better it is indeed to marry than burn, for their soul's health, but for their present fortunes, by some other means to pacify themselves, and divert the stream of this fiery torrent, to continue as they are, rest satisfied. Lugentes virginitatis florem sic aruisse, deploring their misery with that eunuch in Libanius, since there is no help or remedy, and with Jephthah's daughter to bewail their virginities. Of like nature is superstition, those rash vows of monks and friars, and such as live in religious orders, but far more tyrannical and much worse. Nature, youth, and his furious passion forcibly inclines, and rageth on the one side, but their order and vow checks them on the other. Votoque suo sua forma repugnat. What merits and indulgences they heap unto themselves by it, what commodities, I know not. But I am sure from such rash vows and inhuman manner of life proceed many inconveniences, many diseases, many vices, masturbation, satyriasis, priapismus, melancholy, madness, fornication, adultery, buggery, sodomy, theft, murder, and all manner of mischiefs. Read but Bayle's catalogue of sodomites, at the visitation of abbeys here in England. Henry Stephanus, his Apologia pro Herodoto, that which Ulricus writes in one of his epistles, that Pope Gregory, when he saw 600 skulls and bones of infants taken out of a fish pond near a nunnery, thereupon retracted that decree of priests' marriages, which was the cause of such a slaughter, was much grieved at it, and purged himself by repentance. Read many such, and then ask what is to be done. Is this vow to be broke or not? No, saith Bellarmine, chapter 38, Audiobook de Monachi, melius est scortari et uriquam de voto celibatus ad nuptias transire. Better burn or fly out than to break thy vow. And Coster, in his Enchiridion de celibatu sacerdotum, saith it is absolutely gravius peccatum, a greater sin for a priest to marry than to keep a concubine at home. Gregory de Valence, chapter 6, de Colibatu, maintains the same, as those of Essay and Montanists of old, insomuch that many votaries, out of a false persuasion of merit and holiness in this kind, will sooner die than marry, though it be to the saving of their lives. Anno 1419, Pius II, Pope, James Rosa, nephew to the King of Portugal, and then elect Archbishop of Lisbon, being very sick at Florence, when his physicians told him that his disease was such he must either lie with a wench, marry, or die, cheerfully chose to die. Now they commended him for it, but St. Paul teacheth otherwise, better marry than burn. And as St. Jerome gravely delivers it, aliae sunt leges Caesarum, aliae Christi, aliud Papinianus, aliud Paulus noster praecipit. There's a difference betwixt God's ordinances and men's laws. And therefore Cyprian, Epistola 8, boldly denounceth, impium est, adulterum est, sacrilegum est, quodcunque humano furore statuitur, ut dispositio divina violetur. It is abominable, impious, adulterous, and sacrilegious, what men make and ordain after their own furies to cross God's laws. Georgius Vicelius, one of their own arch-divines, Inspectionis Ecclesiae, page 18, exclaims against it, and all such rash monastical vows, and would have such persons seriously to consider what they do, whom they admit, ne in posterum querantur de inanibus stupris, lest they repent it at last. For either, as he follows it, you must allow them concubines, or suffer them to marry, for scarce shall you find 3 priests of 3,000, qui per aetatem non ament, that are not troubled with burning lust. Wherefore I conclude it is an unnatural and impious thing to bar men of this Christian liberty, too severe and inhuman an edict. The silly wren, the titmouse also, the little redbreast have their election. They fly, I saw, and together gone, whereas them list about environ, as they of kind have inclination, and as nature impress and guide, of everything list to provide. But man alone, alas, the hard stoned, full cruelly by kind's ordinance, constrained is, and by statutes bound, and debarred from all such pleasance. What meaneth this, what is this pretence of laws, I wis, against all right of kind, without a cause so narrow men to bind? Many laymen repine still at priests' marriages above the rest, and not at clergymen only, but of all the meaner sort and condition. They would have none marry but such as are rich and able to maintain wives, because their parish belike shall be pestered with orphans, and the world full of beggars. But these are hard-hearted, unnatural monsters of men, shallow politicians. They do not consider that a great part of the world is not yet inhabited as it ought, how many colonies into America, terra australis incognita, Africa, may be sent. Let them consult with Sir William Alexander's Book of Colonies, Orpheus Junior's Golden Fleece, Captain Whitburn, Mr. Hagthorpe, etc., and they shall surely be otherwise informed. Those politic Romans were of another mind. They thought their city and country could never be too populous. Adrian the emperor said he had rather have men than money. Male se hominum adjectione ampliare imperium, quam pecunia. Augustus Caesar made an oration in Rome, ad caelibus, to persuade them to marry. Some countries compelled them to marry of old, as Jews, Turks, Indians, Chinese, amongst the rest in these days, who much wonder at our discipline to suffer so many idle persons to live in monasteries, and often marvel how they can live honest. In the Isle of Marignan, the governor and petty king there did wonder at the Frenchmen, and admire how so many friars and the rest of their company could live without wives. They thought it a thing impossible, and would not believe it. If these men should but survey our multitudes of religious houses, observe our numbers of monasteries all over Europe, 18 nunneries in Padua, in Venice 34 cloisters of monks, 28 of nuns, etc. Ex ungue leonem, 'tis to this proportion in all other provinces and cities. What would they think? Do they live honest? Let them dissemble as they will, I am of Tertullian's mind, that few can continue but by compulsion. O chastity, saith he, thou art a rare goddess in the world, not so easily got, seldom continuate. Thou mayst now and then be compelled, either for defect of nature, or if discipline persuade, decrees enforce, or for some such by respects, sullenness, discontent, they have lost their first loves, may not have whom they will themselves, want of means, rash vows, etc. But can he willingly contain? I think not. Therefore, either out of commiseration of human imbecility, impolicy, or to prevent a far worse inconvenience, for they hold some of them as necessary as meat and drink, and because vigour of youth, the state and temper of most men's bodies do so furiously desire it, they have heretofore in some nations liberally admitted polygamy and stews. 100,000 courtesans in Grand Cairo in Egypt, as Radzivilius observes, are tolerated, besides boys. How many at Fez, Rome, Naples, Florence, Venice, etc., and still in many other provinces and cities of Europe they do as much, because they think young men, churchmen, and servants amongst the rest can hardly live honest. The consideration of this belike made Ribius the Spaniard, when his friend Crassus, that rich Roman gallant, lay hid in the cave, ut voluptatis quam aetas illa desiderat copiam faceret, to gratify him the more, send 2 lusty lasses to accompany him all that while he was there imprisoned. And Surenus, the Parthian general, when he warred against the Romans, to carry about with him 200 concubines, as the Swiss soldiers do now commonly their wives. But because this course is not generally approved, but rather contradicted as unlawful and abhorred, In most countries they do much encourage them to marriage, give great rewards to such as have many children, and mulct those that will not marry. Justrium liberorum. And in Agellius, Book 2, Chapter 15, Aelianus, Book 6, Chapter 5, Valerius, Book 1, Chapter 9, we read that 3 children freed the father from painful offices, and 5 from all contribution. A woman shall be saved by bearing children. Epictetus would have all marry, and as Plato will, 6 de legibus, he that marrieth not before 35 years of his age must be compelled and punished, and the money consecrated to Juno's temple, or applied to public uses. They account him in some countries unfortunate that dies without a wife, a most unhappy man, as Boethius infers, and if at all happy, yet infortunio felix, unhappy in his supposed happiness. They commonly deplore his estate, and much lament him for it. O my sweet son, etc. See Lucian de luctu, Sands, folio 83, etc. Yet, notwithstanding, many with us are of the opposite part. They are married themselves, and for others let them burn fire and flame, they care not, so they be not troubled with them. Some are too curious, and some too covetous. They may marry when they will, both for ability and means, but so nice, that except as Theophilus the emperor was presented by his mother Euprosine, with all the rarest beauties of the empire in the great chamber of his palace at once, and bid to give a golden apple to her he liked best. If they might so take and choose whom they list out of all the fair maids their nation affords, they could happily condescend to marry. Otherwise, etc. Why should a man marry, saith another Epicurean rout? What's matrimony but a matter of money? Why should free nature be entrenched on, confined or obliged to this or that man or woman, with these manacles of body and goods, etc.? There are those too that dearly love, admire, and follow women all their lives long, sponsi Penelopes, never well but in their company, wistly gazing on their beauties, observing close, hanging after them, dallying still with them, and yet dare not, will not marry. Many poor people, and of the meaner sort, are too distrustful of God's providence. They will not, dare not, for such worldly respects, fear of want, woes, miseries, or that they shall light, as Lemnius saith, on a scold, a slut, or a bad wife. And therefore, tristem juventam venere deserta colunt, they are resolved to live single, as Epaminondas did, nil ait esse prius, melius nil celibe vita, and ready with Hippolytus to abjure all women, detestor omnes, horreo, fugio, execror, etc. But Hippolyte nescis quod fugis vitae bonum, Hippolyte nescis. Alas, poor Hippolytus, thou knowest not what thou sayest, 'tis otherwise, Hippolytus. Some make a doubt, an uxor literato sit ducenda, whether a scholar should marry. If she be fair, she will bring him back from his grammar to his horn book, or else with kissing and dalliance she will hinder his study. If foul with scolding, He cannot well intend to do both, as Philippus Beroaldus, that great Bononian doctor, once writ, impediri enim studia literarum, etc. But he recanted at last, and in a solemn sort, with true conceived words, he did ask the world and all women forgiveness. But you shall have the story as he relates himself in his commentaries on the 6th of Apuleius. For a long time I lived a single life, et ab uxore ducenda semper abhorrui, nec quisquam libero lecto censui jucundius. I could not abide marriage, but as a rambler, erraticus ac volaticus amator, to use his own words, per multiplices amores discurrebam. I took a snatch where I could get it. Nay, more, I railed at marriage downright, and in a public auditory, when I did interpret that 6th satire of Juvenal, out of Plutarch and Seneca I did heap up all the dicteries I could against women, but now recant with Stesichorus, Palinodiam canu, nec poenitat censeri in ordine maritorum. I approve of marriage. I am glad I am a married man. I am heartily glad I have a wife, so sweet a wife, so noble a wife, so young, so chaste a wife, so loving a wife, and I do wish and desire all other men to marry, and especially scholars, that as of old Martia did by Hortensius, Terentia by Tullius, Calphurnia to Plinius, Pudentilla to Apuleius, hold the candle whilst their husbands did meditate and write, so theirs may do them, and as my dear Camilla doth to me. Let other men be averse, rail then, and scoff at women, and say what they can to the contrary. Vir sine uxore malorum expers est, etc. A single man is a happy man, etc. But this is a toy. Nec dulces amores sperne puer, neque tu choreas. These men are too distrustful and much to blame to use such speeches. Parcite paucorum diffundere, crimen in omnes. They must not condemn all for some. As there be many bad, there be some good wives, as some be vicious, some be virtuous. Read what Solomon hath said in their praises, Proverbs 13, and Siracides, chapter 26 and 30. Blessed is the man that hath a virtuous wife, for the number of his days shall be double. A virtuous woman rejoiceth her husband, and she shall fulfill the years of his life in peace. A good wife is a good portion. And 36:24, an help, a pillar of rest, columna quietis. Qui capit uxorem, fratrem capit atque sororem. And 30, he that hath no wife wandereth to and fro, mourning. Minuuntur atrae conjuge curae. Women are the sole, only joy and comfort of a man's life. Born ad usum et lusum hominum, firmamenta familiae, delitiae humani generis solatia vitae, blanditiae noctis, placidissima cura diei, vota virum, juvenum spes, etc. A wife is a young man's mistress, a middle age's companion, an old man's nurse. Particeps laetorum et tristium, a prop, a help, etc. Optima viri possessio est uxor benevola, mitigans iram et avertens animam eius atristitia. Man's best possession is a loving wife. She tempers anger and diverts all strife. There is no joy, no comfort, no sweetness, no pleasure in the world like to that of a good wife. Quam cum cara domi conjux, fidusque maritus, unanimes degunt. Saith our Latin Homer, she is still the same in sickness and in health, his eye, his hand, his bosom friend, his partner at all times, his other self, not to be separated by any calamity, but ready to share all sorrow, discontent, and, as the Indian women do, live and die with him, nay more, to die presently for him. Admetus, king of Thessaly, when he lay upon his deathbed, was told by Apollo's oracle that if he could get anybody to die for him, he should live longer yet. But when all refused, his parents, etsi decrepiti, friends and followers forsook him. Alcestis his wife, though young, most willingly undertook it. What more can be desired or expected? And although on the other side there be an infinite number of bad husbands, I should rail downright against some of them, able to discourage any women, yet there be some good ones again, and those most observant of marriage rites. An honest country fellow, as Fulgosus relates it, in the kingdom of Naples, at plough by the seaside, saw his wife carried away by Mauritanian pirates. He ran after in all haste, up to the chin first, and when he could wade no longer, swam, calling to the governor of the ship to deliver his wife, or, if he must not have her restored, to let him follow as a prisoner, for he was resolved to be a galley slave, his drudge, willing to endure any misery, so that he might but enjoy his dear wife. The Moors, seeing the man's constancy, and relating the whole matter to their governors at Tunis, set them both free, and gave them an honest pension to maintain themselves during their lives. I could tell many stories to this effect, but put case it often prove otherwise, because marriage is troublesome, wholly therefore to avoid it is no argument. He that will avoid trouble must avoid the world. Eusebius, Praeparatio Evangelica, 5, chapter 50. Some trouble there is in marriage, I deny not. Et si grave sit matrimonium, saith Erasmus, edulcatur tamen multis, etc. Yet there be many things to sweeten it, a pleasant wife, placens uxor, pretty children, dulces nati, deliciae filorum hominum, the chief delight of the sons of men, Ecclesiastes 2:8, etc. And howsoever though it were all troubles, utilitatis publicae causa devorandum, grave quid libenter subeundum, it must willingly be undergone for public good's sake. Audite populus haec, inquit Susarion, malae sunt mulieres, veruntamen o populares, hoc sine malo domum inhabitare non licet. Hear me, O my countrymen, saith Susarion, women are naught, yet no life without one. Malum est mulier, sed necessarium malum. They are necessary evils, and for our own ends we must make use of them to have issue. Supplet Venus ac restituit humanum genus, and to propagate the church. For to what end is a man born? Why lives he but to increase the world? And how shall he do that well if he do not marry? matrimonium humano generi immortalitatem tribuit, saith Nevisanus, matrimony makes us immortal, and according to Tacitus, 'tis firmissimum imperii munimentum, the sole and chief prop of an empire. Indigne vivit per quem non vivet et alter, which Pelopidas objected to Epaminondas. He was an unworthy member of a commonwealth that left not a child after him to defend it. And as Trismegistus to his son Tatius, have no commerce with a single man, holding belike that a bachelor could not live honestly as he should, and with Georgius Vicelius, a great divine and holy man, who of late by 26 arguments commends marriage as a thing most necessary for all kinds of persons, most laudable and fit to be embraced, and is persuaded withal that no man can live and die religiously and as he ought, without a wife. Persuasus neminem posse neque pie vivere, neque bene mori citra uxorem. He is false, an enemy to the commonwealth, injurious to himself, destructive to the world, an apostate to nature, a rebel against heaven and earth. Let our wilful, obstinate, and stale bachelors ruminate of this. If we could live without wives, as Marcellus Numidicus said in Agellius, we would all want them. But because we cannot, let all marry, and consult rather to the public good than their own private pleasure or estate. It were a happy thing, as wise Euripides hath it, if we could buy children with gold and silver, and be so provided, sine mulierum congressu, without women's company. But that may not be. Orbis jacebit squalido turpis situ, vanum sine ullis classibus stabit mare, alesque coelo deerit et silvis fera. Earth, air, sea, land eftsoon would come to naught, the world itself should be to ruin brought. Necessity therefore compels us to marry. But what do I trouble myself to find arguments to persuade to or commend marriage? Behold a brief abstract of all that which I have said, and much more, succinctly, pithily, pathetically, perspicuously, and elegantly delivered in 12 motions, to mitigate the miseries of marriage, by Jacobus de Voragine. Primus, res est, habes quae tueatur et augeat. Secundus, non est, habes quae quaerat. Tertius, secundae res sunt, felicitas duplicatur. Quartus, adversae sunt, consolatur adsidet onus participat ut tolerabile fiat. Quintus, domi es, solitudinis taedium pellit. Sextus, foras, discedentem visu prosequitur absentem desiderat redeuntem laeta excipit. Septimus, nihil iucundum absque societate, nulla societas matrimonio suavior. Octavus, vinculum conjugalis caritatis adamantinum. Nonus, accrescit dulcis affinium turba duplicatur numerus parentum, fratrum, sororum, nepotum. Decimus, pulchra sis prole parens. Undecimus, lex Moses sterilitatem matrimonii execratur, quanto amplius celibatum. Duodecimus, si natura poenam non effugit, ne voluntas quidem effugiet. 1. Hast thou means? Thou hast one to keep and increase it. 2. Hast none? Thou hast one to help to get it. 3. Art in prosperity? Thine happiness is doubled. 4. Art in adversity? She'll comfort, assist, bear a part of thy burden to make it more tolerable. 5. Art at home? She'll drive away melancholy. 6. Art abroad? She looks after thee going from home, wishes for thee in thine absence, and joyfully welcomes thy return. 7. There's nothing delightsome without society, no society so sweet as matrimony. 8. The band of conjugal love is adamantine. 9. The sweet company of kinsmen increaseth, the number of parents is doubled, of brothers, sisters, nephews. 10. Thou art made a father by a fair and happy issue. 11. Moses curseth the barrenness of matrimony, how much more a single life. 12. If nature escape not punishment, surely thy will shall not avoid it. All this is true, say you, and who knows it not? But how easy a matter it is to answer these motives, and to make an antiparodia quite opposite unto it. To exercise myself, I will essay. 1. Hast thou means? Thou hast one to spend it. 2. Hast none? Thy beggary is increased. 3. Art in prosperity? Thy happiness is ended. 4. Art in adversity? Like Job's wife, she'll aggravate thy misery, vex thy soul, make thy burden intolerable. 5. Art at home? She'll scold thee out of doors. 6. Art abroad? If thou be wise, keep thee so, she'll perhaps graft horns in thine absence, scowl on thee coming home. 7. Nothing gives more content than solitariness, no solitariness like this of a single life. 8. The band of marriage is adamantine, no hope of loosing it, thou art undone. 9. Thy number increaseth, thou shalt be devoured by thy wife's friends. 10. Thou art made a cornuto by an unchaste wife, and shalt bring up other folks' children instead of thine own. 11. Paul commends marriage, yet he prefers a single life. 12. Is marriage honorable? What an immortal crown belongs to virginity! So Siracides himself speaks as much as may be for and against women, so doth almost every philosopher plead pro and con, every poet thus argues the case. Though what cares vulgus hominum what they say? So can I conceive peradventure, and so canst thou. When all is said, yet since some be good, some bad, let's put it to the venture. I conclude therefore with Seneca. Cur toro viduo jaces? Tristem juventam solve, nunc luxus rape, effunde habenas, optimos vitae dies, effluere prohibe. Why dost thou lie alone, let thy youth and best days to pass away? Marry whilst thou mayst, donec viventi canities abest morosa, whilst thou art yet able, yet lusty, elige cui dicas, tu mihi sola places. Make thy choice, and that freely, forthwith, make no delay, but take thy fortune as it falls. 'Tis true, calamitosus est qui inciderit in malam uxorem, felix qui in bonam. 'Tis a hazard both ways, I confess, to live single or to marry. Nam et uxorem ducere, et non ducere malum est. It may be bad, it may be good. As it is a cross and calamity on the one side, so 'tis a sweet delight, an incomparable happiness, a blessed estate, a most unspeakable benefit, a sole content on the other. 'Tis all in the proof. Be not then so wayward, so covetous, so distrustful, so curious and nice, but let's all marry, mutuos foventes amplexus. Take me to thee, and thee to me. Tomorrow is St. Valentine's Day. Let's keep it holiday for Cupid's sake, for that great god Love's sake, for Hymen's sake, and celebrate Venus's vigil with our ancestors for company together, singing as they did. Cras amet qui nunquam amavit, quique amavit, cras amet, ver novum, ver iam canorum, ver natus orbis est, vere concordant amores, vere nubunt alites, et nemus coma resolvit, etc. Cras amet, etc. Let those love now who never loved before, and those who always loved now love the more. Sweet loves are born with every opening spring, birds from the tender boughs their pledges sing, etc. Let him that is averse from marriage read more in Barbarus de re uxoria, book 1, chapter 1, Lemnius de institutione, chapter 4, Petrus Godefridus de amoribus, book 3, chapter 1, Nevisanus, book 3, Alexandrus ab Alexandro, book 4, chapter 8, Tunstall, Erasmus's tracts in Laudem Matrimonii, etc., and I doubt not but in the end he will rest satisfied, recant with Beroaldus, do penance for his former folly, singing some penitential ditties, desire to be reconciled to the deity of this great god Love, go a pilgrimage to his shrine, offer to his image, sacrifice upon his altar, and be as willing at last to embrace marriage as the rest. There will not be found, I hope, no, not in that severe family of Stoics, who shall refuse to submit his grave beard and supercilious looks to the clipping of a wife, or disagree from his fellows in this point. For what more willingly, as Varro holds, can a proper man see than a fair wife, a sweet wife, a loving wife? Can the world afford a better sight, sweeter content, a fairer object, a more gracious aspect? Since then this of marriage is the last and best refuge and cure of heroical love, all doubts are cleared and impediments removed. I say again, what remains but that according to both their desires they be happily joined, since it cannot otherwise be helped? God send us all good wives, every man his wish in this kind, and me mine. And God, that all this world hath wrought, send him his love that hath it so dear bought. If all parties be pleased, ask their banns, 'tis a match. Fruitur Rhodanthe sponsa, sponso Dosicle. Rhodanthe and Dosicles shall go together, Clitiphon and Leucippe, Theagenes and Chariclea. Polyarchus hath his Argenis, Lysander Callista, to make up the mask. Potiturque sua puer Iphis ianti. And Troilus in lust and in quiet is with Chryseid his own heart sweet. And although they have hardly passed the pikes, through many difficulties and delays brought the match about, yet let them take this of Aristaenetus, that so marry, for their comfort. After many troubles and cares, the marriages of lovers are more sweet and pleasant. As we commonly conclude a comedy with a wedding and shaking of hands, let's shut up our discourse and end all with an epithalamium. Feliciter nuptis, God give them joy together. Hymen, O Hymenae, Hymenades, O Hymenae, bonum factum, 'tis well done. Haud equidem, sive mentereor, sive numine divum. 'Tis a happy conjunction, a fortunate match, an even couple. Ambo animis, ambo praestantes viribus, ambo florentes annis. They both excel in gifts of body and mind, are both equal in years, youth, vigor, alacrity. She is fair and lovely as Lais or Helen, he as another Carinus or Alcibiades. Ludite ut lubet et brevi liberos date. Then modestly go sport and toy, and let's have every year a boy. Go give a sweet smell as incense, and bring forth flowers as the lily, that we may say hereafter, Scitus me castor natus est Pamphilo puer. In the meantime I say, ite agite, o juvenes, non murmura vestra columbae, brachia non hederae, neque vincant oscula concae. Gentle youths, go sport yourselves betimes, let not the doves outpass your murmurings, or ivy clasping arms, or oyster kissings. And in the morn betime, as those Lacedaemonian lasses saluted Helena and Menelaus, singing at their windows, and wishing good success, do we at yours. Salve, O sponsa, salve Felix, det vobis Latona, felicem sobolem, Venus dea det aequalem amorem, inter vos mutuo. Saturnus durabiles divitias, dormite in pectora mutuo amorem inspirantes, et desiderium. Good morrow, master bridegroom and mistress bride, many fair lovely bairns to you betide. Let Venus to you mutual love procure, let Saturn give you riches to endure. Long may you sleep in one another's arms, inspiring sweet desire, and free from harms. Even all your lives long, contingat vobis turturam concordia, corniculae vivacitas. The love of turtles hap to you, and ravens' years still to renew. Let the Muses sing, as he said, the Graces dance, not at their weddings only, but all their days long, so couple their hearts that no irksomeness or anger ever befall them. Let him never call her other name than my joy, my light, or she call him otherwise than sweetheart. To this happiness of theirs, let not old age any whit detract, but as their years, so let their mutual love and comfort increase. And when they depart this life, concordes quoniam vixere tot annos, auferat hora duos eadem, nec conjugis usquam busta suae videat, nec sit tumulandus ab illa. Because they have so sweetly lived together, let not one die a day before the other, he bury her, she him, with even fate, 1 hour their souls let jointly separate. Fortunati ambo si quid mea carmina possunt, nulla dies unquam memorivos eximet aevo. Atque haec de amore dixi se sufficiat, sub correctione, quod ait ille, cuiusque melius sentientis, plura qui volet de remediis amoris, legat Jasonem Pratensem, Arnoldum, Montaltum, Savanarolum, Langium, Valescum, Crimisonum, Alexandrum Benedictum, Laurentium, Valeriolam, e poetis Nasonem, e nostratibus Chaucerum, etc., with whom I conclude. For my words here and every part, I speak them all under correction, of you that feeling have in love's art, and put it all in your discretion, to entreat or make diminution of my language that I you beseech, but now to purpose of my rather speech. End of section 27.
Section 28 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3 by Robert Burton, Section 28. Partition 3, Section 3, Member 1, Subsection 1. Jealousy, its equivocations. Name, definition, extent. Several kinds, of princes, parents, friends. In beasts. Men, before marriage, as co-rivals, or after, as in this place. Valescus de Taranta, Aelian Montaltus, Felix Platerus, Guianerius, put jealousy for a cause of melancholy, others for a symptom, because melancholy persons amongst these passions and perturbations of the mind are most obnoxious to it. But methinks for the latitude it hath, and that prerogative above other ordinary symptoms, it ought to be treated of as a species apart, being of so great and eminent note, so furious a passion, and almost of as great extent as love itself, as Benedetto Varchi holds. No love without a mixture of jealousy, qui non zelat, non amat. For these causes I will dilate, and treat of it by itself, as a bastard branch or kind of love melancholy, which, as heroical love goeth commonly before marriage, doth usually follow, torture, and crucify in like sort, deserves therefore to be rectified alike, requires as much care and industry, in setting out the several causes of it, prognostics and cures. Which I have more willingly done, that he that is or hath been jealous may see his error as in a glass. He that is not, may learn to detest, avoid it himself, and dispossess others that are anywise affected with it. Jealousy is described and defined to be a certain suspicion which the lover hath of the party he chiefly loveth, lest he or she should be enamoured of another, or any eager desire to enjoy some beauty alone, to have it proper to himself only. A fear or doubt, lest any foreigner should participate or share with him in his love. Or, as Scaliger adds, a fear of losing her favour whom he so earnestly affects. Cardan calls it a zeal for love, and a kind of envy lest any man should beguile us. Ludovicus Vives defines it in the very same words, or as little differing in sense. There may be other jealousies, but improperly so called, as that of parents, tutors, guardians over their children, friends whom they love, or such as are left to their wardship or protection. Storax non reddit hac nocte a coena aescinus. neque servulorum quispiam qui adversum irant. As the old man in the comedy cried out in a passion, and from a solicitous fear and care he had of his adopted son, not of beauty, but lest they should miscarry, do amiss, or any way discredit, disgrace, as Vives notes, or endanger themselves and us. Aegeus was so solicitous for his son Theseus, when he went to fight with the Minotaur, of his success, lest he should be foiled. Prona est timor semper in pejus fides. We are still apt to suspect the worst in such doubtful cases, as many wives in their husband's absence, fond mothers in their children's, lest if absent they should be misled or sick, and are continually expecting news from them, how they do fare, and what is become of them. They cannot endure to have them long out of their sight. O my sweet son, O my dear child, etc. Paul was jealous over the church of Corinth, as he confesseth 2 Cor. 11:12, with a godly jealousy, to present them a pure virgin to Christ, and he was afraid still, lest as the serpent beguiled Eve through his subtlety, so their minds should be corrupt from the simplicity that is in Christ. God himself, in some sense, is said to be jealous. I am a jealous God, and will visit. So Psalm 76:5. Shall thy jealousy burn like a fire for ever? But these are improperly called jealousies, and by a metaphor, to show the care and solicitude they have of them. Although some jealousies express all the symptoms of this which we treat of, fear, sorrow, anguish, anxiety, suspicion, hatred, etc., the object only varied. That of some fathers is very eminent to their sons and heirs, for though they love them dearly being children, yet now coming towards man's estate they may not well abide them. The son and heir is commonly sick of the father, and the father again may not well brook his eldest son, inde simultates plerumque contentiones et inimicitiae. But that of princes is most notorious, as when they fear co-rivals, if I may so call them, successors, emulators, subjects, or such as they have offended. Omnisque potestas impatiens consortis erit. They are still suspicious lest their authority should be diminished. As one observes, and as Comenius hath it, it cannot be expressed what slender causes they have of their grief and suspicion, a secret disease, that commonly lurks and breeds in princes' families. Sometimes it is for their honour only, as that of Adrian the emperor, that killed all his emulators. Saul envied David, Domitian Agricola, because he did excel him, obscure his honour, as he thought, eclipse his fame. Juno turned Praetus' daughters into kine, for that they contended with her for beauty. Cyparissae, King Eteocles' children, were envied of the goddesses for their excellent good parts, and dancing amongst the rest, saith Constantine, and for that cause flung headlong from heaven, and buried in a pit, but the earth took pity of them, and brought out cypress trees to preserve their memories. Niobe, Arachne, and Marsyas can testify as much. But it is most grievous when it is for a kingdom itself, or matters of commodity. It produceth lamentable effects, especially amongst tyrants, in despotico imperio, and such as are more feared than beloved of their subjects, that get and keep their sovereignty by force and fear. Quod civibus tenere te invitis Theas, etc., as Phalaris Dionysius, Periander held theirs. For though fear, cowardice, and jealousy, in Plutarch's opinion, be the common causes of tyranny, as in Nero, Caligula, Tiberius, yet most take them to be symptoms. For what slave, what hangman, as Bodine well expresseth this passion, can so cruelly torture a condemned person as this fear and suspicion? Fear of death, infamy, torments, are those furies and vultures that vex and disquiet tyrants, and torture them day and night, with perpetual terrors and affrights, envy, suspicion, fear, desire of revenge, and 1,000 such disagreeing perturbations, turn and affright the soul out of the hinges of health, and more grievously wound and pierce, than those cruel masters can exasperate and vex their apprentices or servants, with clubs, whips, chains, and tortures. Many terrible examples we have in this kind, amongst the Turks especially, many jealous outrages. Selamus killed Cornutus his youngest brother, 5 of his nephews, Mustapha Bassa, and divers others. Bajazet, the second Turk, jealous of the valour and greatness of Achmet Bassa, caused him to be slain. Suleiman the Magnificent murdered his own son Mustapha, and 'tis an ordinary thing amongst them to make away their brothers, or any competitors, at the first coming to the crown. 'Tis all the solemnity they use at their fathers' funerals. What mad pranks, in his jealous fury, did Herod of old commit in Jewry, when he massacred all the children of a year old? Valens the emperor in Constantinople, when as he left no man alive of quality in his kingdom that had his name begun with Theo, Theodoti, Theognosti, Theodosii, Theoduli, etc., they went all to their long home, because a wizard told him that name should succeed in his empire. And what furious designs hath Johannes Basilius, that Muscovian tyrant, practised of late? It is a wonder to read that strange suspicion, which Suetonius reports of Claudius Caesar, and of Domitian, they were afraid of every man they saw, and which Herodian of Antoninus and Geta, those 2 jealous brothers, the one could not endure so much as the other's servants, but made him away, his chiefest followers, and all that belonged to him, or were his well-wishers. Maximinus perceiving himself to be odious to most men, because he was come to that height of honour out of base beginnings, and suspecting his mean parentage would be objected to him, caused all the senators that were nobly descended to be slain in a jealous humour, turned all the servants of Alexander his predecessor out of doors, and slew many of them, because they lamented their master's death, suspecting them to be traitors, for the love they bare to him. When Alexander in his fury had made Clitus his dear friend to be put to death, and saw now, saith Curtius, an alienation in his subjects' hearts, none durst talk with him, he began to be jealous of himself, lest they should attempt as much on him, and said they lived like so many wild beasts in a wilderness, one afraid of another. Our modern stories afford us many notable examples. Henry III. of France, jealous of Henry of Lorraine, Duke of Guise, anno 1588, caused him to be murdered in his own chamber. Louis XI. was so suspicious he durst not trust his children, every man about him he suspected for a traitor. Many strange tricks Commineus telleth of him. How jealous was our Henry IV. of King Richard II. so long as he lived, after he was deposed, and of his own son Henry in his latter days, which the prince, well perceiving, came to visit his father in his sickness, in a watchet velvet gown, full of eyelet holes, and with needles sticking in them, as an emblem of jealousy, and so pacified his suspicious father, after some speeches and protestations which he had used to that purpose. Perpetual imprisonment, as that of Robert Duke of Normandy, in the days of Henry I, forbidding of marriage to some persons, with such like edicts and prohibitions, are ordinary in all states. In a word, as he said, 3 things cause jealousy: a mighty state, a rich treasure, a fair wife, or where there is a cracked title, much tyranny and exactions. In our state, as being freed from all these fears and miseries, we may be most secure and happy under the reign of our fortunate prince. His fortune hath indebted him to none, but to all his people universally, and not to them but for their love alone, which they account as placed worthily, he is so set, he hath no cause to be jealous, or dreadful of disloyalty. The pedestal whereon his greatness stands, is held of all our hearts, and all our hands. But I rove, I confess. These equivocations, jealousies, and many such which crucify the souls of men, are not here properly meant, or in this distinction of ours included, but that alone which is for beauty, tending to love, and wherein they can brook no co-rival, or endure any participation. And this jealousy belongs as well to brute beasts as men. Such creatures, saith Vives, swans, doves, cocks, bulls, etc., are jealous as well as men, and as much moved for fear of communion. Grege pro toto bella juvenci, si conjugio timuere suo, poscunt timidi praelia curvi, et mugitus dant concepti signa furoris. In Venus' cause what mighty battles make your raving bulls, and stirs for their herd's sake, and harts and bucks that are so timorous, will fight and roar, if once they be but jealous. In bulls, horses, goats, this is most apparently discerned. Bulls especially, alium in pasculis non admittit, he will not admit another bull to feed in the same pasture, saith Oppin, which Stephanus Bathorius, late king of Poland, used as an impress, with that motto, regnum non capit duos. R.T. in his Blazon of Jealousy, telleth a story of a swan about Windsor, that finding a strange cock with his mate, did swim I know not how many miles after to kill him, and when he had so done, came back and killed his hen. A certain truth, he said, done upon Thames, as many watermen and neighbour gentlemen can tell. Fidem suam liberet, for my part, I do believe it may be true, for swans have ever been branded with that epithet of jealousy. The jealous swan against his death that singeth, and eke the owl that of death bode bringeth. Some say as much of elephants, that they are more jealous than any other creatures whatsoever, and those old Egyptians, as Pierius informeth us, express in their hieroglyphics, the passion of jealousy by a camel, because that fearing the worst still about matters of venery, he loves solitudes, that he may enjoy his pleasure alone, et in quoscunde obvios insurgit. Zelolipiae simulus agitatus, he will quarrel and fight with whatsoever comes next, man or beast, in his jealous fits. I have read as much of crocodiles, and if Peter Martyr's authority be authentic, you shall have a strange tale to that purpose confidently related. Another story of the jealousy of dogs, see in Hieronymus Fabricius, Tract 3, Chapter 5, de loquela animalium. But this furious passion is most eminent in men, and is as well amongst bachelors as married men. If it appear amongst bachelors, we commonly call them rivals, or co-rivals, a metaphor derived from a river, rivales, a rivo, for as a river, saith Acron in Horace's Ars Poetica, and Donatus in Terence's Eunuch, divides a common ground between two men, and both participate of it, so is a woman indifferent between two suitors, both likely to enjoy her, and thence comes this emulation, which breaks out many times into tempestuous storms, and produceth lamentable effects, murder itself, with much cruelty, many single combats. They cannot endure the least injury done unto them before their mistress, and in her defence will bite off one another's noses. They are most impatient of any flout, disgrace, lest emulation or participation in that kind. Lacerat lacerium lagi mordax Memnius. Memnius the Roman, as Tully tells the story, de Oratore, Book 2, being co-rival with Largus Terracina, bit him by the arm, which fact of his was so famous, that it afterwards grew to a proverb in those parts. Phaedria could not abide his co-rival Thraso, for when Parmeno demanded, numquid aliud imperas, whether he would command him any more service, no more, saith he, but to speak in his behalf, and to drive away his co-rival if he could. Constantine, in the 11th book of his Husbandry, chapter 11, hath a pleasant tale of the pine tree. She was once a fair maid, whom Phineus and Boreas, two co-rivals, dearly sought, but jealous Boreas broke her neck, etc. And in his 18th chapter, he telleth another tale of Mars, that in his jealousy slew Adonis. Petronius calleth this passion amantium furioso emulationem, a furious emulation, and their symptoms are well expressed by Sir Geoffrey Chaucer in his first Canterbury Tale. It will make the nearest and dearest friends fall out. They will endure all other things to be common, goods, lands, monies, participate of each pleasure, and take in good part any disgraces, injuries in another kind. But as Propertius well describes it in an elegy of his, in this way they will suffer nothing, have no co-rivals. Tu mihi vel ferro pectus, vel perde veneno, ad domina tantum te modo toile mea, te socium vitae te corporis esse licebit, te dominum admitto rebus amici meis, lecto te solum, lecto te deprecor uno, rivalem possum non ego ferre Jovem. Stab me with sword, or poison strong, give me to work my bane. So thou court not my lass, so thou from mistress mine refrain. Command myself, my body, purse, as thine own goods, take all, and as ever my dearest friend, I ever use thee shall. O spare my love to have alone, her to myself I crave. Nay, Jove himself I'll not endure, my rival for to have. This jealousy which I am to treat of, is that which belongs to married men in respect of their own wives, to whose estate as no sweetness, pleasure, happiness can be compared in the world, if they live quietly and lovingly together. So if they disagree or be jealous, those bitter pills of sorrow and grief, disastrous mischiefs, mischances, tortures, gripings, discontents, are not to be separated from them. A most violent passion it is where it taketh place, an unspeakable torment, a hellish torture, an infernal plague, as Ariosto calls it, a fury, a continual fever, full of suspicion, fear, and sorrow, a martyrdom, a mirth-marring monster. The sorrow and grief of heart of one woman jealous of another is heavier than death, Ecclesiasticus 28:6, as Peninnah did Hannah, vex her and upbraid her sore. 'Tis a main vexation, a most intolerable burden, a corrosive to all content, a frenzy, a madness itself, as Benedetto Varchi proves out of that select sonnet of Giovanni della Casa, that reverend lord, as he styles him. End of Section 28. Section 29 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton, Section 29. Partition 3, Section 3, Member 1, Subsection 2, Part 1. Causes of jealousy. Who are most apt? Idleness, melancholy, impotency, long absence, beauty, wantonness, naught themselves. Allurements, from time, place, persons. Bad usage, causes. Astrologers make the stars a cause or sign of this bitter passion, and out of every man's horoscope will give a probable conjecture whether he will be jealous or no, and at what time, by direction of the significators to their several promisers. Their aphorisms are to be read in Albubata, Pontanus, Schoner, Junctine, etc. Bodine chapter 5 ascribes a great cause to the country or clime, and discourseth largely there of this subject, saying, that southern men are more hot, lascivious, and jealous than such as live in the north. They can hardly contain themselves in those hotter climes, but are most subject to prodigious lust. Leo Afer telleth incredible things almost, of the lust and jealousy of his countrymen of Africa, and especially such as live about Carthage, and so doth every geographer of them in Asia, Turkey, Spaniards, Italians. Germany hath not so many drunkards, England tobacconists, France dancers, Holland mariners, as Italy alone hath jealous husbands. And in Italy some account them of Piacenza more jealous than the rest. In Germany, France, Britain, Scandia, Poland, Muscovy, they are not so troubled with this feral malady, although Damianus Argoas, which I do much wonder at, in his topography of Lapland, and Herbestein of Russia, against the stream of all other geographers, would fasten it upon those northern inhabitants. Altomarius Poggius, and Munster in his description of Baden, reports that men and women of all sorts go commonly into the baths together, without all suspicion. The name of jealousy, saith Munster, is not so much as once heard of among them. In Friesland the women kiss him they drink to, and are kissed again of those they pledge. The virgins in Holland go hand in hand with young men from home, glide on the ice, such is their harmless liberty, and lodge together abroad without suspicion, which rash Sansovinus an Italian makes a great sign of unchastity. In France, upon small acquaintance, it is usual to court other men's wives, to come to their houses, and accompany them arm in arm in the streets, without imputation. In the most northern countries young men and maids familiarly dance together, men and their wives, which, Siena only excepted, Italians may not abide. The Greeks, on the other side, have their private baths for men and women, where they must not come near, nor so much as see one another; and, as Bodine observes, Book 5 de Republica, the Italians could never endure this, or a Spaniard; the very conceit of it would make them mad, and for that cause they lock up their women, and will not suffer them to be near men, so much as in the church, but with a partition between. He telleth moreover, how that when he was ambassador in England, he heard Mendoza the Spanish legate finding fault with it, as a filthy custom for men and women to sit promiscuously in churches together. But Dr. Dale, the master of the requests, told him again, that it was indeed a filthy custom in Spain, where they could not contain themselves from lascivious thoughts in their holy places, but not with us. Baronius in his Annals out of Eusebius taxeth Licinus the emperor for a decree of his made to this effect: Jubens ne viri simul cum mulieribus in ecclesia interessent, for being prodigiously naught himself, allorum naturam ex sua vitiosa mente spectavit, he so esteemed others. But we are far from any such strange conceits, and will permit our wives and daughters to go to the tavern with a friend, as Urbanus saith, modo absit lascivia, and suspect nothing, to kiss coming and going, which, as Erasmus writes in one of his epistles, they cannot endure. England is a paradise for women, and hell for horses; Italy a paradise for horses, hell for women, as the diverb goes. Some make a question whether this headstrong passion rage more in women than men, as Montaigne 1:3. But sure it is more outrageous in women, as all other melancholy is, by reason of the weakness of their sex. Scaliger concludes against women, beside their inconstancy, treachery, suspicion, dissimulation, superstition, pride, for all women are by nature proud, desire of sovereignty. If they be great women, he gives instance in Juno, bitterness and jealousy are the most remarkable affections. Sed neque fulvus appa media tam fulvus in ira est, fulmineo rapidus dum rotat ore canes, nec leo, etc. Tiger, boar, bear, viper, lioness, a woman's fury cannot express. Some say red-headed women, pale-coloured, black-eyed, and of a shrill voice, are most subject to jealousy. High colour in a woman choler shows, naught are they, peevish, proud, malicious, but worst of all, red, shrill, and jealous. Comparisons are odious. I neither parallel them with others, nor debase them any more. Men and women are both bad, and too subject to this pernicious infirmity. It is most part a symptom and cause of melancholy, as Plater and Valescus teach us. Melancholy men are apt to be jealous, and jealous apt to be melancholy. Pale jealousy, child of insatiate love, of heart-sick thoughts which melancholy bred, a hell-tormenting fear. No faith can move, by discontent with deadly poison fed, with heedless youth and error vainly led, a mortal plague, a virtue-drowning flood, a hellish fire not quenched but with blood. If idleness concur with melancholy, such persons are most apt to be jealous. 'Tis Nevisanus' note, an idle woman is presumed to be lascivious, and often jealous. Mulier cum sola cogitat, male cogitat. And 'tis not unlikely, for they have no other business to trouble their heads with. More particular causes be these which follow. Impotency first. When a man is not able of himself to perform those dues which he ought unto his wife, For though he be an honest liver, hurt no man, yet Trebius the lawyer may make a question, and suum cuique tribuat, whether he give every one their own; and therefore, when he takes notice of his wants, and perceives her to be more craving, clamorous, insatiable, and prone to lust than is fit, he begins presently to suspect, that wherein he is defective, she will satisfy herself, she will be pleased by some other means. Cornelius Gallus hath elegantly expressed this humour in an epigram to his Lycoris: Jamque alios juvenes aliosque requirit amores, me vocat imbellem decrepitumque senem, etc. For this cause is most evident in old men, that are cold and dry by nature, and married, succi plenis, to young wanton wives. With old doting Janivere in Chaucer, they begin to mistrust all is not well. She was young, and he was old, and therefore he feared to be a cuckold. And how should it otherwise be? Old age is a disease of itself, loathsome, full of suspicion and fear, when it is at best unable, unfit for such matters. Tam apta nuptiis quam bruma messibus, as welcome to a young woman as snow in harvest, saith Nevisanus. Et si capis juvenculam, faciet tibi cornua. Marry a lusty maid, and she will surely grow horns on thy head. All women are slippery, often unfaithful to their husbands, as Aeneas Sylvius, Epist. 38, seconds him, but to old men most treacherous. They had rather mortem amplexariae, lie with a corpse than such a one. Oderunt illum pueri, contemnunt mulieres. On the other side, many men, saith Hieronymus, are suspicious of their wives, if they be lightly given, but old folks above the rest. Insomuch that she did not complain without a cause in Apuleius of an old bald bedridden knave she had to her good man. Poor woman as I am, what shall I do? I have an old grim sire to my husband, as bald as a coot, as little and as unable as a child, a bedful of bones. He keeps all the doors barred and locked upon me. Woe is me! What shall I do? He was jealous, and she made him a cuckold for keeping her up. Suspicion without a cause, hard usage is able of itself to make a woman fly out, that was otherwise honest. Plerasque bonus tractatio pravus esse facit. Bad usage aggravates the matter. Nam quando mulieres cognoscunt maritum hoc advertere, licentius peccant, as Nevisanus holds. When a woman thinks her husband watcheth her, she will sooner offend. Liberius peccant, et puda omnis abest. Rough handling makes them worse, as the good wife of Bath in Chaucer brags. In his own grease I made him fry, for anger and for every jealousy. Of two extremes, this of hard usage is the worst. 'Tis a great fault, for some men are uxorii, to be too fond of their wives, to dote on them, as Signor Deliro on his Fallace, to be too effeminate, or as some do, to be sick for their wives, breed children for them, and like the Tiberini lie in for them, as some birds hatch eggs by turns, they do all women's offices. Caelius Rhodiginus makes mention of a fellow out of Seneca, that was so besotted on his wife, he could not endure a moment out of her company. He wore her scarf when he went abroad next his heart, and would never drink but in that cup she began first. We have many such fondlings that are their wives' pack horses and slaves. Nam grave malium uxor superans virum suum, as the comical poet hath it. There's no greater misery to a man than to let his wife domineer, to carry her muff, dog, and fan, let her wear the breeches, lay out, spend, and do what she will, go and come whither, when she will, they give consent. Here, take my muff, and do you hear, good man? Now give me pearl, and carry you my fan, etc. poscit palam, redimicula in aures, curae, quid hic cessas, vulgo vult illa videri, tu pete lecticas. Many brave and worthy men have trespassed in this kind. Multos foras claros domestica haec destruxit infamia. And many noble senators and soldiers, as Pliny notes, have lost their honour, in being uxorii, so sottishly overruled by their wives. And therefore Cato in Plutarch made a bitter jest on his fellow citizens, the Romans. We govern all the world abroad, and our wives at home rule us. These offend in one extreme, but too hard and too severe are far more offensive on the other. As just a cause may be a long absence of either party, when they must of necessity be much from home, as lawyers, physicians, mariners, by their professions, or otherwise make frivolous impertinent journeys, tarry long abroad to no purpose, lie out, and are gadding still, upon small occasions. It must needs yield matter of suspicion, when they use their wives unkindly in the meantime, and never tarry at home. It cannot use but engender some conceit. Uxor si cessus amare te cogitat, aut tote amari, aut potare, aut animo obsequi, ex tibi bene esse soli, quum sibi sit male. If thou be absent long, thy wife then thinks thou'rt drunk, at ease, or with some pretty minx. 'Tis well with thee, or else beloved of some, whilst she, poor soul, doth fare full ill at home. Hippocrates the physician had a smack of this disease, for when he was to go home as far as Abdera, and some other remote cities of Greece, he writ to his friend Dionysius, if at least those epistles be his, to oversee his wife in his absence, as Apollo set a raven to watch his Coronis, although she lived in his house with her father and mother, who he knew would have a care of her, yet that would not satisfy his jealousy. He would have his special friend Dionysius to dwell in his house with her all the time of his peregrination, and to observe her behaviour, how she carried herself in her husband's absence, and that she did not lust after other men. For a woman had need to have an overseer to keep her honest. They are bad by nature, and lightly given all, and if they be not curbed in time, as an unpruned tree, they will be full of wild branches, and degenerate of a sudden, especially in their husband's absence. Though one Lucretia were trusty, and one Penelope, yet Clytemnestra made Agamemnon cuckold, and no question there be too many of her conditions. If their husbands tarry too long abroad upon unnecessary business, well may they suspect, or if they run one way, their wives at home will fly out another, quid pro quo. Or if present, and give them not that content which they ought, primum ingratae, mox invisae noctes quae per somnum transiguntur, they cannot endure to lie alone, or to fast long. Peter Godefridus, in his second book of love, and 6th chapter, hath a story out of St. Anthony's life, of a gentleman who by that good man's advice would not meddle with his wife in the Passion week, but for his pains she set a pair of horns on his head. Such another he hath out of Abstemius. One persuaded a new married man to forbear the 3 first nights, and he should all his lifetime after be fortunate in cattle. But his impatient wife would not tarry so long. Well he might speed in cattle, but not in children. Such a tale hath Heinsius of an impotent and slack scholar, a mere student, and a friend of his, that seeing by chance a fine damsel sing and dance, would needs marry her. The match was soon made, for he was young and rich, genis gratus, corpore glabellus, arte multiscius, et fortuna opulentus, like that Apollo in Apuleius. The first night having liberally taken his liquor, as in that country they do, my fine scholar was so fuzzled that he no sooner was laid in bed, but he fell fast asleep, never waked till morning, and then much abashed, purpureis formosa rosis cum aurora ruberet. When the fair morn with purple hue gan shine, he made an excuse, I know not what, out of Hippocrates' cus, etc., and for that time it went current. But when as afterward he did not play the man as he should do, she fell in league with a good fellow, and whilst he sat up late at his study about those criticisms, mending some hard places in Festus or Pollux, came cold to bed, and would tell her still what he had done. She did not much regard what he said, etc. She would have another matter mended much rather, which he did not conceive was corrupt. Thus he continued at his study late, she at her sport, alibi enim festivas noctes agitabat, hating all scholars for his sake, till at length he began to suspect, and turned a little yellow, as well he might, for it was his own fault. And if men be jealous in such cases, as oft it falls out, the men's is in their own hands, they must thank themselves. Who will pity them, saith Neander, or be much offended with such wives? Si deceptae prius viros decipiant, et cornutos redant, if they deceive those that cozened them first. A lawyer's wife in Aristaenetus, because her husband was negligent in his business, quando lecto danda opera, threatened to cornute him, and did not stick to tell Philina, one of her gossips, as much, and that aloud for him to hear. If he follow other men's matters, and leave his own, I'll have an orator shall plead my cause. I care not if he knew it. End of section 29. Section 30 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton, Section 30. Partition 3, Section 3, Member 1, Subsection 2, Part 2. A fourth eminent cause of jealousy may be this: when he that is deformed, and as Pindarus of Vulcan, sine gratiis natus, hirsute, ragged, yet virtuously given, will marry some fair nice piece, or light housewife, begins to misdoubt, as well he may, she doth not affect him. Lis est cum forma magna pudicitiae. Beauty and honesty have ever been at odds. Abraham was jealous of his wife because she was fair, so was Vulcan of his Venus. When he made her creaking shoes, saith Philostratus, ne macaretur sandalios scilicet deferente, that he might hear by them when she stirred, which Mars indigne fere was not well pleased with. Good cause had Vulcan to do as he did, for she was no honester than she should be. Your fine faces have commonly this fault, and it is hard to find, saith Francis Philelphus in an epistle to Saxola his friend, a rich man honest, a proper woman not proud or unchaste. Can she be fair and honest too? Saepe etenim oculuit, picta sese hydra subherba, sub specie formae, incauta se saepe marito, necrum animus vendit. He that marries a wife that is snowy fair alone, let him look, saith Barbarus, for no better success than Vulcan had with Venus, or Claudius with Messalina. And 'tis impossible almost in such cases the wife should contain, or the good man not be jealous, for when he is so defective, weak, ill-proportioned, unpleasing in those parts which women most affect, and she most absolutely fair and able on the other side, if she be not virtuously given, how can she love him? And although she be not fair, yet if he admire her and think her so, in his conceit she is absolute. He holds it impossible for any man living not to dote as he doth, to look on her and not lust, not to covet, and if he be in company with her, not to lay siege to her honesty, or else out of a deep apprehension of his infirmities, deformities, and other men's good parts, out of his own little worth and desert, he distrusts himself. For what is jealousy but distrust? He suspects she cannot affect him, or be not so kind and loving as she should, she certainly loves some other man better than himself. Nevisanus Libro 4, numero 72, will have barrenness to be a main cause of jealousy. If her husband cannot play the man, some other shall. They will leave no remedies unassayed, and thereupon the good man grows jealous. I could give an instance, but be it as it is. I find this reason given by some men, because they have been formerly naught themselves, they think they may be so served by others. They turned up trump before the cards were shuffled. They shall have therefore legem talionis, like for like. Ipse miser docui, quo posset ludere pacto, custodes eheu nunc premor arte mea. Wretch as I was, I taught her bad to be, and now mine own sly tricks are put on me. Mala mens, mala animus, as the saying is. Ill dispositions cause ill suspicions. There is none jealous, I durst pawn my life, but he that hath defiled another's wife, and for that he himself hath gone astray, he straightway thinks his wife will tread that way. To these two above named causes, or incendiaries of this rage, I may very well annex those circumstances of time, place, persons, by which it ebbs and flows, the fuel of this fury. As Vives truly observes, and such like accidents or occasions, proceeding from the parties themselves, or others, which much aggravate and intend this suspicious humour. For many men are so lasciviously given, either out of a depraved nature, or too much liberty, which they do assume unto themselves, by reason of their greatness, in that they are noblemen. For licentiae peccandi et multitudo peccantium are great motives. Though their own wives be never so fair, noble, virtuous, honest, wise, able, and well given, they must have change. Quicam legitimi juguntur fecere lecti, virtute egregiis, facieque domoque puellis, scorta tamen, foedasque lupus in fornice querunt, et per adulterium nova carpere gaudia tentant. Who being matched to wives most virtuous, noble and fair, fly out lascivious. Quod licet ingratum est, that which is ordinary is unpleasant. Nero, saith Tacitus, abhorred Octavia his own wife, a noble virtuous lady, and loved Acte, a base queen in respect. Cerinthus rejected Sulpitia, a nobleman's daughter, and courted a poor servant maid. Tanta est aliena in messe voluptas, for that stolen waters be more pleasant. Or, as Vitellius the emperor was wont to say, jucundiores amores, qui cum periculo habentur, like stolen venison, still the sweetest is that love which is most difficultly attained. They like better to hunt by stealth in another man's walk, than to have the fairest course that may be at game of their own. Aspice ut in coelo modo sol, modo luno ministret, sic etiam nobis una pella parum est. As sun and moon in heaven change their course, so they change loves, though often to the worse. Or that some fair object so forcibly moves them, they cannot contain themselves, be it heard or seen, they will be at it. Nessus the centaur was by agreement to carry Hercules and his wife over the river Evenus. No sooner had he set Deianira on the other side, but he would have offered violence unto her, leaving Hercules to swim over as he could. And though her husband was a spectator, yet would he not desist till Hercules with a poisoned arrow shot him to death. Neptune saw by chance that Thessalian Tyro, Eunippius' wife. He forthwith, in the fury of his lust, counterfeited her husband's habit, and made him cuckold. Tarquin heard Collatine commend his wife, and was so far enraged, that in the midst of the night to her he went. Theseus stole Ariadne, vi rapuit, that Trazenian Anaxa, Antiope, and now being old, Helen, a girl not yet ready for her husband. Great men are most part thus affected all. As a horse they neigh, saith Jeremiah, after their neighbours' wives, ut visa pullus adhinit equa. And if they be in company with other women, though in their own wives' presence, they must be courting and dallying with them. Juno in Lucian complains of Jupiter, that he was still kissing Ganymede before her face, which did not a little offend her. And besides, he was a counterfeit Amphitryo, a bull, a swan, a golden shower, and played many such bad pranks, too long, too shameful to relate. Or that they care little for their own ladies, and fear no laws, they dare freely keep whores at their wives' noses. 'Tis too frequent with noblemen to be dishonest. Pietas, probitas, fides, privata bona sunt, as he said long since. Piety, chastity, and such like virtues are for private men, not to be much looked after in great courts, and which Suetonius of the good princes of his time, they might be all engraven in one ring, we me truly hold of chaste potentates of our age. For great personages will familiarly run out in this kind, and yield occasion of offence. Montaigne in his Essays give instate in Caesar, Mahomet the Turk that sacked Constantinople, and Ladislas, king of Naples, that besieged Florence. Great men and great soldiers are commonly great, etc. Probatum est. They are good doers. Mars and Venus are equally balanced in their actions. Militis in Galea nidum fecere columbae, apparet Marti quam sit amica Venus. A dove within a headpiece made her nest, 'twixt Mars and Venus, see an interest. Especially if they be bold, for bold men have ever been suspicious. Read more in Aristotle, section 4, problem 19, as Galba, Otho, Domitian, and remarkable Caesar amongst the rest. Urbani servate uxores, maecum calvum adducimus. Besides, this bold Caesar, saith Curio in Sueton, was omnium mulierum vir. He made love to Eunoe, queen of Mauritania, to Cleopatra, to Postumia, wife to Sergius Sulpicius, to Lollia, wife to Gabinius, to Tertulla of Crassus, to Mutia, Pompey's wife, and I know not how many besides. And well he might, for, if all be true that I have read, he had a licence to lie with whom he list. Inter alios honores Caesari decretos, as Sueton, cap. 52, de Julio, and Dion, libro 44 relate. Jus illi datum, cum quibuscumque faeminis se jungendi. Every private history will yield such variety of instances, otherwise good, wise, discreet men, virtuous and valiant, but too faulty in this. Priamus had 50 sons, but 17 alone lawfully begotten. Philippus Bonus left 14 bastards. Lorenzo de Medici, a good prince and a wise, but, saith Machiavelli, prodigiously lascivious. None so valiant as Castruccius Castrucanus, but, as the said author hath it, none so incontinent as he was. And 'tis not only predominant in grandees this fault, but if you will take a great man's testimony, 'tis familiar with every base soldier in France, and elsewhere I think. This vice, saith mine author, is so common with us in France, that he is of no account, a mere coward, not worthy the name of soldier, that is not a notorious whoremaster. In Italy he is not a gentleman, that besides his wife hath not a courtesan and a mistress. 'Tis no marvel then, if poor women in such cases be jealous, when they shall see themselves manifestly neglected, contemned, loathed, unkindly used, their disloyal husbands to entertain others in their rooms, and many times to court ladies to their faces, other men's wives to wear their jewels. How shall a poor woman in such a case moderate her passion? quis tibi nunc dido cernenti talia sensus? How, on the other hand, shall a poor man contain himself from this feral malady, when he shall see so manifest signs of his wife's inconstancy? When, as Milo's wife, she dotes upon every young man she sees, or as Martial's Sota, deserto sequitur Cletum marito, deserts her husband and follows Cletus. Though her husband be proper and tall, fair and lovely to behold, able to give contentment to any one woman, yet she will taste of the forbidden fruit. Juvenal's Iberina to a hair, she is as well pleased with one eye as one man. If a young gallant come by chance into her presence, a fastidious brisk, that can wear his clothes well in fashion, with a lock, a jingling spur, a feather, that can cringe and withal compliment, court a gentlewoman, she raves upon him. Oh, what a lovely proper man he was, another Hector, an Alexander, a goodly man, a demigod. How sweetly he carried himself, with how comely a grace, sic oculos, sic ille manus, sic ora ferabat, how neatly he did wear his clothes. Quam sese ore ferens, quam forti pectore et armis, how bravely did he discourse, ride, sing, and dance, etc. And then she begins to loathe her husband, repugnans osculator, to hate him and his filthy beard, his goatish complexion, as Doris said of Polyphemus. Totus qui sanium, totus ut hircus olet. He is a rammy, fulsome fellow, a goblin-faced fellow, he smells, he stinks, et caepus simul alumque ructat, si quando ad salamum, etc. How like a dizzard, a fool, an ass he looks, how like a clown he behaves himself. She will not come near him by her own good will, but wholly rejects him, as Venus did her fuliginous Vulcan. At last, nec Deus huc mensa, Dea nec dignita cubili est. So did Lucretia, a lady of Senae, after she had but seen Euryalus. In Euryalum tota ferebatur, domum reversa, etc. She would not hold her eyes off him in his presence. Tantum aggregio decus enitet ore, and in his absence could think of none but him. Odit virum. She loathed her husband forthwith, might not abide him. Et conjugalis negligens tore, viro praesente, acerbo nauseat fastidio. All against the laws of matrimony. She did abhor her husband's visome, and sought all opportunity to see her sweetheart again. Now when the good man shall observe his wife so lightly given, to be so free and familiar with every gallant, her immodesty and wantonness, as Camerarius notes, it must needs yield matter of suspicion to him, when she still pranks up herself beyond her means and fortunes, makes impertinent journeys, unnecessary visitations, stays out so long with such and such companions, so frequently goes to plays, masques, feasts, and all public meetings, shall use such immodest gestures, free speeches, and withal show some distaste of her own husband, how can he choose, though he were another Socrates, but be suspicious and instantly jealous? Socraticus tandem faciet transcendere metas, more especially when he shall take notice of their more secret and sly tricks, which to cornute their husbands they commonly use. Dum ludis, ludus haec te fecit. They pretend love, honour, chastity, and seem to respect them before all men living. Saints in show, so cunningly can they dissemble, they will not so much as look upon another man in his presence. So chaste, so religious, and so devout, they cannot endure the name or sight of a queen, a harlot, out upon her, and in their outward carriage are most loving and officious, will kiss their husband and hang about his neck. Dear husband, sweet husband. and with a composed countenance salute him, especially when he comes home, or if he go from home, weep, sigh, lament, and take upon them to be sick and swoon, like Jocundo's wife in Ariosto, when her husband was to depart, and yet arrant, etc. They care not for him. Ay me, the thought, quoth she, makes me so afraid that scarce the breath abideth in my breast. Peace, my sweet love and wife, Jocundo said, and weeps as fast and comforts her his best, etc. All this might not assuage the woman's pain. Needs must I die before you come again, nor how to keep my life I can devise. The doleful days and nights I shall sustain, from meat my mouth, from sleep will keep my eyes, etc. That very night that went before the morrow, that he had pointed surely to depart, Jocundo's wife was sick and swooned for sorrow, amid his arms, so heavy was her heart. And yet, for all these counterfeit tears and protestations, Jocundo coming back in all haste for a jewel he had forgot, his chaste and yoke fellow he found, yoked with a knave, all honesty neglected. The adulterer sleeping, very sound, yet by his face was easily detected, a beggar's brat bred by him from his cradle, and now was riding on his master's saddle. Thus can they cunningly counterfeit, as Platina describes their customs, kiss their husbands, whom they had rather see hanging on a gallows, and swear they love him dearer than their own lives, whose soul they would not ransom for their little dogs. Similis si permutatio detur, morte viri cupiunt, aniniani servare catellae. Many of them seem to be precise and holy, forsooth, and will go to such a church, to hear such a good man by all means, an excellent man, when 'tis for no other intent, as he follows it, than to see and to be seen, to observe what fashions are in use, to meet some pander, bawd, monk, friar, or to entice some good fellow. For they persuade themselves, as Nevisanus shows, that it is neither sin nor shame to lie with a lord or parish priest, if he be a proper man, and though she kneel often and pray devoutly, 'tis, saith Platina, not for her husband's welfare, or children's good, or any friend, but for her sweetheart's return, her pander's health. If her husband would have her go, she feigns herself sick, et simulat subito condoluisti caput, her head aches, and she cannot stir. But if her paramour ask as much, she is for him in all seasons, at all hours of the night. In the kingdom of Malabar, and about Goa in the East Indies, the women are so subtle that, with a certain drink they give them to drive away cares, as they say, they will make them sleep for 24 hours, or so intoxicate them that they can remember naught of what they saw done, or heard, and by washing their feet restore them again, and so make their husbands cuckold to their faces. Some are ill disposed at all times, to all persons they like, others more wary to some few, at such and such seasons, as Augusta, Livia, non nisi plena navi vectorum tolebat. But as he said, no pen could write, no tongue attain to tell, by force of eloquence or help of art, of women's treacheries the 100th part. Both, to say truth, are often faulty. Men and women give just occasions in this humour of discontent, aggravate and yield matter of suspicion, but most part of the chief causes proceed from other adventitious accidents and circumstances, though the parties be free, are both well given themselves. The indiscreet carriage of some lascivious gallant, et e contra of some light woman, by his often frequenting of a house, bold unseemly gestures, may make a breach, and by his over familiarity, if he be inclined to yellowness, colour him quite out. If he be poor, basely born, saith Benedito Varchi, and otherwise unhandsome, he suspects him the less. But if a proper man, such as was Alcibiades in Greece, and Castruccius Castrucanus in Italy, well descended, commendable for his good parts, he taketh on the more, and watcheth his doings. Theodosius the emperor gave his wife Eudoxia, a golden apple when he was a suitor to her, which she long after bestowed upon a young gallant in the court of her especial acquaintance. The emperor, espying this apple in his hand, suspected forthwith more than was his wife's dishonesty, banished him the court, and from that day following forbare to accompany her any more. A rich merchant had a fair wife. According to his custom he went to travel. In his absence a good fellow tempted his wife. She denied him, yet he, dying a little after, gave her a legacy for the love he bore her. At his return, her jealous husband, because she had got more by land than he had done at sea, turned her away upon suspicion. Now when those other circumstances of time and place, opportunity and importunity shall concur, what will they not effect? Fair opportunity can win the coyest she that is, so wisely he takes time, as he'll be sure he will not miss. Then lie that loves her gamesome vain, and tempers toys with art, brings love that swimmeth in her eyes to dive into her heart. As at plays, masques, great feasts and banquets, one singles out his wife to dance, another courts her in his presence, a third tempts her, a fourth insinuates with a pleasing compliment, a sweet smile, ingratiates himself with an amphibological speech, as that merry companion in the satirist did to his Glycerium. Adsidens et interiorem palmam amabiliter concutiens. Quod meus hortus habet, sumat impune licebit, si dederis nobis quod tuus hortus habet, with many such, etc. And then, as he saith, she may no while in chastity abide, that is assayed on every side. For after all great feast, vino saepe suum nescit amica virum. Noah, saith Hierome, showed his nakedness in his drunkenness, which for 600 years he had covered in soberness. Lot lay with his daughters in his drink, as Cinyras with Myrrha. Quid enim Venus ebria curat? The most continent may be overcome, or if otherwise they keep bad company, they that are modest of themselves, and dare not offend, confirmed by others, grow impudent and confident, and get an ill habit. Alia quaestus gratia matrimonium corrumpit, alia peccans multas vuit morbi habere socias. Or if they dwell in suspected places, as in an infamous inn, near some stews, near monks, friars, Nevisanus adds, where be many tempters and solicitors, idle persons that frequent their companies, it may give just cause of suspicion. Martial of old inveighed against them that counterfeited a disease to go to the bath, for so many times, relicto, conjuge Penelope venit, abit Helene. Aeneas Sylvius puts in a caveat against princes' courts, because there be, tot formosi juvenes qui promittunt, so many brave suitors to tempt, etc. If you leave her in such a place, you shall likely find her in company you like not, either they come to her, or she is gone to them. Cornmanus makes a doubting jest in his lascivious country. Virginis illibata censiata ne castitas, ad quam frequentur accedant scholares. And Baldus the lawyer scoffs on, quum scholaris, inquit, loquitur cum puella, non praesumitur e dicere. Pater noster, when a scholar talks with a maid, or another man's wife in private, it is presumed he saith not a pater noster. Or, if I shall see a monk or a friar climb up a ladder at midnight into a virgin's or widow's chamber window, I shall hardly think he then goes to administer the sacraments, or to take her confession. These are the ordinary causes of jealousy, which are intended or remitted as the circumstances vary. End of section 30.
Section 31 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton, Section 31. Partition 3, Section 3, Member 2. Symptoms of jealousy, fear, sorrow, suspicion, strange actions, gestures, outrages, locking up, oaths, trials, laws, etc. Of all passions, as I have already proved, love is most violent, and of those bitter potions which this love melancholy affords, this bastard jealousy is the greatest, as appears by those prodigious symptoms which it hath, and that it produceth. For, besides fear and sorrow, which is common to all melancholy, anxiety of mind, suspicion, aggravation, restless thoughts, paleness, meagreness, neglect of business, and the like, these men are farther yet misaffected, and in a higher strain. 'Tis a more vehement passion, a more furious perturbation, a bitter pain, a fire, a pernicious curiosity, a gall corrupting the honey of our life, madness, vertigo, plague, hell. They are more than ordinarily disquieted. They lose bonum pacis, as Chrysostom observes. And though they be rich, keep sumptuous tables, be nobly allied, yet miserrimi omnium sunt, they are most miserable. They are more than ordinarily discontent, more sad, nihil tristius, more than ordinarily suspicious. Jealousy, saith Vives, begets unquietness in the mind, night and day. He hunts after every word he hears, every whisper, and amplifies it to himself, as all melancholy men do in other matters, with a most unjust calumny of others. He misinterprets everything is said or done, most apt to mistake or misconstrue. He pries into every corner, follows close, observes to a hair. 'Tis proper to jealousy so to do. Pale hag, infernal fury, pleasure smart, envy's observer, prying in every part. Besides those strange gestures of staring, frowning, grinning, rolling of eyes, menacing, ghastly looks, broken pace, interrupt, precipitate, half-turns, he will sometimes sigh, weep, sob for anger. Nempe suos imbres etiam ista tonitrua fundunt. Swear and belie, slander any man, curse, threaten, brawl, scold, fight, and sometimes again flatter and speak fair, ask forgiveness, kiss and call, condemn his rashness and folly, vow, protest, and swear he will never do so again, and then eftsoons, impatient as he is, rave, roar, and lay about him like a madman, thump her sides, drag her about perchance, drive her out of doors, send her home, he will be divorced forthwith, she is a whore, etc. And by, with all submission, compliment, entreat her fair, and bring her in again, he loves her dearly, she is his sweet, most kind and loving wife, he will not change, nor leave her for a kingdom. So he continues, off and on, as the toy takes him, the object moves him, but most part brawling, fretting, unquiet he is, accusing and suspecting, not strangers only, but brothers and sisters, father and mother, nearest and dearest friends. He thinks with those Italians, qui non tocca parentado, tocca mai errado, and through fear conceives unto himself things almost incredible and impossible to be effected, as a heron when she fishes, still prying on all sides,
or as a cat doth a mouse. His eye is never off hers. He gloats on him, on her, accurately observing on whom she looks, who looks at her, what she saith, doth, at dinner, at supper, sitting, walking, at home, abroad. He is the same, still inquiring, maundering, gazing, listening, affrighted with every small object. Why did she smile? Why did she pity him, commend him? Why did she drink twice to such a man? Why did she offer to kiss, to dance, etc.? A whore, an arrant whore. All this he confesseth in the poet. Omnia mitterent, timidus sum, ignosce timori, et mise in tunica suspico esse virum. Me ledit si multa tibi dabit osculam meta, me soror, et cumqua dormit amica simul. Each thing affrights me, I do fear. Ah, pardon me my fear. I doubt a man is hid within the clothes that thou dost wear. Is it not a man in woman's apparel? Is not somebody in that great chest, or behind the door, or hangings, or in some of those barrels? May not a man steal in at the window with a ladder of ropes, or come down the chimney, have a false key, or get in when he is asleep? If a mouse do but stir, or the wind blow, a casement clatter, that's the villain, there he is. By his good will no man shall see her, salute her, speak with her. She shall not go forth of his sight, so much as to do her needs. Non ita bovem Argus, etc. Argus did not so keep his cow, that watchful dragon the golden fleece, or Cerberus the coming in of hell, as he keeps his wife. If a dear friend, or near kinsman, come as guest to his house, to visit him, he will never let him be out of his own sight and company, lest peradventure, etc. If the necessity of his business be such that he must go from home, he doth either lock her up, or commit her with a deal of injunctions and protestations to some trusty friends. Him and her he sets and bribes to oversee. One servant is set in his absence to watch another, and all to observe his wife. And yet all this will not serve, though his business be very urgent. He will, when he is half-way, come back in all post-haste, rise from supper, or at midnight, and be gone, and sometimes leave his business undone, and as a stranger court his own wife in some disguised habit. Though there be no danger at all, no cause of suspicion, she live in such a place where Messalina herself could not be dishonest if she would. Yet he suspects her as much as if she were in a bawdy house, some prince's court, or in a common inn, where all comers might have free access. He calls her on a sudden all to naught. She is a strumpet, a light hussif, a bitch, an arrant whore. No persuasion, no protestation can divert this passion. Nothing can ease him, secure, or give him satisfaction. It is most strange to report what outrageous acts by men and women have been committed in this kind, by women especially, that will run after their husbands into all places and companies, as Jovianus Pontanus' wife did by him, follow him whithersoever he went, it matters not, or upon what business, raving like Juno in the tragedy, miscalling, cursing, swearing, and mistrusting every one she sees. Gomesius, in his 3rd book of the life and deeds of Francis Ximenius, sometime Archbishop of Toledo, hath a strange story of that incredible jealousy of Joan, Queen of Spain, wife to King Philip, mother of Ferdinand and Charles V, emperors. When her husband Philip, either for that he was tired with his wife's jealousy, or had some great business, went into the Low Countries, she was so impatient and melancholy upon his departure, that she would scarce eat her meat, or converse with any man. And though she were with child, the season of the year very bad, the wind against her, in all haste she would to sea after him. Neither Isabella, her queen mother, the archbishop, or any other friend could persuade her to the contrary, but she would after him. When she was now come into the Low Countries, and kindly entertained by her husband, she could not contain herself, but in a rage ran upon a yellow-haired wench, with whom she suspected her husband to be naught, cut off her hair, did beat her black and blue, and so dragged her about. It is an ordinary thing for women in such cases to scratch the faces, slit the noses of such as they suspect, as Henry II's importune Juno did by Rosamond at Woodstock, for she complains in a modern poet she scarce spake, but flies with eager fury to my face, offering me most unwomanly disgrace. Look how a tigress, etc. So fell she on me in outrageous wise, as could disdain and jealousy devise. Or, if it be so they dare not or cannot execute any such tyrannical injustice, they will miscall, rail, and revile, bear them deadly hate and malice, as Tacitus observes. The hatred of a jealous woman is inseparable against such as she suspects. Nulla vis flammae tumidique venti, tanta nec telli metuanda torti, quanta cum conjux viduata taedis ardet et odit. Winds, weapons, flames, make not such hurly-burly, as raving women turn all topsy-turvy. So did Agrippina by Lollia, and Calphurnia in the days of Claudius. But women are sufficiently curbed in such cases. The rage of men is more eminent and frequently put in practice. See but with what rigour those jealous husbands tyrannize over their poor wives. In Greece, Spain, Italy, Turkey, Africa, Asia, and generally over all those hot countries, mulieres vestre terra vestra arate sicut vultis. Mahomet in his Alcoran gives this power to men. Your wives are as your land, till them, use them, and treat them fair or foul, as you will yourselves. Me castor legidura vivunt mulieres, they lock them still in their houses, which are so many prisons to them. Will suffer nobody to come at them, or their wives to be seen abroad. Nec campos liceat lustrare patentes. They must not so much as look out. And if they be great persons, they have eunuchs to keep them, as the Grand Signor among the Turks, the Sophies of Persia, those Tartarian Mogors, and kings of China. Infantes masculos castrant innumeros ut regi serviant, saith Riccius. They geld innumerable infants to this purpose. The king of China maintains 10,000 eunuchs in his family to keep his wives. The Zarifs of Barbary keep their courtesans in such a strict manner, that if any man come but in sight of them, he dies for it. And if they chance to see a man, and do not instantly cry out, though from their windows, they must be put to death. The Turks have I know not how many black deformed eunuchs, for the whites serve for other ministries, to this purpose sent commonly from Egypt, deprived in their childhood of all their privities, and brought up in the seraglio at Constantinople, to keep their wives, which are so penned up they may not confer with any living man, or converse with younger women, have a cucumber or carrot sent into them for their diet, but sliced for fear, etc., and so live, and are left alone to their unchaste thoughts all the days of their lives. The vulgar sort of women, if at any time they come abroad, which is very seldom, to visit one another, or to go to their baths, are so covered that no man can see them, as the matrons were in old Rome, lectica aut cella tecta vectae, so Dion and Seneca record, velatae totae incedunt, which Alexander ab Alexandro relates of the Parthians, lib 5, cap 24, which, with Andreas Tiraquellus, his commentator, I rather think should be understood of Persians. I have not yet said all. They do not only lock them up, sed et pudendis seras adhibent. Hear what Bembus relates, lib 6 of his Venetian history, of those inhabitants that dwell about Quilon in Africa. Lusitani inquit, quorundum civitates adierunt, qui natis statim faeminis naturam consuunt, co ad urine exitus ne impediator, easque quum adoleverint sic consutas in matrimonium collocant, ut sponsi prima cura sit conglutinatas puellae oras ferro interscindere. In some parts of Greece at this day, like those old Jews, they will not believe their wives are honest, nisi panum menstruatum prima nocte videant. Our countryman Sands, in his Peregrination, saith it is severely observed in Zanzinthus or Zante, and Leo Afer in his time at Fez in Africa, Non credunt virginem esse nisi videant sanguineam mappam, si non ad parentes pudore regicitur. Those sheets are publicly shown by their parents, and kept as a sign of incorrupt virginity. The Jews of old examined their maids ex tenui membrana, called hymen, which Laurentius in his Anatomy, Columbus lib 12 cap 10, Capivaccius lib 4 cap 11, De uteri affectibus, Vincent, Alsarus Genuensis quaesit, med cent 4, Hieronymus Mercurialis consult, Ambros, Pareus, Julius Caesar, Claudinus respons 4, as that also de ruptura venarum ut sauguis fluat, copiously confute. 'Tis no sufficient trial, they contend, and yet others again defend it. Gaspar Bartolinus Institut Anat lib 1 cap 31, Pinnaeus of Paris, Albertus Magnus de secret mulier cap 9 and 10, etc., and think they speak too much in favour of women. Ludovicus Boncialus lib 4 cap 2, mulier naturalem illam uteri labiorum constrictionem in qua virginitatem consistere volunt, astringentibus medicinis fieri posse vendicat, et si deflorate sint, astute mulieres inquit nos fallunt in his, idem Alsarius Crucius Genuensis iisdem feri verbis, idem Avicenna lib 3 fen 20, tract 1 cap 47. Rhasis Continent lib 24, Rodericus a Castro de Natmul lib 1 cap 3. An old bawdy nurse in Aristanitus, like that Spanish Celestina, quae quinque mille virgines fecit mulieres, totidemque mulieres arte sua virgines, when a fair maid of her acquaintance wept and made her moan to her, how she had been deflowered, and now ready to be married, was afraid it would be perceived, comfortably replied, Nolli vereri filia, etc. Fear not, daughter, I'll teach thee a trick to help it, said haec extra calem. To what end are all those astrological questions, ansit Virgo, ansit Casta, ansit Mulier, and such strange absurd trials in Albertus Magnus, Bat Porta Mag lib 2 cap 21, in Wecker lib 5 de secret, by stones, perfumes, to make them piss, and confess I know not what in their sleep. Some jealous brain was the first founder of them. And to what passion may we ascribe those severe laws against jealousy? Numbers verse 14, adulterers, Deuteronomy chapter 22 verse 22, as amongst the Hebrews, amongst the Egyptians. Read Behemoth, lib 1 cap 5, de mor gen of the Carthaginians, cap 6 of Turks, lib 2 cap 11. Amongst the Athenians of old, Italians at this day, wherein they are to be severely punished, cut in pieces, burned, vivi comburio, buried alive, with several expurgations, etc. Are they not as so many symptoms of incredible jealousy? We may say the same of those Vestal virgins that fetched water in a sieve, as Tatia did in Rome, anno ab urb condita 800, before the senators, and Aemilia, Virgo innocens, that ran over hot irons, as Emma, Edward the Confessor's mother, did, the king himself being a spectator, with the like. We read in Nicephorus that Cunegunda, the wife of Henricus Bavarus emperor, suspected of adultery, in simulata adulterii per ignitos vomeres illesa transit, trod upon red-hot coulters, and had no harm. Such another story we find in Regino lib 2, in Aventinus and Sigonius of Charles III, and his wife Richarda, anno 887, that were so purged with hot irons. Pausanias saith, that he was once an eye-witness of such a miracle at Diana's temple. A maid without any harm at all walked upon burning coals. Pius II, in his description of Europe, circa 46, relates as much, that it was commonly practised at Diana's temple for women to go barefoot over hot coals, to try their honesties. Plinius, Solinus, and many writers make mention of Geronia's temple, and Dionysius Halicarnassus, lib 3 of Memnon's statue, which were used to this purpose. Tatius lib 6 of Pan, his cave, much like old St. Wilfrid's Needle in Yorkshire, wherein they did use to try maids whether they were honest. When Leucippe went in, suavissimus exaudiri sonus caepit Austin de Civ. de lib. 10, c. 16, relates many such examples, all which Lavater de Spect part 1 cap 19 contends to be done by the illusion of devils, though Thomas, Quaest. 6 de Polentia, etc., ascribes it to good angels. Some, saith Austin, compel their wives to swear they be honest, as if perjury were a lesser sin than adultery. Some consult oracles, as Phares, that blind king of Egypt. Others reward, as those old Romans used to do. If a woman were contented with one man, corona pudicitiae donabatur, she had a crown of chastity bestowed on her. When all this will not serve, saith Alexander Gaguinus, cap. 5, Descript Muscoviae, the Muscovites, if they suspect their wives, will beat them till they confess, and if that will not avail, like those wild Irish, be divorced at their pleasures, or else knock them on the heads, as the old Gauls have done in former ages. Of this tyranny of jealousy read more in Parthenius Erot cap. 10, Camerarius cap. 53, Hor Subsis et Cent. 2 cap. 34, Caelius Epistles, Thomas Challoner de Repub. Aug. lib. 9, Ariosto lib. 31, Stase 1, Felix Platerus Observat lib. 1, etc. End of section 31. Section 32 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton, Section 32. Partition 3, Section 3, Member 3. Prognostics of jealousy, despair, madness, to make away themselves and others. Those which are jealous, most part, if they be not otherwise relieved, proceed from suspicion to hatred, from hatred to frenzy, madness, injury, murder, and despair. A plague, by whose most damnable effect, divers in deep despair to die have sought, by which a man to madness near is brought, as well with causeless as with just suspect. In their madness many times, saith Vives, they make away themselves and others, which induceth Cyprian to call it fecundam et multiplicem perniciem, fontem cladium et seminarium delictorum, a fruitful mischief, the seminary of offences, and fountain of murders. Tragical examples are too common in this kind, both new and old, in all ages, as of Cephalus and Procris, Phareus of Egypt, Tereus, Atreus, and Thyestes. Alexander Phareus was murdered of his wife, ob pellicatus suspitionem, Tully saith. Antoninus Verus was so made away by Lucilla, Demetrius the son of Antigonus, and Nicanor by their wives, Hercules poisoned by Dejanira, Cecina murdered by Vespasian, Justina, a Roman lady, by her husband, Amestris, Xerxes' wife, because she found her husband's cloak in Masista's house, cut off Masista, his wife's paps, and gave them to the dogs, flayed her besides, and cut off her ears, lips, tongue, and slit the nose of Artainta, her daughter. Our late writers are full of such outrages. Paulus Emilius, in his History of France, hath a tragical story of Chilpericus the First his death, made away by Ferdegunda his queen. In a jealous humour, he came from hunting, and stole behind his wife, as she was dressing and combing her head in the sun, gave her a familiar touch with his wand, which she, mistaking for her lover, said, "Ah, Landre, a good knight should strike before, and not behind." But when she saw herself betrayed by his presence, she instantly took order to make him away. Hierome Osorius, in his 11th book of the Deeds of Emmanuel, King of Portugal, to this effect hath a tragical narration of one Ferdinandus Chalderia, that wounded Gotherinus, a noble countryman of his, at Goa in the East Indies, and cut off one of his legs, for that he looked as he thought too familiarly upon his wife, which was afterwards a cause of many quarrels and much bloodshed. Guianerius speaks of a silly jealous fellow, that seeing his child new-born included in a call, thought sure a Franciscan that used to come to his house was the father of it, it was so like the friar's cowl, and thereupon threatened the friar to kill him. Fulgosus, of a woman in Narbonne, that cut off her husband's privities in the night, because she thought he played false with her. The story of Jonas's Bassa, and fair Manto his wife, is well known to such as have read the Turkish history, and that of Joan of Spain, of which I treated in my former section. Her jealousy, saith Gemesius, was the cause of both their deaths. King Philip died for grief a little after, as Martian his physician gave it out, and she, for her part, after a melancholy, discontented life, misspent in lurking holes and corners, made an end of her miseries. Felix Plater, in the first book of his Observations, hath many such instances, of a physician of his acquaintance that was first mad through jealousy, and afterwards desperate; of a merchant that killed his wife in the same humour, and after precipitated himself; of a doctor of law that cut off his man's nose; of a painter's wife in Basel, anno 1600, that was mother of 9 children, and had been 27 years married, yet afterwards jealous, and so impatient that she became desperate, and would neither eat nor drink in her own house, for fear her husband should poison her. 'Tis a common sign, this, for when once the humours are stirred, and the imagination misaffected, it will vary itself in divers forms, and many such absurd symptoms will accompany, even madness itself. Skenkius hath an example of a jealous woman, that by this means had many fits of the mother, and in his first book of some that through jealousy ran mad, of a baker that gelded himself to try his wife's honesty, etc. Such examples are too common. End of section 32.
Section 33 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton, Section 33. Partition 3, Section 3, Member 4, Subsection 1. Cure of jealousy, by avoiding occasions, not to be idle, of good counsel, to contemn it, not to watch or lock them up, to dissemble it, etc. As of all other melancholy, some doubt whether this malady may be cured or no. They think 'tis like the gout, or Switzers, whom we commonly call Walloons, those hired soldiers, if once they take possession of a castle, they can never be got out. Qui timet ut sua sit, nequis sibi substrahat illam, ille Macedonia vix ope salvus est. This is the cruel wound, against whose smart no liquor's force prevails, or any plaster, no skill of stars, no depth of magic art, devised by that great clerk Zoroaster. A wound that so infects the soul and heart, as all our sense and reason it doth master, a wound whose pang and torment is so durable, as it may rightly called be incurable. Yet what I have formerly said of other melancholy, I will say again, it may be cured or mitigated at least by some contrary passion, good counsel and persuasion. If it be withstood in the beginning, maturely resisted, and as those ancients hold, the nails of it be pared before they grow too long. No better means to resist or repel it than by avoiding idleness, to be still seriously busied about some matters of importance, to drive out those vain fears, foolish fantasies, and irksome suspicions out of his head, and then to be persuaded by his judicious friends to give ear to their good counsel and advice, and wisely to consider how much he discredits himself, his friends, dishonours his children, disgraceth his family, publisheth his shame, and as a trumpeter of his own misery, divulgeth, macerates, grieves himself and others. What an argument of weakness it is, how absurd a thing in its own nature, how ridiculous, how brutish a passion, how sottish, how odious. For as Hierome well hath it, odium sui facit, et ipse novissime sibi odio est. Others hate him, and at last he hates himself for it. How harebrain a disease, mad and furious. If he will but hear them speak, no doubt he may be cured. Joan, Queen of Spain, of whom I have formerly spoken, under pretence of changing air was sent to Complutum, or Alcade de las Generas, where Ximenius the Archbishop of Toledo then lived, that by his good counsel, as for the present she was, she might be eased. For a disease of the soul, if concealed, tortures and overturns it, and by no physic can sooner be removed than by a discreet man's comfortable speeches. I will not here insert any consolatory sentences to this purpose, or forestall any man's invention, but leave it every one to dilate and amplify as he shall think fit in his own judgment. Let him advise with Siracides, cap. 9. 1. Be not jealous over the wife of thy bosom. Read that comfortable and pithy speech to this purpose of Ximenius, in the author himself, as it is recorded by Gomesius. Consult with Chaloner, Librum 9 de Republicum Anglorum, or Caelia in her epistles, etc. Only this I will add, that if it be considered aright which causeth this jealous passion, be it just or unjust, whether with or without cause, true or false, it ought not so heinously to be taken. 'Tis no such real or capital matter that it should make so deep a wound. 'Tis a blow that hurts not, an insensible smart, grounded many times upon false suspicion alone, and so fostered by a sinister conceit. If she be not dishonest, he troubles and macerates himself without a cause. Or put case which is the worst, he be a cuckold. It cannot be helped. The more he stirs in it, the more he aggravates his own misery. How much better were it in such a case to dissemble or contemn it? Why should that be feared which cannot be redressed? Multae tandem deposuerunt, saith Vives, quum flecti maritos non posse vident. Many women, when they see there is no remedy, have been pacified. And shall men be more jealous than women? 'Tis some comfort in such a case to have companions. Solomon miseris socios habuisse doloris. Who can say that he is free? Who can assure himself he is not one de praeterito, or secure himself de futuro? If it were his case alone, it were hard, but being as it is almost a common calamity, 'tis not so grievously to be taken. If a man have a lock which every man's key will open as well as his own, why should he think to keep it private to himself? In some countries they make nothing of it. Ne nobiles quidem, saith Leo Afer. In many parts of Africa, if she be past 14, there is not a nobleman that marries a maid, or that hath a chaste wife. 'Tis so common, as the moon gives horns once a month to the world, do they to their husbands at least. And 'tis most part true which that Caledonian lady, Agetocovus, a British prince's wife, told Julia Augusta, when she took her up for dishonesty. We Britons are naught at least with some few choice men of the better sort, but you Romans lie with every base knave. You are a company of common whores. Severus the emperor in his time made laws for the restraint of this vice, and as Dion Nicaeus relates in his life, 3 milia maecorum, 3,000 cuckold makers, or naturae monetam adulterantes, as Philo calls them, false coiners and clippers of nature's money, were summoned into the court at once. And yet, non omnem molitor quae fluit undam videt. The miller sees not all the water that goes by his mill. No doubt, but, as in our days, these were of the commonalty. All the great ones were not so much as called in question for it. Martial's epigram, I suppose, might have been generally applied in those licentious times. Omnia solus habes, etc. Thy goods, lands, money, wits are thine own. Uxorum sed habes Candidae cum populo. But, neighbour Candidus, your wife is common. Husband and cuckold in that age it seems were reciprocal terms. The emperors themselves did wear Actaeon's badge. How many Caesars might I reckon up together, and what a catalogue of connuted kings and princes in every story! Agamemnon, Menelaus, Philippus of Greece, Ptolemaeus of Egypt, Lucullus, Caesar, Pompeius, Cato, Augustus, Antonius, Antoninus, etc., that wore fair plumes of bull's feathers in their crests. The bravest soldiers and most heroical spirits could not avoid it. They have been active and passive in this business. They have either given or taken horns. King Arthur, whom we call one of the 9 worthies, for all his great valour, was unworthily served by Mordred, one of his Round Table knights, and Glycera, or Helena Alba, his fair wife, as Leland interprets it, was an arrant honest woman. Parcerem libentur, saith mine author. Heroinarum laesae majestati, si non historiae veritas orem velicaret. I could willingly wink at a fair lady's faults, but that I am bound by the laws of history to tell the truth. Against his will, God knows, did he write it, and so do I repeat it. I speak not of our times all this while. We have good, honest, virtuous men and women, whose fame, zeal, fear of God, religion, and superstition contains. And yet for all that we have many knights of this order, so dubbed by their wives, many good women abused by dissolute husbands. In some places and such persons you may as soon enjoin them to carry water in a sieve, as to keep themselves honest. What shall a man do now in such a case? What remedy is to be had? How shall he be eased? By suing a divorce? This is hard to be effected. Si non caste, tamen caute, they carry the matter so cunningly, that though it be as common as simony, as clear and as manifest as the nose in a man's face, yet it cannot be evidently proved, or they lightly taken in the fact. They will have a knave Gallus to watch, or with that Roman Sulpitia, all made fast and sure. Ne se caducis destitutam fasciis, nudum caleno concumbentem videat. She will hardly be surprised by her husband, be he never so wary. Much better then to put it up. The more he strives in it, the more he shall divulge his own shame. Make a virtue of necessity, and conceal it. Yea, but the world takes notice of it, 'tis in every man's mouth. Let them talk their pleasure. Of whom speak they not in this sense? From the highest to the lowest they are thus censured all. There is no remedy then, but patience. It may be 'tis his own fault, and he hath no reason to complain. 'Tis quid pro quo. She is bad, he is worse. Bethink thyself. Hast thou not done as much for some of thy neighbours? Why dost thou require that of thy wife, which thou wilt not perform thyself? Thou rangest like a town bull. Why art thou so incensed if she tread awry? Be it that some woman break chaste wedlock's laws, and leaves her husband and becomes unchaste, yet commonly it is not without cause. She sees her man in sin her goods to waste. She feels that he his love from her withdraws, and hath on some perhaps less worthy placed, who strike with sword, the scabbard them may strike. And sure love craveth love, like asketh like. Ea semper studebit, saith Nevisanus. Pares redere vices. She will quit it if she can. And therefore, as well adviseth Siracides, cap. 9. 1, teach her not an evil lesson against thyself, which as Jansenius, Lyranus, on his text, and Carthusianus interpret, is no otherwise to be understood than that she do thee not a mischief. I do not excuse her in accusing thee, but if both be naught, mend thyself first, for as the old saying is, a good husband makes a good wife. Yea, but thou repliest, 'tis not the like reason betwixt man and woman. Through her fault my children are bastards. I may not endure it. Sit amarulenta, sit imperiosa prodiga, etc. Let her scold, brawl, and spend, I care not, modo sit casta. So she be honest, I could easily bear it. But this I cannot, I may not, I will not. My faith, my fame, mine eye must not be touched, as the diverb is. Non patitur tactum fama. Fides oculus. I say the same of my wife. Touch all, use all, take all but this. I acknowledge that of Seneca to be true. Nullius boni jucundo possessio sine socio. There is no sweet content in the possession of any good thing without a companion. This only excepted, I say. And why this? Even this which thou so much abhorrest, it may be for thy progeny's good. Better be any man's son than thine, to be begot of base Irus, poor Seius, or mean Mebius, the town swineherd's, a shepherd's son, and well is he, that like Hercules he hath any two fathers. For thou thyself hast peradventure more diseases than a horse, more infirmities of body and mind, a cankered soul, crabbed conditions. Make the worst of it, as it is vulnus insanibile, sic vulnus insensibile. As it is incurable, so it is insensible. But art thou sure it is so? Iris agit, ilie tuas? Doth he so indeed? It may be thou art over suspicious, and without a cause as some are. If it be octimestris partus, born at 8 months, or like him and him, they fondly suspect he got it. If she speak or laugh familiarly with such or such men, then presently she is naught with them. Such is thy weakness, whereas charity, or a well-disposed mind, would interpret all unto the best. St. Francis, by chance, seeing a friar familiarly kissing another man's wife, was so far from misconceiving it, that he presently kneeled down and thanked God there was so much charity left. But they on the other side will ascribe nothing to natural causes, indulge nothing to familiarity, mutual society, friendship, but out of a sinister suspicion presently lock them close, watch them, thinking by those means to prevent all such inconveniencies. Presently lock them close, watch them, thinking by those means to prevent all such inconveniencies. That's the way to help it, whereas by such tricks they do aggravate the mischief. 'Tis but in vain to watch that which will away. Nec custodiri si velit ulla potest, nec mentem servare potes, licet omnia serves, omnibus exclusis, intus adulta erit. None can be kept resisting for her part. Though body be kept close, within her heart adversary lurks. To exclude it, there's no art. Argus with 100 eyes cannot keep her, et hunc unus saepe fefellit amor, as in Ariosto. If all our hearts were eyes, yet sure they said, we husbands of our wives should be betrayed. Hierome holds, uxor impudica servari non potest, pudica non debet, infida custos castitatis est, necessitas. To what end is all your custody? A dishonest woman cannot be kept, an honest woman ought not to be kept. Necessity is a keeper not to be trusted. Difficile custoditur, quod plures amant. That which many covet can hardly be preserved, as Salisburiensis thinks. I am of Aeneas Sylvius's mind. Those jealous Italians do very ill to lock up their wives, for women are of such a disposition, they will most covet that which is denied most, and offend least when they have free liberty to trespass. It is in vain to lock her up if she be dishonest, et tyrannicum imperium, as our great Mr. Aristotle calls it, too tyrannical a task, most unfit for when she perceives her husband observes her and suspects. Liberius peccat, saith Nevisanus. Toxica zelotypo dedit uxor moeca marito. She is exasperated, seeks by all means to vindicate herself, and will therefore offend, because she is unjustly suspected. The best course then is to let them have their own wills, give them free liberty, without any keeping. In vain our friends from this do us dehort, for beauty will be where is most resort. If she be honest, as Lucretia to Collatinus, Laodamia to Protesilaus, Penelope to her Ulysses, she will so continue her honour, good name, credit. Penelope conjux semper Ulysses ero, I shall always be Penelope, the wife of Ulysses. And as Phocius's wife in Plutarch called her husband her wealth, treasure, world, joy, delight, orb, and sphere, she will hers. The vow she made unto her good man, love, virtue, religion, zeal, are better keepers than all those locks, eunuchs, prisons. She will not be moved. At mihi vel tellus optem prius ima dehiscat, aut pater omnipotens adigat, me fulmine ad umbras, palentes umbras erebi, noctemque profundam. Arite pudor quam te violem, aut tua jura resolvam. First I desire the earth to swallow me, before I violate mine honesty, or thunder from above drive me to hell, with those pale ghosts and ugly nights to dwell. She is resolved with Dido to be chaste, though her husband be false, she will be true, and as Octavia writ to her Antony, these walls that here do keep me out of sight, shall keep me all unspotted unto thee, and testify that I will do thee right, I'll never stain thine house, though thou shame me. Turn her loose to all those Tarquins and Satyrs, she will not be tempted. In the time of Valens the emperor, saith St. Austin, one Archidamus, a consul of Antioch, offered 100 pounds of gold to a fair young wife, and besides to set her husband free, who was then sub gravissima custodia, a dark prisoner, pro unius noctis concubitu. But the chaste matron would not accept of it. When Odi commended Theana's fine arm to his fellows, she took him up short. Sir, 'tis not common, she is wholly reserved to her husband. Bilia had an old man to her spouse, and his breath stunk, so that nobody could abide it abroad. Coming home one day, she reprehended his wife, because she did not tell him of it. She vowed unto him. She had told him, but she thought every man's breath had been as strong as his. Tigranes and Armina his lady were invited to supper by King Cyrus. When they came home, Tigranes asked his wife how she liked Cyrus, and what she did especially commend in him. She swore she did not observe him. When he replied again, what then she did observe, whom she looked on, she made her answer, her husband, that said he would die for her sake. Such are the properties and conditions of good women, and if she be well given, she will so carry herself. If otherwise she be naught, use all the means thou canst, she will be naught. Non deist animus sed corruptur. She hath so many lies, excuses, as a hare has muses, tricks, panders, bawds, shifts, to deceive. 'Tis to no purpose to keep her up, or to reclaim her by hard usage. Fair means peradventure may do somewhat. Obsequio vinces aptius ipse tuo. Men and women are both in a predicament in this behalf, no sooner won, and better pacified. duci volunt, non cogi, though she be as arrant a scold as Xanthippe, as cruel as Medea, as clamorous as Hecuba, as lustful as Messalina, by such means, if at all, she may be reformed. Many patient grizzles, by their obsequiousness in this kind, have reclaimed their husbands from their wandering lusts. In Nova Francia and Turkey, as Leah, Rachel, and Sarah did to Abraham and Jacob, they bring their fairest damsels to their husbands' beds. Livia seconded the lustful appetite of Augustus. Stratonice, wife to King Deiotarus, did not only bring Electra, a fair maid, to her good man's bed, but brought up the children begot on her, as carefully as if they had been her own. Tertius Emilius's wife, Cornelia's mother, perceiving her husband's intemperance, rem dissimulavit, made much of the maid, and would take no notice of it. A new married man, when a pig-thank friend of his, to curry favour, had showed him his wife familiar in private with a young gallant, courting and dallying, etc. Tush, said he, let him do his worst, I dare trust my wife, though I dare not trust him. The best remedy then is by fair means. If that will not take place, to dissemble it, as I say, or turn it off with a jest. Hear Grexera's advice in this case. Vel joco excipies, vel silentio eludes. For if you take exceptions at everything your wife does, Solomon's wisdom, Hercules' valour, Homer's learning, Socrates' patience, Argus's vigilance, will not serve turn. Therefore minus malum, a less mischief. Nevisanus holds, dissimulare, to be cunarum emptor, a buyer of cradles, as the proverb is, than to be too solicitous. A good fellow, when his wife was brought to bed before her time, bought 6 of cradles beforehand for so many children, as if his wife should continue to bear children every 2 months. Pertinax the emperor, when one told him a fiddler was too familiar with his empress, made no reckoning of it. And when that Macedonian Philip was upbraided with his wife's dishonesty, cum tot victor regnorum ac populorum esset, etc. A conqueror of kingdoms could not tame his wife, for she thrust him out of doors. He made a jest of it. Sapientes portant cornua in pectore, stulte in fronte. Saith Nevisanus, wise men bear their horns in their hearts, fools on their foreheads. Eumenes, king of Pergamus, was at deadly feud with Perseus of Macedonia, insomuch that Perseus, hearing of a journey he was to take to Delphos, set a company of soldiers to intercept him in his passage. They did it accordingly, and as they supposed, left him stoned to death. The news of this fact was brought instantly to Pergamus. Attalus, Eumenes' brother, proclaimed himself king forthwith, took possession of the crown, and married Stratonice the queen. But by and by, when contrary news was brought, that King Eumenes was alive, and now coming to the city, he laid by his crown, left his wife, as a private man went to meet him, and congratulate his return. Eumenes, though he knew all particulars past, yet dissembling the matter, kindly embraced his brother, and took his wife into his favour again, as if no such matter had been heard of or done. Jocundo in Ariosto found his wife in bed with a knave, both asleep, went his ways, and would not so much as wake them, much less reprove them for it. An honest fellow, finding in like sort his wife had played false at tables, and borne a man too many, drew his dagger, and swore if he had not been his very friend, he would have killed him. Another, hearing one had done that for him which no man desires to be done by a deputy, followed in a rage with his sword drawn, and having overtaken him, laid adultery to his charge. The offender, hotly pursued, confessed it was true, with which confession he was satisfied, and so left him, swearing that if he had denied it, he would not have put it up. How much better is it to do thus, than to macerate himself, impatiently to rave and rage, to enter an action, as Arnoldus Tilius did in the court of Toulouse, against Martin Guerre his fellow soldier, for that he counterfeited his habit, and was too familiar with his wife, so to divulge his own shame, and to remain for ever a cuckold on record, how much better be Cornelius Tacitus than Publius Cornutus, to condemn in such cases, or take no notice of it? Melius sic errare, quam zelotypiae curis, saith Erasmus, se conficere. Better be a wittol and put it up, than to trouble himself to no purpose. And though he will not omnibus dormire be an ass, as he is an ox, yet to wink at it as many do is not amiss at some times, in some cases, to some parties, if it be for his commodity, or some great man's sake, his landlord, patron, benefactor, as Calvus the Roman saith, Plutarch did by Mycanus, and Phaelus of Argos did by King Philip, when he promised him an office, on that condition he might lie with his wife, and so let it pass. Pol me haud proenitet, scilicet boni dimidium dividere cum Jove, it never troubles me, saith Amphitrio, to be cornuted by Jupiter. Let it not molest thee then, be friends with her. Cum Alcmena uxore antequam ingratium redi. Receive Alcmena to your grace again. Let it, I say, make no breach of love between you. Howsoever, the best way is to contemn it, which Henry II, King of France, advised a courtier of his, jealous of his wife and complaining of her unchasteness, to reject it and comfort himself. For he that suspects his wife incontinency, and fears the Pope's curse, shall never live a merry hour, or sleep a quiet night. No remedy but patience. When all is done according to that counsel of Nevisanus, si vitium uxoris corrigi non potest, ferendum est, if it may not be helped, it must be endured. Date veniam et sustinete taciti, 'tis Sophocles' advice, keep it to thyself, and which Chrysostom calls palaestram philosophiae, et domesticum gymnasium, a school of philosophy. Put it up. There is no other cure but time to wear it out. Injuriarum remedium est oblivio, as if they had drunk a draught of Lethe in Trophonius's den. To conclude, age will bereave her of it, dies dolorum minuit, time and patience must end it. The mind's affections patience will appease. It passions kills, and healeth each disease. End of section 33.
Section 34 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 34. Partition 3, Section 3, Member 4, Subsection 2. By prevention before or after marriage, Plato's community, marry a courtesan, philters, stews, to marry one equal in years, fortunes, of a good family, education, good place, to use them well, etc. Of such medicines as conduce to the cure of this malady I have sufficiently treated. There be some good remedies remaining by way of prevention, precautions, or admonitions which, if rightly practised, may do much good. Plato, in his Commonwealth, to prevent this mischief belike, would have all things, wives and children, all as one. and which Caesar in his commentaries observed of those old Britons that first inhabited this land, they had 10 or 12 wives allotted to such a family, or promiscuously to be used by so many men, not 1 to 1, as with us, or 4, 5, or 6 to 1, as in Turkey. The Nicolaites, a sect that sprang, saith Augustinian, from Nicholas the Deacon, would have women indifferent, and the cause of this filthy sect was Nicholas the Deacon's jealousy, for which when he was condemned to purge himself of his offence, he broached his heresy, that it was lawful to lie with one another's wives, and for any man to lie with his. Like to those Anabaptists in Munster, that would consort with other men's wives as the Spirit moved them, or as Mahomet, the seducing prophet, would needs use women as he list himself to beget prophets. 205, their Alcoran saith, were in love with him, and he as able as 40 men. Amongst the old Carthaginians, as Bohemus relates out of Sabellicus, the king of the country lay with the bride the first night, and once in a year they went promiscuously altogether. Munster Cosmographia, Book 3, Chapter 497, ascribes the beginning of this brutish custom unjustly to one Picardus, a Frenchman, that invented a new sect of Adamites, to go naked as Adam did, and to use promiscuous venery at set times. When the priest repeated that of Genesis, increase and multiply, out went the candles in the place where they met, and without all respect of age, persons, conditions, catch that catch may, every man took her that came next, etc. Some fasten this on those ancient Bohemians and Russians; others on the inhabitants of Mambrium in the Lucerne valley in Piedmont; and, as I read, it was practised in Scotland amongst Christians themselves until King Malcolm's time. The king or the lord of the town had their maidenheads. In some parts of India in our age, and those islanders, as amongst the Babylonians of old, they will prostitute their wives and daughters, which Chalcocondila, a Greek modern writer, for want of better intelligence, puts upon us Britons, to such travellers or seafaring men as come amongst them by chance, to show how far they were from this feral vice of jealousy, and how little they esteemed it. The kings of Calicut, as Ludovicus Vertomannus relates, will not touch their wives till one of their biarmi or high priests have lain first with them, to sanctify their wombs. But those Essai and Montanists, 2 strange sects of old, were in another extreme. They would not marry at all, or have any society with women, because of their intemperance. They held them all to be naught. Nevisanus the lawyer, Book 4, number 33, Silva nuptialis, would have him that is inclined to this malady, to prevent the worst, marry a queen. Capiens meretricem, hoc habet saltem boni quod non decipitur, quiescit eam sic esse, quod non contingit aliis. A fornicator in Seneca constuprated 2 wenches in a night. For satisfaction, the one desired to hang him, the other to marry him. Hierome, king of Syracuse in Sicily, espoused himself to Pytho, keeper of the stews. And Ptolemy took Thais, a common whore, to be his wife, had 2 sons, Leontiscus and Lagus, by her, and 1 daughter, Irene. 'Tis therefore no such unlikely thing. a citizen of Engubine gelded himself to try his wife's honesty, and to be freed from jealousy. So did a baker in Basil to the same intent. But of all other precedents in this kind, that of Combalus is most memorable, who, to prevent his master's suspicion, for he was a beautiful young man, and sent by Seleucus his lord and king with Stratonice the queen to conduct her into Syria, fearing the worst, gelded himself before he went, and left his genitals behind him in a box sealed up. His mistress by the way fell in love with him, but he not yielding to her, was accused to Seleucus of incontinency, as that Bellerophon was in like case falsely traduced by Zenobia to King Pritus her husband, cum non possit ad coitum inducere, and that by her, and was therefore at his coming home cast into prison. The day of hearing appointed, he was sufficiently cleared and acquitted by showing his privities, which to the admiration of the beholders he had formerly cut off. The Lydians used to geld women whom they suspected, saith Leonicus, Varia Historia, Book 3, Chapter 49, as well as men. To this purpose Saint Francis, because he used to confess women in private, to prevent suspicion and prove himself a maid, stripped himself before the Bishop of Assisi and others. And Friar Leonard for the same cause went through Viturbium in Italy without any garments. Our pseudo-Catholics, to help these inconveniences which proceed from jealousy, to keep themselves and their wives honest, make severe laws. Against adultery present death, and withal fornication, a venial sin, as a sink to convey that furious and swift stream of concupiscence, they appoint and permit stews, those punks and pleasant sinners, the more to secure their wives in all populous cities, for they hold them as necessary as churches, and howsoever unlawful, yet to avoid a greater mischief, to be tolerated in policy, as usury, for the hardness of men's hearts. And for this end they have whole colleges of courtesans in their towns and cities. Of Cato's mind belike, that would have his servants, cum ancilliis congredi coitus causa definitu aere, ut graviora facinora evitarent, caeteris interim interdicens, familiar with some such feminine creatures, to avoid worse mischiefs in his house, and made allowance for it. They hold it impossible for idle persons, young, rich, and lusty, so many servants, monks, friars, to live honest, too tyrannical a burden to compel them to be chaste, and most unfit to suffer poor men, younger brothers, and soldiers at all to marry, as those diseased persons, votaries, priests, servants. Therefore, as well to keep and ease the one as the other, they tolerate and wink at these kind of brothel houses and stews. Many probable arguments they have to prove the lawfulness, the necessity, and a toleration of them, as of usury. And without question in policy they are not to be contradicted, but altogether in religion. Others prescribe philters, spells, charms to keep men and women honest. Mulier ut alienum virum non admittat praeter suum, accipe fel hirci, et adipem et exica, calescat in oleo, etc., et non alium praeter et amabit, in Alexi, Porta, etc., plura invenies et multo his absurdiora, uti et in rasi ne mulier virum admittat, et maritum solum diligat, etc. But these are most part pagan, impious, irreligious, absurd, and ridiculous devices. The best means to avoid these and like inconveniences are to take away the causes and occasions. To this purpose Varro writ Satiram Menipeam, but it is lost. Patritius prescribes 4 rules to be observed in choosing of a wife, which whoso will may read. Fonseca, the Spaniard, in his 45th chapter, Amphitheatrum Amorum, sets down 6 special cautions for men, 4 for women. Samuel Neander, out of Schönbernerus, 5 for men, 5 for women. Anthony Guevara, many good lessons. Cleobulus, 2 alone, others otherwise. As first, to make a good choice in marriage, to invite Christ to their wedding, and which Saint Ambrose adviseth, Deum conjugii praesidem habere, and to pray to him for her, a Domino enim datur uxor prudens. Proverba 19. Not to be too rash and precipitate in his election, to run upon the first he meets, or dote on every stout fair piece he sees, but to choose her as much by his ears as eyes, to be well advised whom he takes, of what age, etc., and cautelous in his proceedings. An old man should not marry a young woman, nor a young woman an old man, quam male ene quales veniunt ad errata juvenci. Such matches must needs minister a perpetual cause of suspicion, and be distasteful to each other. Noctua ut in tumulis super atque cadavero bubo, talis apud Sophoclem nostra puella sedet. Night crows on tombs, owl sits on carcass dead, so lies a wench with Sophocles in bed. For Sophocles, as Athenaeus describes him, was a very old man, as cold as January, a bedfellow of bones, and doted yet upon Archippe, a young courtesan, than which nothing can be more odious. Senix maritus uxori juveni ingratus est. An old man is a most unwelcome guest to a young wench, unable, unfit. Amplexus suos fugiunt puellae, omnis horet amor venusque hymenque. And as in like case a good fellow that had but a peck of corn weekly to grind, yet would needs build a new mill for it, found his error eftsoons, for either he must let his mill lie waste, pull it quite down, or let others grind at it. So these men, etc. Seneca, therefore, disallows all such unseasonable matches, habent enim maledicti locum crebrae nuptiae. And as Tully farther inveighs, 'tis unfit for any but ugly and filthy in old age. Turpe senilis amor, one of the 3 things God hateth. Plutarch, in his book Contra Coletin, rails downright at such kind of marriages which are attempted by old men, qui jam corpore impotenti et a voluptatibus deserti peccant animo, and makes a question whether in some cases it be tolerable at least for such a man to marry, qui venerem affectat sine viribus, that is now past those venerous exercises, as a gelded man lies with a virgin and sighs, Ecclesiasticus 30:20, and now complains with him in Petronius, funerata est haec pars jam, quad fuit olim Achillea, he is quite done. Vixit puellae nuper idoneus, et militavit non sine gloria. But the question is, whether he may delight himself as those Priapean popes, which, in their decrepit age, lay commonly between two wenches every night, contactu formosarum et contractatione nomad hoc gaudeat, and as many doting sires do to their own shame, their children's undoing, and their family's confusion. He abhors it, tanquam ab agresti et furioso domino fugiendum. It must be avoided as a bedlam master, and not obeyed. Alecto, ipsa faces praefert nubentibus, et malus hymen triste ululat. The devil himself makes such matches. Levinus Lemnius reckons up 3 things which generally disturb the peace of marriage. The first is when they marry intempestive or unseasonably, as many mortal men marry precipitately and inconsiderately when they are effete and old. The second, when they marry unequally for fortunes and birth. The third, when a sick, impotent person weds one that is sound. Novae nuptae spes frustratur. Many dislikes instantly follow. Many doting dizzards, it may not be denied, as Plutarch confesseth, recreate themselves with such obsolete, unseasonable, and filthy remedies, so he calls them, with a remembrance of their former pleasures, against nature they stir up their dead flesh. But an old lecher is abominable. Mulier tertio nubens, Nevisanus holds, praesumitur lubrica et inconstans. A woman that marries a 3rd time may be presumed to be no honester than she should. Of them both, thus Ambrose concludes in his comment upon Luke, they that are coupled together, not to get children, but to satisfy their lust, are not husbands, but fornicators, with whom St. Augustine consents. Matrimony without hope of children, non matrimonium sed concubium dici debet, is not a wedding, but a jumbling or coupling together. In a word, except they wed for mutual society, help, and comfort one of another, in which respects, though Tiberius deny it, without question old folks may well marry. For sometimes a man hath most need of a wife, according to Pucius, when he hath no need of a wife. Otherwise it is most odious, when an old Acherontic dizzard, that hath one foot in his grave, a Silicernium, shall flicker after a young wench that is blithe and bonny. Salaciorque verno passere et albulis columbis. What can be more detestable? Tu cano capite amas senex nequissime jam plenus aetatis, animaque fetida senex hircosus tu osculare mulierem, utine adiens vomitum potius excuties. Thou old goat, hoary lecher, naughty man, with stinking breath, art thou in love? Must thou be slavering? She spews to see thy filthy face, it doth so move. Yet, as some will, it is much more tolerable for an old man to marry a young woman, Our Lady's match they call it, for cras erit mulier, as he said in Tully. Cato the Roman, Critobulus in Xenophon, Tiraquellus of late, Julius Scaliger, etc., and many famous precedents we have in that kind, but not e contra. 'Tis not held fit for an ancient woman to match with a young man. For, as Varro will, annus dum ludit morte delitias facit, 'tis Charon's match between Cascus and Casca, and the devil himself is surely well pleased with it. And therefore, as the poet inveighs, thou old Vetustina, bedridden queen, that art now skin and bones, cui tres capilli, quatuorque sunt dentes, pectus cicade, crusculumque formice, rugosiorem quae geris stola frontem, et arenaram cassibus pares mamas, that hast 3 hairs, 4 teeth, a breast like grasshopper, an emmet's crest, a skin more rugged than thy coat, and dugs like spider's web to boot. Must thou marry a youth again? And yet, ducentas ire nuptum post mortes amant. Howsoever it is, as Apuleius gives out of his Meroe, congressus annosus pestilens abhorrendus, a pestilent match, abominable, and not to be endured. In such case, how can they otherwise choose but be jealous? How should they agree one with another? This inequality is not in years only, but in birth, fortunes, conditions, and all good qualities. Si qua voles apte nubere, nube pare. 'Tis my counsel, saith Anthony Guevara, to choose such a one. Civis civem ducat, nobilis nobilem. Let a citizen match with a citizen, a gentleman with a gentlewoman. He that observes not this precept, saith he, non generum sed malum genium, non nurum sed furiam, non vitae comitem sed litis fomitem domi habebit. Instead of a fair wife shall have a fury, for a fit son-in-law a mere fiend, etc. Examples are too frequent. Another main caution fit to be observed is this, that though they be equal in years, birth, fortunes, and other conditions, yet they do not omit virtue and good education, which Musonius and Antipater so much inculcate in Stobaeus. Dos est magna parentum virtus et metuens alterius viri, certo federe castitas. If, as Plutarch adviseth, one must eat modium salis, a bushel of salt with him before he choose his friend, what care should be had in choosing a wife, his second self, how solicitous should he be to know her qualities and behaviour? And when he is assured of them, not to prefer birth, fortune, beauty, before bringing up and good conditions. Cocage, god of cuckolds, as one merrily said, accompanies the goddess Jealousy. Both follow the fairest, by Jupiter's appointment, and they sacrifice to them together. Beauty and honesty seldom agree. Straight personages have often crooked manners. Fair faces, foul vices. Good complexions, ill conditions. Suspicionis plena res est, et insidiarum. Beauty, saith Chrysostom, is full of treachery and suspicion. He that hath a fair wife cannot have a worse mischief, and yet most covet it, as if nothing else in marriage but that and wealth were to be respected. Francis Sforza, Duke of Milan, was so curious in this behalf, that he would not marry the Duke of Mantua's daughter, except he might see her naked first; which Lycurgus appointed in his laws, and Morus in his Utopian Commonwealth approves. In Italy, as a traveller observes, if a man have 3 or 4 daughters, or more, and they prove fair, they are married eftsoons. If deformed, they change their lovely names of Lucia, Cynthia, Camena, call them Dorothy, Ursula, Bridget, and so put them into monasteries, as if none were fit for marriage but such as are eminently fair. But these are erroneous tenets. A modest virgin, well conditioned, to such a fair snout piece is much to be preferred. If thou wilt avoid them, take away all causes of suspicion and jealousy, marry a coarse piece, fetch her from Cassandra's temple, which was wont in Italy to be a sanctuary of all deformed maids, and so shalt thou be sure that no man will make thee cuckold, but for spite. A citizen of Byzance in France had a filthy, dowdy, deformed slut to his wife, and, finding her in bed with another man, cried out as one amazed, O miser, quae te necessitas huc adegit? O thou wretch, what necessity brought thee hither? As well he might, for who can affect such a one? But this is warily to be understood. Most offend in another extreme, they prefer wealth before beauty, and so she be rich, they care not how she look. But these are all out as faulty as the rest. Attendenda uxoris forma, as Salisburiensis adviseth, ne si alteram aspexeris, mox eam sordere putes, as the knight in Chaucer, that was married to an old woman, and all day after hid him as an owl, so woe was his wife looked so foul. Have a care of thy wife's complexion, lest, whilst thou seest another, thou loathest her, she prove jealous, thou not. Si tibi deformis conjux, si serva venusta, ne utaris serva. I can perhaps give instance. Molestum est possidere, quod nemo habere dignetur. A misery to possess that which no man likes. On the other side, difficile custoditur quod plures amant. And as the bragging soldier vaunted in the comedy, nimia est miseria pulchrum esse hominem nimis. Scipio did never so hardly besiege Carthage as these young gallants will beset thine house, one with wit or person, another with wealth, etc. If she be fair, saith Guazzo, she will be suspected howsoever. Both extremes are naught. Pulchra cito adamatur, fede facile concupiscit. The one is soon beloved, the other loves. One is hardly kept, because proud and arrogant, the other not worth keeping. What is to be done in this case? Aeneas in Menelippe adviseth thee as a friend to take statam formam sivis habere in columem pudicitiam, one of a middle size, neither too fair nor too foul. Nec formosa magis quam mihi casta placet. With old Cato, though fit, let her beauty be, neque lectissima, neque illiberalis, between both. This I approve, but of the other two I resolve with Salisburiensis. Caeteris paribus, both rich alike, endowed alike, majori miseria deformis habetur quam formosa servatur. I had rather marry a fair one, and put it to the hazard, than be troubled with a blouse. But do as thou wilt, I speak only of myself. Howsoever, quod iterum maneo, I would advise thee thus much, be she fair or foul, to choose a wife out of a good kindred, parentage, well brought up in an honest place. Primum animo tibi proponas quo sanguine creta, qua forma, qua aetate, quibusque ante omnia virgo moribus injunctos veniat nova nupta penates. He that marries a wife out of a suspected inn or alehouse, buys a horse in Smithfield, and hires a servant in Paul's, as the diverb is, shall likely have a jade to his horse, a knave for his man, an arrant honest woman to his wife. Filia praesumitur esse matris similis, saith Nevisanus. Such a mother, such a daughter, mali corvi malum ovum, cat to her kind. Scilicet expectas ut tradat mater honestos, atque alios mores quam quos habet. If the mother be dishonest, in all likelihood the daughter will matrizare, take after her in all good qualities. Creden pacifae non torrepotente futuram tauripetam? If the dam trot, the foal will not amble. My last caution is, that a woman do not bestow herself upon a fool, or an apparent melancholy person. Jealousy is a symptom of that disease, and fools have no moderation. Justina, a Roman lady, was much persecuted, and, after made away by her jealous husband, she caused and enjoined this epitaph, as a caveat to others, to be engraven on her tomb. Discite ab exemplo Justinae, discite patres, ne nubat fatuo filia vestra viro, etc. Learn, parents all, and by Justina's case, your children to no dizzards for to place. After marriage, I can give no better admonitions than to use their wives well, and which a friend of mine told me that was a married man, I will tell you as good cheap, saith Nicostratus in Stobaeus, to avoid future strife, and for quietness' sake, when you are in bed, take heed of your wife's flattering speeches overnight, and curtain sermons in the morning. Let them do their endeavour likewise to maintain them to their means, which Patricius ingeminates, and let them have liberty with discretion, as time and place requires. Many women turn queens by compulsion, as Nevisanus observes, because their husbands are so hard, and keep them so short in diet and apparel. Paupertas cogit eas meretricari. Poverty and hunger, want of means, makes them dishonest, or bad usage, their churlish behaviour forceth them to fly out, or bad examples, they do it to cry quittance. In the other extreme, some are too liberal, as the proverb is, turdus malum sibi cacat, they make a rod for their own tails, as Candaules did to Gyges in Herodotus, commend his wife's beauty himself, and besides would needs have him see her naked. Whilst they give their wives too much liberty to gad abroad, and bountiful allowance, they are accessory to their own miseries. Animae uxorem pessime olent, as Plautus jibes, they have deformed souls, and by their painting and colours procure odium mariti, their husbands hate, especially. Cum misere viscantur labra mariti. Besides, their wives, as Basil notes, impudenter se exponunt masculorum aspectibus, jactantes tunicas, et coram tripudiantes, impudently thrust themselves into other men's companies, and by their indecent wanton carriage provoke and tempt the spectators. Virtuous women should keep house, and 'twas well performed and ordered by the Greeks. Mulier nequa in publicum spectandam se sine arbitro praebeat viro, which made Phidias belike at Elis paint Venus treading on a tortoise, a symbol of women's silence and housekeeping. For a woman abroad and alone is like a deer broke out of a park, quam mille venatores insequuntur, whom every hunter follows, and besides, in such places she cannot so well vindicate herself, but as that virgin Dinah, Genesis 34:2, going for to see the daughters of the land, lost her virginity, she may be defiled and overtaken of a sudden. Imbelles damae quid nisi praeda sumus. And therefore I know not what philosopher he was that would have women come but thrice abroad all their time, to be baptized, married, and buried. But he was too strait-laced. Let them have their liberty in good sort, and go in good sort, modo non annos viginti aetatis suae domi relinquant, as a good fellow said, so that they look not 20 years younger abroad than they do at home, they be not spruce neat angels abroad, beasts, dowdies, sluts at home. But seek by all means to please and give content to their husbands, to be quiet above all things, obedient, silent, and patient. If they be incensed, angry, chid a little, their wives must not cample again, but take it in good part. An honest woman, I cannot now tell where she dwelt, but by report an honest woman she was, hearing one of her gossips by chance complain of her husband's impatience, told her an excellent remedy for it, and gave her withal a glass of water, which, when he brawled, she should hold still in her mouth, and that, toties quoties, as often as he chid. She did so 2 or 3 times with good success, and at length, seeing her neighbour, gave her great thanks for it, and would needs know the ingredients. She told her in brief what it was, fair water, and no more. For it was not the water, but her silence which performed the cure. Let every froward woman imitate this example, and be quiet within doors, and, as Marcus Aurelius prescribes, a necessary caution it is to be observed of all good matrons that love their credits, to come little abroad, but follow their work at home, look to their household affairs and private business, oikonomiae incumbentes, be sober, thrifty, wary, circumspect, modest, and compose themselves to live to their husband's means, as a good housewife should do. Quae studiis gavi secoli partita labores, fallet opus cantu, formae assimulata coronae, cura puellaris, circum fusosque rotasque cum volvet, etc. Howsoever 'tis good to keep them private, not in prison. Quisquis custodit uxorem vectibus et seris, et si sibi sapiens stultus est, et nihil sapit. Read more of this subject, Horologium Principium, Book 2, per totum. Arnesius, Politica. Cyprian, Tertullian, Bossus de mulieribus, apparatus. Godefridus de amoribus, Book 2, Chapter 4. Levinus Lemnius, Chapter 54, de institutione Christianae. Barbaros de re uxoria, Book 2, Chapter 2. Franciscus Patritius, de institutione Republicae, Book 4, Tituli 4 and 5, de officio mariti et uxoris. Cristoforo Fonseca, Amphitheatrum Amorum, Chapter 45. Samuel Neander, etc. These cautions concern him, and if by those or his own discretion otherwise he cannot moderate himself, his friends must not be wanting by their wisdom, if it be possible, to give the party grieved satisfaction, to prevent and remove the occasions, objects, if it may be, to secure him. If it be one alone, or many, to consider whom he suspects or at what times, in what places he is most incensed, in what companies. Nevisanus makes a question whether a young physician ought to be admitted in cases of sickness into a new married man's house, to administer a julep, a syrup, or some such physic. The Persians of old would not suffer a young physician to come amongst women. Apollonides Cous made Artaxerxes cuckold, and was after buried alive for it. A jailer in Aristaenetus had a fine young gentleman to his prisoner. In commiseration of his youth and person, he let him loose to enjoy the liberty of the prison, but he unkindly made him a cornuto. Menelaus gave good welcome to Paris, a stranger. His whole house and family were at his command, but he ungently stole away his best beloved wife. The like measure was offered to Agis, king of Lacedaemon, by Alcibiades, an exile. For his good entertainment he was too familiar with Timea his wife, begetting a child of her, called Leotychides, and bragging moreover when he came home to Athens, that he had a son should be king of the Lacedaemonians. If such objects were removed, no doubt but the parties might easily be satisfied, or that they could use them gently and entreat them well, not to revile them, scoff at, hate them, as in such cases commonly they do. 'Tis a human infirmity, a miserable vexation, and they should not add grief to grief, nor aggravate their misery, but seek to please, and by all means give them content, by good counsel, removing such offensive objects, or by mediation of some discreet friends. In old Rome there was a temple erected by the matrons to that Viriplaca Dea, another to Venus Verticorda, quae maritos uxoribus redebat benevolos, whither, if any difference happened between man and wife, they did instantly resort. There they did offer sacrifice, a white hart, Plutarch records, sine fele, without the gall, some say the like of Juno's temple, and make their prayers for conjugal peace. Before some indifferent arbitrators and friends, the matter was heard between man and wife, and commonly composed. In our times we want no sacred churches or good men to end such controversies, if use were made of them. Some say that precious stone called beryllus, others a diamond, hath excellent virtue, contra hostium injurias et conjugatos in vicem conciliare, to reconcile men and wives, to maintain unity and love. You may try this when you will, and as you see cause. If none of all these means and cautions will take place, I know not what remedy to prescribe, or whither such persons may go for ease, except they can get into the same Turkey paradise, where they shall have as many fair wives as they will themselves, with clear eyes, and such as look on none but their own husbands, no fear, no danger of being cuckolds. Or else I would have them observe that strict rule of Alphonsus, to marry a deaf and dumb man to a blind woman. If this will not help, let them, to prevent the worst, consult with an astrologer, and see whether the significators in her horoscope agree with his, that they be not in signis et partibus odiose intuentibus aut imperantibus, sed mutuo et amicae antisciis et obedientibus. Otherwise, as they hold, there will be intolerable enmities between them. Or else get them sigillum Veneris, a characteristical seal, stamped in the day and hour of Venus when she is fortunate, with such and such set words and charms, which Villanovanus and Leosuavius prescribe, ex sigillis magicis Salomonis, Hermetis, Raguelis, etc., with many such, which Alexis, Albertus, and some of our natural magicians put upon us. Ut mulier cum aliquo adulterare non possit, incide de capillis eius, etc. And he shall surely be gracious in all women's eyes, and never suspect or disagree with his own wife, so long as he wears it. If this course be not approved, and other remedies may not be had, they must in the last place sue for a divorce. But that is somewhat difficult to effect, and not all out so fit. For as Philosacus in his tract De Justa Uxore urgeth, if that law of Constantine the Great, or that of Theodosius and Valentinian concerning divorce, were in use in our times, in numeras prope modum viduas haberemus, et celibes viros, we should have almost no married couples left. Try, therefore, those former remedies, or, as Tertullian reports of Democritus, that put out his eyes because he could not look upon a woman without lust, and was much troubled to see that which he might not enjoy. Let him make himself blind, and so he shall avoid that care and molestation of watching his wife. One other sovereign remedy I could repeat, an especial antidote against jealousy, an excellent cure, but I am not now disposed to tell it, not that like a covetous empiric I conceal it for any gain, but some other reasons I am not willing to publish it. If you be very desirous to know it, when I meet you next I will peradventure tell you what it is in your ear. This is the best counsel I can give, which he that hath need of as occasion serves may apply unto himself. In the meantime, diitalem terris avertite pestem, as the proverb is, from heresy, jealousy, and frenzy, good Lord deliver us. End of section 34. Section 35 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton, Section 35. Partition 3, Section 4, Member 1, Subsection 1. religious melancholy, its object God, what his beauty is, how it allures, the parts and parties affected. That there is such a distinct species of love melancholy, no man hath ever yet doubted. But whether this subdivision of religious melancholy be warrantable, it may be controverted. Pergite peridies medio nec cale vagantem, linquite me, qua nulla pedum vestigia ducunt, nulla rotae curus testantur signa priores. I have no pattern to follow, as in some of the rest, no man to imitate. No physician hath as yet distinctly written of it as of the other. All acknowledge it a most notable symptom, some a cause, but few a species or kind. Areteus, Alexander, Rhasis, Avicenna, and most of our late writers, as Gordonius, Fuchsius, Plater, Bruhl, Montaltus, etc., repeat it as a symptom. Some seem to be inspired of the Holy Ghost, some take upon them to be prophets, some are addicted to new opinions, some foretell strange things, de statu mundi et antichristi, saith Gordonius. Some will prophesy the end of the world to a day almost, and the fall of the Antichrist, as they have been addicted or brought up, for so melancholy works with them, as Laurentius holds. If they have been precisely given, all their meditations tend that way, and in conclusion produce strange effects. The humour imprints symptoms according to their several inclinations and conditions, which makes Guianerius and Felix Plater put too much devotion, blind zeal, fear of eternal punishment and that last judgment for a cause of those enthusiastics and desperate persons. But some do not obscurely make a distinct species of it, dividing love melancholy into that whose object is women, and into the other whose object is God. Plato, in Convivio, makes mention of two distinct furies, and amongst our Neoterics, Hercules de Saxonia doth expressly treat of it in a distinct species. Love melancholy, saith he, is twofold. The first is that, to which peradventure some will not vouchsafe this name or species of melancholy, affection of those which put God for their object, and are altogether about prayer, fasting, etc., the other about women. Peter Forestus in his observations delivereth as much in the same words, and Felix Platerus de mentis alienatio, chapter 3, frequentissima est eius species, in qua curanda saepissime multum fui impeditus. 'Tis a frequent disease, and they have a ground of what they say, forth of Aretius and Plato. Aretius, an old author, in his 3rd book, chapter 6, doth so divide love melancholy, and derives this second from the first, which comes by inspiration or otherwise. Plato in his Phaedrus hath these words, Apollo's priests in Delphos and at Dodona, in their fury do many pretty feats, and benefit the Greeks, but never in their right wits. He makes them all mad, as well he might. And he that shall but consider that superstition of old, those prodigious effects of it, as in its place I will shew the several furies of our fatidici dii, Pythonissas, Sibyls, enthusiasts, pseudo-prophets, heretics, and schismatics in these our latter ages, shall instantly confess that all the world again cannot afford so much matter of madness, so many stupendous symptoms as superstition, heresy, schism have brought out, that this species alone may be paralleled to all the former, has a greater latitude and more miraculous effects; that it more besots and infatuates men than any other above named whatsoever, does more harm, works more disquietness to mankind, and has more crucified the souls of mortal men (such hath been the devil's craft) than wars, plagues, sicknesses, dearth, famine, and all the rest. Give me but a little leave, and I will set before your eyes in brief a stupendous, vast, infinite ocean of incredible madness and folly, a sea full of shelves and rocks, sands, gulfs, Euripes, and contrary tides, full of fearful monsters, uncouth shapes, roaring waves, tempests, and siren calms, halcyonian seas, unspeakable misery, such comedies and tragedies, such absurd and ridiculous, feral and lamentable fits, that I know not whether they are more to be pitied or derided, or may be believed, but that we daily see the same still practised in our days, fresh examples, nova novitia, fresh objects of misery and madness, in this kind that are still represented unto us, abroad, at home, in the midst of us, in our bosoms. But before I can come to treat of these several errors and obliquities, their causes, symptoms, affections, etc., I must say something necessarily of the object of this love, God himself, what this love is, how it allureth, whence it proceeds, and, which is the cause of all our miseries, how we mistake, wander and swerve from it. Amongst all those divine attributes that God doth vindicate to himself, eternity, omnipotency, immutability, wisdom, majesty, justice, mercy, etc., his beauty is not the least. One thing, saith David, have I desired of the Lord, and that I will still desire, to behold the beauty of the Lord. Psalm 27:4. And out of Sion, which is the perfection of beauty, hath God shined. Psalm 1:2. All other creatures are fair, I confess, and many other objects do much enamor us: a fair house, a fair horse, a comely person. I am amazed, saith Augustine, when I look up to heaven and behold the beauty of the stars, the beauty of angels, principalities, powers. Who can express it? Who can sufficiently commend or set out this beauty which appears in us? So fair a body, so fair a face, eyes, nose, cheeks, chin, brows, all fair and lovely to behold, besides the beauty of the soul, which cannot be discerned. If we so labour and be so much affected with the comeliness of creatures, how should we be ravished with that admirable lustre of God himself? If ordinary beauty have such a prerogative and power, and what is amiable and fair, to draw the eyes and ears, hearts and affections of all spectators unto it, to move, win, entice, allure, how shall this divine form ravish our souls, which is the fountain and quintessence of all beauty? caelum pulchrum sed pulchrio caeli fabricator. If heaven be so fair, the sun so fair, how much fairer shall he be that made them fair? For by the greatness and beauty of the creatures, proportionally the maker of them is seen. Wisdom 13:5. If there be such pleasure in beholding a beautiful person alone, and as a plausible sermon he so much affect us, what shall this beauty of God himself, that is infinitely fairer than all creatures, men, angels, etc. Omnis pulchritudo florem hominum angelorum et rerum omnium pulcherimarum ad Dei pulchritudinem collata nox est et tenebrae. All other beauties are night itself, mere darkness to this our inexplicable, incomprehensible, unspeakable, eternal, infinite, admirable, and divine beauty. This lustre, pulchritudo omnium pulcherrima, this beauty and splendor of the divine majesty, is it that draws all creatures to it, to seek it, love, admire, and adore it. And those heathens, pagans, philosophers, out of those relics they have yet left of God's image, are so far forth incensed as not only to acknowledge a God, but, though after their own inventions, to stand in admiration of his bounty, goodness, to adore and seek him, the magnificence and structure of the world itself, and beauty of all his creatures, his goodness, providence, protection, enforceth them to love him, seek him, fear him, though a wrong way to adore him. But for us that are Christians, regenerate, that are his adopted sons, illuminated by his word, having the eyes of our hearts and understandings opened, how fairly doth he offer and expose himself. Ambit nos Deus, Augustine saith, donis et forma sua. He woos us by his beauty, gifts, promises, to come unto him. The whole Scripture is a message, an exhortation, a love letter to this purpose, to incite us and invite us, God's epistle, as Gregory calls it, to his creatures. He sets out his Son and his Church in that epithalamium or mystical song of Solomon to enamour us the more, comparing his head to fine gold, his locks curled and black as a raven, Canto 4:5. His eyes like doves on rivers of waters washed with milk, his lips as lilies, drooping down pure juice, his hands as rings of gold set with chrysolite, and his church to a vineyard, a garden enclosed, a fountain of living waters, an orchard of pomegranates, with sweet scents of saffron, spike, calamus, and cinnamon, and all the trees of incense as the chief spices. The fairest among women, no spot in her, his sister, his spouse, undefiled, the only daughter of her mother, dear unto her, fair as the moon, pure as the sun, looking out as the morning, that by these figures, that glass, these spiritual eyes of contemplation, we might perceive some resemblance of his beauty, the love between his church and him. And so in the 45th Psalm, this beauty of his church is compared to a queen in a vesture of gold of Ophir, embroidered raiment of needlework, that the king might take pleasure in her beauty. To incense us further yet, John, in his Apocalypse, makes a description of that heavenly Jerusalem, the beauty of it, and in it the maker of it, likening it to a city of pure gold, like unto clear glass, shining and garnished with all manner of precious stones, having no need of sun or moon, for the Lamb is the light of it, the glory of God doth illuminate it, to give us to understand the infinite glory, beauty, and happiness of it. Not that it is no fairer than these creatures to which it is compared, but that this vision of his, this lustre of his divine majesty, cannot otherwise be expressed to our apprehensions. No tongue can tell, no heart can conceive it, as Paul saith. Moses himself, Exodus 33:18, when he desired to see God in his glory, was answered that he might not endure it, no man could see his face and live. Sensibile forte destruit sensum. A strong object overcometh the sight, according to that axiom in philosophy. Fulgorem solis fere non potes, multo magis creatoris. If thou canst not endure the sunbeams, how canst thou endure that fulgor and brightness of him that made the sun? The sun itself, and all that we can imagine, are but shadows of it. 'Tis visio praecellens, as Augustine calls it, the quintessence of beauty this, which far exceeds the beauty of heavens, sun and moon, stars, angels, gold and silver, woods, fair fields, and whatsoever is pleasant to behold. All those other beauties fail, vary, are subject to corruption, to loathing. But this is an immortal vision, a divine beauty, an immortal love, an indefatigable love and beauty, with sight of which we shall never be tired nor wearied, but still the more we see, the more we shall covet him. For, as one saith, where this vision is, there is absolute beauty, and where is that beauty, from the same fountain comes all pleasure and happiness. Neither can beauty, pleasure, happiness be separated from his vision or sight, or his vision from beauty, pleasure, happiness. In this life we have but a glimpse of this beauty and happiness. We shall hereafter, as John saith, see him as he is. Thine eyes, as Isaiah promiseth, 33:17, shall behold the King in his glory. Then shall we be perfectly enamored, have a full fruition of it, desire, behold and love him alone as the most amiable and fairest object, or summum bonum, or chiefest good. This likewise should we now have done, had not our will been corrupted. And as we are enjoined to love God with all our heart and all our soul, for to that end were we born, to love this object, as Melancthon discourseth, and to enjoy it. And him our will would have loved and sought alone as our summum bonum, or principal good, and all other good things for God's sake, and nature, as she proceeded from it, would have sought this fountain. But in this infirmity of human nature, this order is disturbed, our love is corrupt, and a man is like that monster in Plato, composed of a Scylla, a lion, and a man, We are carried away headlong with the torrents of our affections. The world and that infinite variety of pleasing objects in it do so allure and enamor us, that we cannot so much as look towards God, seek him, or think on him as we should. We cannot, saith Augustine, Republica, celestem cogitare, we cannot contain ourselves from them, their sweetness is so pleasing to us. Marriage, saith Gualter, detains many. A thing in itself laudable, good, and necessary, but many, deceived and carried away with the blind love of it, have quite laid aside the love of God and desire of his glory. Meat and drink hath overcome as many, whilst they rather strive to please, satisfy their guts and belly, than to serve God and nature. Some are so busied about merchandise to get money, they lose their own souls, whilst covetously carried, and with an insatiable desire of gain, they forget God. As much we may say of honour, leagues, friendships, health, wealth, and all other profits or pleasures in this life whatsoever. In this world there be so many beautiful objects, splendours and brightness of gold, majesty of glory, assistance of friends, fair promises, smooth words, victories, triumphs, and such an infinite company of pleasing beauties to allure us and draw us from God, that we cannot look after him. And this is it which Christ himself, those prophets and apostles so much thundered against, 1 John 17:15, dehort us from. Love not the world, nor the things that are in the world. If any man love the world, the love of the Father is not in him. 16. For all that is in the world, as lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and pride of life, is not of the Father, but of the world. And the world passeth away, and the lust thereof. But he that fulfilleth the will of God abideth for ever. No man, saith our Saviour, can serve two masters, but he must love the one and hate the other, etc. Bonos vel malos mores, boni vel mali faciunt amores. Augustine well infers, and this is that which all the fathers inculcate. He cannot, Augustine admonisheth, be God's friend that is delighted with the pleasures of the world. Make clean thine heart, purify thine heart. If thou wilt see this beauty, prepare thyself for it. It is the eye of contemplation by which we must behold it, the wing of meditation which lifts us up and rears our souls with the motion of our hearts and sweetness of contemplation. So saith Gregory, cited by Bonaventure. And as Philo Judaeus seconds him, he that loves God will soar aloft and take him wings, and leaving the earth fly up to heaven, wander with sun and moon, stars, and that heavenly troop, God himself being his guide. If we desire to see him, we must lay aside all vain objects which detain us and dazzle our eyes, and as Ficinus adviseth us, get us solar eyes, spectacles as they that look on the sun. To see this divine beauty, lay aside all material objects, all sense, and then thou shalt see him as he is. Thou covetous wretch, as Augustine expostulates, why dost thou stand gaping on this dross, muck hills, filthy excrements? Behold a far fairer object, God himself woos thee. Behold him, enjoy him. He is sick for love. Canto 5. He invites thee to his sight, to come into his fair garden, to eat and drink with him, to be merry with him, to enjoy his presence forever. Wisdom cries out in the streets besides the gates, in the top of high places, before the city, at the entry of the door, and bids them give ear to her instruction, which is better than gold or precious stones. No pleasures can be compared to it. Leave all then, and follow her. Vos exhortor o amici et obsecro. In Ficinus's words, I exhort and beseech you that you would embrace and follow this divine love with all your hearts and abilities, by all offices and endeavors make this so loving God propitious unto you. For whom alone, saith Plotinus, we must forsake the kingdoms and empires of the whole earth, sea, land, and air, if we desire to be engrafted into him, leave all and follow him. Now, forasmuch as this love of God is a habit infused of God, as Thomas holds, Book 2, question 23, by which a man is inclined to love God above all, and his neighbor as himself, we must pray to God that he will open our eyes, make clear our hearts, that we may be capable of his glorious rays, and perform those duties that he requires of us. Deuteronomy 6 and Joshua 23, to love God above all, and our neighbor as ourself, to keep his commandments. In this we know, saith John, chapter 5, 2, we love the children of God when we love God and keep his commandments. This is the love of God, that we keep his commandments. He that loveth not knoweth not God, for God is love. Chapter 4, 8. And he that dwelleth in love dwelleth in God, and God in him. For love presupposeth knowledge, faith, hope, and unites us to God himself, as Leon Hebreus delivereth unto us, and is accompanied with the fear of God, humility, meekness, patience, all those virtues, and charity itself. For if we love God, we shall love our neighbor, and perform the duties which are required at our hands, to which we are exhorted. 1 Corinthians 15, 4 and 5, Ephesians 4, Colossians 3, Romans 12. We shall not be envious or puffed up, or boast, disdain, think evil, or be provoked to anger, but suffer all things. Endeavor to keep the unity of the Spirit in the bond of peace. Forbear one another, forgive one another, clothe the naked, visit the sick, and perform all those works of mercy which Clemens Alexandrinus calls amoris et amicitiae, impletionem et extensionem, the extent and complement of love, and that not for fear or worldly respects, but ordine ad Deum, for the love of God himself. This we shall do if we be truly enamoured, but we come short in both, we neither love God nor our neighbour as we should. Our love in spiritual things is too defective, in worldly things too excessive, there is a jar in both. We love the world too much, God too little, our neighbour not at all, or for our own ends. Vulgus amicitias utilitate probat. the chief thing we respect is our commodity, and what we do is for fear of worldly punishment, for vainglory, praise of men, fashion, and such by-respects, not for God's sake. We neither know God aright, nor seek, love, or worship him as we should. And for these defects we involve ourselves into a multitude of errors. We swerve from this true love and worship of God, which is a cause unto us of unspeakable miseries. Running into both extremes, we become fools, madmen, without sense, as now in the next place I will show you. The parties affected are innumerable almost, and scattered over the face of the earth far and near, and so have been in all precedent ages, from the beginning of the world to these times, of all sorts and conditions. For method's sake, I will reduce them to a twofold division, according to those two extremes of excess and defect, impiety and superstition, idolatry and atheism. Not that there is any excess of divine worship or love of God. That cannot be. We cannot love God too much, or do our duty as we ought, as papists hold, or have any perfection in this life, much less supererogate. When we have all done, we are unprofitable servants. But because we do aliud agere, zealous without knowledge, and too solicitous about that which is not necessary, busying ourselves about impertinent, needless, idle, and vain ceremonies, populo ut placerent, as the Jews did about sacrifices, oblations, offerings, incense, new moons, feasts, etc. But Isaiah taxeth them, 1:12, who required this at your hands. We have too great opinion of our own worth, that we can satisfy the law, and do more than is required at our hands by performing those evangelical counsels and such works of supererogation, merit for others, which Bellarmine, Gregory de Valentia, all their Jesuits and champions defend, that if God should deal in rigor with them, some of their Franciscans and Dominicans are so pure that nothing could be objected to them. Some of us again are too dear, as we think, more divine and sanctified than others, of a better metal, greater gifts, and with that proud Pharisee, contemn others in respect of ourselves. We are better Christians, better learned, choice spirits, inspired, know more, have special revelation, perceive God's secrets, and thereupon presume, say, and do that many times which is not befitting to be said or done. Of this number are all superstitious idolaters, ethnics, Mahometans, Jews, heretics, enthusiasts, divinators, prophets, sectaries, and schismatics. Zanchius reduceth such infidels to 4 chief sects, but I will insist and follow mine own intended method. All which with many other curious persons, monks, hermits, etc., may be ranged in this extreme, and fight under this superstitious banner, with those rude idiots and infinite swarms of people that are seduced by them. In the other extreme, or in defect, march those impious epicures, libertines, atheists, hypocrites, infidels, worldly, secure, impenitent, unthankful, and carnal-minded men, that attribute all to natural causes, that will acknowledge no supreme power, that have cauterized consciences, or live in a reprobate sense, or such desperate persons as are too distrustful of his mercies. Of these there be many subdivisions, diverse degrees of madness and folly, some more than other, as shall be shown in the symptoms, and yet all miserably out, perplexed, doting, and beside themselves for religion's sake. For as Zanchy well distinguished, and all the world knows, religion is twofold, true or false. False is that vain superstition of idolaters, such as were of old Greeks, Romans, present Mahometans, etc. Timorem deorum inanem, Tully could term it, or as Zanchy defines it, ubi falsi dii ut falso cullu colitur Deus, when false gods, or that God, is falsely worshipped. And 'tis a miserable plague, a torture of the soul, a mere madness, religiosa insania, Meteran calls it, or insanus error, as Seneca, a frantic error, or as Augustine, insanus animi morbus, a furious disease of the soul. Insania omnium insanissima, a quintessence of madness, for he that is superstitious can never be quiet. 'Tis proper to man alone, uni superbia avaritia superstitio, saith Pliny, book 7, chapter 1, atque etiam post saevit de futuro, which wrings his soul for the present and to come. The greatest misery belongs to mankind, a perpetual servitude, a slavery, ex timore timor, a heavy yoke, the seal of damnation, an intolerable burden. They that are superstitious are still fearing, suspecting, vexing themselves with auguries, prodigies, false tales, dreams, idle vain works, unprofitable labours, as Boterus observes, cura mentis ancipite versantur, enemies to God and to themselves. In a word, as Seneca concludes, religio Deum colit, superstitio destruit. Superstition destroys, but true religion honours God. True religion, ubi veros Deus vere colitur, where the true God is truly worshipped, is the way to heaven, the mother of virtues, love, fear, devotion, obedience, knowledge, etc. It rears the dejected soul of man, and amidst so many cares, miseries, persecutions, which this world affords, it is a sole ease, an unspeakable comfort, a sweet reposal, jugum suave et leve, a light yoke, an anchor and a haven. It adds courage, boldness, and begets generous spirits. Although tyrants rage, persecute, and that bloody lictor or sergeant be ready to martyr them, aut lita aut morere, as in those persecutions of the primitive church it was put in practice, as you may read in Eusebius and others. Though enemies be now ready to invade, and all in an uproar, si fractus illabatur orbis, impavidos ferient ruinae, though heaven should fall on his head, he would not be dismayed. But as a good Christian prince once made answer to a menacing Turk, facile scelerata hominum arma contemnit, qui del praesidio tutus est, or as Phalaris writ to Alexander in a wrong cause, he nor any other enemy could terrify him, for that he trusted in God. Si Deus nobiscum, quis contra nos? In all calamities, persecutions whatsoever, as David did, 2 Samuel 2:22. He will sing with him, the Lord is my rock, my fortress, my strength, my refuge, the tower and horn of my salvation, etc. In all troubles and adversities. Psalm 46:1. God is my hope and help, still ready to be found, I will not therefore fear, etc. 'Tis a fear-expelling fear. He hath peace of conscience, and is full of hope, which is, saith Augustine, vita vitae mortalis, the life of this our mortal life, hope of immortality, the sole comfort of our misery. Otherwise, as Paul saith, we of all others were most wretched, but this makes us happy, counterpoising our hearts in all miseries. Superstition torments, and is from the devil, the author of lies. But this is from God himself, as Lucian, that Antiochian priest, made his divine confession in Eusebius, Auctor nobis de Deo Deus est. God is the author of our religion himself. His word is our rule, a lantern to us, dictated by the Holy Ghost. He plays upon our hearts as many harp strings, and we are his temples. He dwelleth in us, and we in him. The part affected of superstition is the brain, heart, will, understanding, soul itself, and all the faculties of it, totum compositum, all is mad and dotes. Now for the extent, as I say, the world itself is the subject of it, to omit that grand sin of atheism. All times have been misaffected, past, present, there is not one that doth good, no, not one, from the prophet to the priest, etc. A lamentable thing it is to consider how many myriads of men this idolatry and superstition, for that comprehends all, hath infatuated in all ages, besotted by this blind zeal, which is religion's ape, religion's bastard, religion's shadow, false glass. For where God hath a temple, the devil will have a chapel. Where God hath sacrifices, the devil will have his oblations. Where God hath ceremonies, the devil will have his traditions. Where there is any religion, the devil will plant superstition. And 'tis a pitiful sight to behold and read what tortures, miseries it hath procured, what slaughter of souls it hath made, how it rageth amongst those old Persians, Syrians, Egyptians, Greeks, Romans, Tuscans, Gauls, Germans, Britons, etc. Britannia jam hodie celebrat tam atonite, saith Pliny, tantis ceremoniis, speaking of superstition, ut dedice Persis videre possit. The Britons are so stupendly superstitious in their ceremonies, that they go beyond those Persians. He that shall but read in Pausanias alone, those gods, temples, altars, idols, statues so curiously made with such infinite cost and charge amongst those old Greeks, such multitudes of them and frequent varieties, as Gerbelius truly observes, may stand amazed, and never enough wonder at it, and thank God withal that by the light of the gospel we are so happily freed from that slavish idolatry in these our days. but heretofore, almost in all countries, in all places, superstition hath blinded the hearts of men. In all ages, what a small portion hath the true church ever been. Divisum imperium cum Jove daemon habet. The patriarchs and their families, the Israelites a handful in respect, Christ and his apostles, and not all of them neither. Into what straits hath it been compinged, a little flock? How hath superstition on the other side dilated herself? Error, ignorance, barbarism, folly, madness, deceived, triumphed, and insulted over the most wise, discreet, and understanding man, philosophers, dynasts, monarchs. All were involved and overshadowed in this mist, in more than Cimmerian darkness. Adeo ignara superstitio mentes hominum depravat, et non nunquam sapientum animos transversos agit. At this present, quota pars, how small a part is truly religious, how little in respect. Divide the world into 6 parts, and one, or not so much, as Christians. Idolaters and Mahometans possess almost Asia, Africa, America, Magellanica. The kings of China, Great Cham, Siam, and Borneo, Pegu, Deccan, Narsinga, Japan, etc., are Gentiles, idolaters, and many other petty princes in Asia, Monomotopa, Congo, and I know not how many Negro princes in Africa, all terra australis incognita, most of America pagans, differing all in their several superstitions, and yet all idolaters. The Mahometans extend themselves over the great Turks' dominions in Europe, Africa, Asia, to the Xerifes in Barbary, and its territories in Fez, Sousse, Morocco, etc. The Tartar, the great Mogor, the Sophie of Persia, with most of their dominions and subjects, are at this day Mahometans. See how the devil rageth, those at odds or differing among themselves, some for Ali, some Enbokar, for Akmor and Ozimen, those 4 doctors, Mahomet's successors, and are subdivided into 72 inferior sects, as Leo Afer reports. The Jews, as a company of vagabonds, are scattered over all parts, whose story, present estate, progress from time to time, is fully set down by Mr. Thomas Jackson, Doctor of Divinity, in his comment on the Creed. A 5th part of the world, and hardly that, now professeth Christ, but so enlarded and interlaced with several superstitions, that there is scarce a sound part to be found, or any agreement amongst them. Presbyter John in Africa, lord of those Abyssinians or Ethiopians, is by his profession a Christian, but so different from us, with such new absurdities and ceremonies, such liberty, such a mixture of idolatry and paganism, that they keep little more than a bare title of Christianity. They suffer polygamy, circumcision, stupend fastings, divorce as they will themselves, etc. And as the papists call on the Virgin Mary, so do they on Thomas Didymus before Christ. The Greek or Eastern Church is rent from this of the West, and as they have 4 chief patriarchs, so have they 4 subdivisions, besides those Nestorians, Jacobins, Syrians, Armenians, Georgians, etc., scattered over Asia Minor, Syria, Egypt, etc., Greece, Wallachia, Circassia, Bulgaria, Bosnia, Albania, Illyricum, Sclavonia, Croatia, Thrace, Servia, Rascia, and a sprinkling amongst the Tartars, the Russians, Muscovites, and most of that great dukes, Czars, subjects, are part of the Greek Church, and still Christians. But, as one saith, temporis successu multas ilia diderunt superstitiones. In process of time they have added so many superstitions, they be rather semi-Christians than otherwise. That which remains is the Western Church with us in Europe, but so eclipsed with several schisms, heresies, and superstitions, that one knows not where to find it. The Papists have Italy, Spain, Savoy, part of Germany, France, Poland, and a sprinkling in the rest of Europe. In America they hold all that which Spaniards inhabit, Hispania Nova, Castella Aurea, Peru, etc. In the East Indies, the Philippines, some small holds about Goa, Malacca, Ceylon, Ormus, etc., which the Portuguese got not long since, and those land-leaping Jesuits have essayed in China, Japan, as appears by their yearly letters. In Africa they have Melinda, Quiloa, Mombase, etc., and some few towns, they drive out one superstition with another. Poland is a receptacle of all religions, where Samosetans, Socinians, Photinians, now protected in Transylvania and Poland, Arians, Anabaptists are to be found as well as in some German cities. Scandia is Christian, but Damianus Agois, the Portugal knight, complains, so mixed with magic, pagan rites and ceremonies, they may be as well counted idolaters. What Tacitus formerly said of a like nation is verified in them, a people subject to superstition, contrary to religion. And some of them as about Lapland and the Pilapeans, the devil's possession to this day. Misera haec gens, saith mine author, Satanae hac tenus possessio, et quod maxime mirandum et dolendum, and which is to be admired and pitied. If any of them be baptized, which the kings of Sweden much labour, they die within 7 or 9 days after, and for that cause they will hardly be brought to Christianity, but worship still the devil, who daily appears to them. In their idolatrous courses, gandentibus diis patriis quos religiose colunt, etc. Yet are they very superstitious, like our wild Irish, though they of the better note, the kings of Denmark and Sweden themselves that govern them, be Lutherans. The remnant are Calvinists, Lutherans, in Germany equally mixed. And yet the emperor himself, dukes of Lorraine, Bavaria, and the princes, electors, are most part professed papists. And though some part of France and Ireland, Great Britain, half the cantons in Switzerland, and the Low Countries be Calvinists, more defecate than the rest, yet at odds amongst themselves, not free from superstition. And which Brochard the monk, in his description of the Holy Land, after he had censured the Greek Church, and showed their errors, concluded at last, Faxit Deus ne Latinis multa irrepserint stultifies. I say God grant there be no fopperies in our church. As a dam of water stopped in one place breaks out into another, so doth superstition. I say nothing of Anabaptists, Socinians, Brownists, Familists, etc. There is superstition in our prayers, often in our hearing of sermons, bitter contentions, invectives, persecutions, strange conceits, besides diversity of opinions, schisms, factions, etc. But as the Lord, Job 42, chapter 7, 5, said to Eliphaz the Temanite and his 2 friends, his wrath was kindled against them, for they had not spoken of him things that were right. We may justly of these schismatics and heretics, how wise soever in their own conceits, non recte loquuntur de Deo, they speak not, they think not, they write not well of God, and as they ought. And therefore, quid quaeso mi dorpi, as Erasmus concludes to Dorpius, hisce theologis faciamus, aut quid preceris nisi forte fidelem medicum, quid cerebro mediatur? What shall we wish them but sanam mentem and a good physician? But more of their differences, paradoxes, opinions, mad pranks, in the symptoms. I now hasten to the causes. End of section 35. Section 36 of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 36. Partition 3, Section 4, Member 1, Subsection 2, Part 1. Causes of religious melancholy, from the devil by miracles, apparitions, oracles. His instruments or factors, politicians, priests, impostors, heretics, blind guides. In them simplicity, fear, blind zeal, ignorance, solitariness, curiosity, pride, vainglory, presumption, etc. His engines, fasting, solitariness, hope, fear, etc. We are taught in Holy Scripture that the devil rangeth abroad like a roaring lion, still seeking whom he may devour. And as in several shapes, so by several engines and devices he goeth about to seduce us. Sometimes he transforms himself into an angel of light, and is so cunning that he is able, if it were possible, to deceive the very elect. He will be worshipped as God himself, and is so adored by the heathen and esteemed. And in imitation of that divine power, as Eusebius observes, to abuse or emulate God's glory, as Dandinus adds, he will have all homage, sacrifices, oblations, and whatsoever else belongs to the worship of God, to be done likewise unto him. Similis erit altissimo. And by this means infatuates the world, deludes, entraps, and destroys many 1,000 souls. Sometimes by dreams, visions, as God to Moses by familiar conference, the devil in several shapes talks with them. In the Indies it is common, and in China nothing so familiar as apparitions, inspirations, oracles, by terrifying them with false prodigies, counterfeit miracles, sending storms, tempests, diseases, plagues, as of old in Athens there was Apollo Alexicacus, Apollo Loimios, pestifer et malorum depulsor. raising wars, seditions by spectrums, troubling their consciences, driving them to despair, terrors of mind, intolerable pains. By promises, rewards, benefits, and fair means, he raiseth such an opinion of his deity and greatness, that they dare not do otherwise than adore him, do as he will have them, they dare not offend him. And to compel them more to stand in awe of him, he sends and cures diseases, disquiets their spirits, as Cyprian saith, torments and terrifies their souls, to make them adore him. And all his study, all his endeavour is to divert them from true religion to superstition. And because he is damned himself, and in an error, he would have all the world participate of his errors, and be damned with him. The primum mobile, therefore, and first mover of all superstition, is the devil, that great enemy of mankind, the principal agent, who in 1,000 several shapes, after divers fashions, with several engines, illusions, and by several names hath deceived the inhabitants of the earth in several places and countries, still rejoicing at their falls. All the world over before Christ's time he freely domineered, and held the souls of men in most slavish subjection, saith Eusebius, in diverse forms, ceremonies, and sacrifices, till Christ's coming, as if those devils of the air had shared the earth amongst them, which the Platonists held for gods, ludus deorum summus, and were our governors and keepers. In several places they had several rites, orders, names, of which read Virus de Prestigiis Daemonum, Book 1, Chapter 5, Strotius Cicogna, and others. Adonided amongst the Syrians, Adramelech amongst the Capernaites, Asinai amongst the Emethites, Astartes with the Sidonians, Astaroth with the Palestines, Dagon with the Philistines, Tartary with the Hanai, Melconis amongst the Ammonites, Beli the Babylonians, Beelzebub and Baal with the Samaritans and Moabites, Apis, Isis, and Osiris amongst the Egyptians, Apollo Pythius at Delphos, Colophon, Ankara, Cuma, Erythra, Jupiter in Crete, Venus at Cyprus, Juno at Carthage, Asclepius at Epidaurus, Diana at Ephesus, Pallas at Athens, etc. And even in these our days, both in the East and West Indies, in Tartary, China, Japan, etc., what strange idols, in what prodigious forms, with what absurd ceremonies are they adored! What strange sacraments, like ours of baptism and the Lord's Supper, what goodly temples, priests, sacrifices they had in America when the Spaniards first landed there, let Acosta the Jesuit relate, Book 5, Chapters 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. And how the devil imitated the ark and the children of Israel's coming out of Egypt, with many such. For as Lipsius well discourseth out of the doctrine of the Stoics, Maxime cupiunt adorationem hominum, now and of old, they still and most especially desire to be adored by men. See but what Vertomannus, Book 5, Chapter 2, Marcus Polus, Lerius, Benzo, Petrus Martyr in his Ocean Decades, Acosta, and Matthäus Riccius, Expeditione Christiana in Sinus, Book 1, relate. Eusebius wonders how that wise city of Athens and flourishing kingdoms of Greece should be so besotted, And we, in our times, how those witty Chinese, so perspicacious in all other things, should be so gulled, so tortured with superstition, so blind as to worship stocks and stones. But it is no marvel when we see all out as great effects amongst Christians themselves. How are those Anabaptists, Arians, and Papists, above the rest, miserably infatuated? Mars, Jupiter, Apollo, and Asclepius have resigned their interest, names, and offices to Saint George. Maxime bellorum rector, quem nostra juventus pro mavorte colit. Saint Christopher and a company of fictitious saints, Venus to the Lady of Loretto. And as those old Romans had several distinct gods for diverse offices, persons, places, so have they saints, as Lavater well observes out of Lactantius. Mutato nomine tantum, 'tis the same spirit or devil that deludes them still. The manner how, as I say, is by rewards, promises, terrors, affrights, punishments. In a word, fair and foul means, hope and fear. How often hath Jupiter, Apollo, Bacchus, and the rest sent plagues in Greece and Italy, because their sacrifices were neglected. Dii multa neglecti dederunt Hesperiae mala luctuosae. To terrify them, to arouse them up, and the like. See but Livy, Dionysius Halicarnassius, Thucydides, Pausanias, Philostratus, Polybius, before the battle of Cannae, prodigiis signis, ostentis, templa, cuncta, privatis etiam aedes scatebant. Oenis reigned in Aetolia, and because he did not sacrifice to Diana with his other gods, see more in Libanius his Diana, she sent a wild boar, insolitae magnitudinis, qui terras et homines misere depascebatur, to spoil both men and country, which was afterwards killed by Meleager. So Plutarch in the life of Lucullus relates, how Mithridates, king of Pontus, at the siege of Chisicum, with all his navy was overthrown by Proserpina for neglecting of her holy day. She appeared in a vision to Aristagoras in the night, cras inquit Tibicenum, Libicum cum Tibicine Pontico comitam. Tomorrow I will cause a contest between a Libyan and a Pontic minstrel. And the day following this enigma was understood, for with a great south wind, which came from Libya, she quite overwhelmed Mithridates' army. What prodigies and miracles, dreams, visions, predictions, apparitions, oracles, have been of old at Delphos, Dodona, Trophonius' den at Thebes, and Labaudia of Jupiter Ammon in Egypt, Amphiauros in Attica, etc. What strange cures performed by Apollo and Asclepius! Juno's image and that of Fortune spake. Castor and Pollux fought in person for the Romans against Hannibal's army, as Pallas, Mars, Juno, Venus, for Greeks and Trojans, etc. Amongst our pseudo-Catholics, nothing so familiar as such miracles. How many cures done by Our Lady of Loretto at Sichem, of old at our St. Thomas's shrine, etc. Saint Sabine was seen to fight for Anulphus, Duke of Spoleto. Saint George fought in person for John the Bastard of Portugal against the Castilians. Saint James for the Spaniards in America. In the Battle of Bannockburn, where Edward II, our English king, was foiled by the Scots, Saint Philinus' arm was seen to fight, if Hector Boethius doth not impose, that was before shut up in a silver cap-case. Another time, in the same author, Saint Magnus fought for them. Now for visions, revelations, miracles, not only out of the legend, out of purgatory, but every day comes news from the Indies, and at home read the Jesuits' letters, Ribadiniera, Thursilenius, Acosta, Lepomenus, Javierus, Ignatius' Lives, etc., and tell me, what difference? His ordinary instruments or factors which he useth, as God himself did good kings, lawful magistrates, patriarchs, prophets, to the establishing of his church, are politicians, statesmen, priests, heretics, blind guides, impostors, pseudo-prophets, to propagate his superstition. And first to begin of politicians, it hath ever been a principal axiom with them to maintain religion or superstition, which they determine of, alter and vary upon all occasions, as to them seems best. They make religion mere policy, a cloak, a human invention. Nihil aeque valet ad regendos vulgi animos ac superstitio, as Tacitus and Tully hold. Augustine, Book 4, De Civitate Dei, Chapter 9, censures Scaevola, saying and acknowledging, expedire civitates religione falli, that it was a fit thing cities should be deceived by religion, according to the diverb, si mundus vult decipi, decipiatur. If the world will be gulled, let it be gulled. 'Tis good howsoever to keep it in subjection. 'Tis that Aristotle and Plato inculcate in their politics. Religion neglected brings plague to the city, opens a gap to all naughtiness. 'Tis that which all our late politicians ingeminate. Cromerus, Book 2, Polish History. Boterus, Book 3, De Incrementis Urbium. Clapmarius, Book 2, Chapter 9, De Arcanis Rerum Publicarum. Chapter 4, Book 2, Polit. Captain Machiavel will have a prince by all means to counterfeit religion, to be superstitious in show at least, to seem to be devout, frequent holy exercises, honour divines, love the church, affect priests, as Numa, Lycurgus, and such lawmakers were and did. Non ut his fidem habeant, sed ut subditos religionis metu facilius in officio contineant, to keep people in obedience. Nam naturaliter, as Cardan writes, lex Christiana, lex est pietatis, justitiae, fide, simplicitatis, etc. But this error of his, Innocentius Gentiletus, a French lawyer, Theorem 9, Commentary 1, De Religione, and Thomas Bozius in his book De Ruinis Gentium et Regnorum, have copiously confuted. Many politicians, I dare not deny, maintain religion as a true means, and sincerely speak of it without hypocrisy, are truly zealous and religious themselves. Justice and religion are the two chief props and supporters of a well-governed commonwealth. But most of them are but Machiavellians, counterfeits only for political ends. For solus rex, which Campanella, chapter 18, Atheismi triumphali, observes, as amongst our modern Turks, re publicae finis, as knowing magnus eius in animos imperium, and that, as Sabellicus delivers, a man without religion is like a horse without a bridle. No way better to curb than superstition, to terrify men's consciences and to keep them in awe. They make new laws, statutes, invent new religions, ceremonies, as so many stalking horses, to their ends. Haec enim religio si falsa sit dum moda vera credatur, animorum ferociam domat, libidines coercet, subditos principi obsequentes efficit. Therefore, saith Polybius of Lycurgus, did he maintain ceremonies, not that he was superstitious himself, but that he had perceived mortal men more apt to embrace paradoxes than aught else, and durst attempt no evil things for fear of the gods. This was Zamolcus' stratagem amongst the Thracians, Numa's plot when he said he had conference with the nymph Egeria, and that of Sertorius with a heart, to get more credit to their decrees by deriving them from the gods. Or else they did all by divine instinct, which Nicholas Damascen well observes of Lycurgus, Solon, and Minos. They had their laws dictated, Monte Sacro, by Jupiter himself. So Mahomet referred his new laws to the angel Gabriel, by whose direction he gave out they were made. Caligula in Dion feigned himself to be familiar with Castor and Pollux, and many such, which kept those Romans under, who, as Machiavel proves, Book 1, Disputationes, chapter 11 and 12, were religione maxime moti, most superstitious, and did curb the people more by this means than by force of arms or severity of human laws. Sola plebecula eam agnoscebat, saith Vaninus, Dialogue 1, Book 4, De admirandis naturae arcanis, speaking of religion, que facili decipitur magnates vero et philosophi nequaquam. Your grandees and philosophers had no such conceit. Sed ad imperii conformationem et amplificationem quam sine praetextu religionis tueri non poterant. And many thousands in all ages have ever held as much, philosophers especially. Animadvertebant hi semper haec esse fabelas, atamen ob metum publicae potestates silere cogebantur. They were still silent for fear of laws, etc. To this end that Syrian Pherecydes, Pythagoras his master, broached in the East amongst the heathens, first the immortality of the soul, as Trismegistus did in Egypt, with a many of feigned gods. Those French and Briton druids in the West first taught, saith Caesar, non interire animas, that souls did not die, but after death to go from one to another, that so they might encourage them to virtue. 'Twas for a politic end, and to this purpose the old poets feigned those Elysian fields, their Aeacus, Minos, and Rhadamanthus, their infernal judges, and those Stygian lakes, fiery Phlegethons, Pluto's kingdom, and variety of torments after death. Those that had done well went to the Elysian fields, but evildoers to Cocytus, and to that burning lake of hell with fire and brimstone, for ever to be tormented. 'Tis this which Plato labours for in his Phaedon, and the 9th De Republica. The Turks in their Alcoran, when they set down rewards and several punishments for every particular virtue and vice, when they persuade men that they that die in battle shall go directly to heaven, but wicked livers to eternal torment, and all of all sorts, much like our papistical purgatory, for a set time shall be tortured in their graves, as appears by that tract which John Baptista Alfaqui, that Mauritanian priest, now turned Christian, hath written in his confutation of the Alcoran. After a man's death, 2 black angels, nunquir and nequir, so they call them, come to him to his grave and punish him for his precedent sins. If he lived well, they torture him the less. If ill, per indesinentes cruciatus ad diem fudicii, they incessantly punish him to the day of judgment. Nemo viventium qui ad horum mentionem non totus horet et contremiscit. The thought of this crucifies them all their lives long, and makes them spend their days in fasting and prayer. Ne mala haec contingant, etc. A Tartar prince, saith Marcus Polus, Book 1, chapter 23, called Senex de Montibus, the better to establish his government amongst his subjects, and to keep them in awe, found a convenient place in a pleasant valley, environed with hills, in which he made a delicious park full of odoriferous flowers and fruits, and a palace of all worldly contents that could possibly be devised, music, pictures, varieties of meats, etc., and chose out a certain young man, whom with a soporiferous potion he so benumbed that he perceived nothing, and so, fast asleep as he was, caused him to be conveyed into this fair garden, where, after he had lived a while in all such pleasures a sensual man could desire, he cast him into a sleep again, and brought him forth, that when he awaked he might tell others he had been in paradise. The like he did for hell, and by this means brought his people to subjection. Because heaven and hell are mentioned in the Scriptures, and to be believed necessary by Christians, so cunningly can the devil and his ministers, in imitation of true religion, counterfeit and forge the like, to circumvent and delude his superstitious followers. Many such tricks and impostures are acted by politicians, in China especially, but with what effect I will discourse in the symptoms. Next to politicians, if I may distinguish them, are some of our priests, who make religion policy, if not far beyond them, for they domineer over princes and statesmen themselves. Carnificiam exercent, one saith, they tyrannize over men's consciences more than any other tormentors whatsoever, partly for their commodity and gain. Religionem enim omnium abusus, as Postellus holds, quaestus scilicet sacrificum in causa est. For sovereignty, credit to maintain their state and reputation, out of ambition and avarice, which are their chief supporters. What have they not made the common people believe? Impossibilities in nature, incredible things. What devices, traditions, ceremonies have they not invented in all ages to keep men in obedience, to enrich themselves? Quibus quaestui sunt capti superstitioni animi, as Livy saith. Those Egyptian priests of old got all the sovereignty into their hands, and knowing, as Curtius insinuates, nulla res efficacius multitudinem reget quam superstitio, melius vatibus quam ducibus parent vana religione capti etiam impotentes feminae. The common people will sooner obey priests than captains, and nothing so forcible as superstition, or better than blind zeal, to rule a multitude, have so terrified and gulled them that it is incredible to relate. All nations almost have been besotted in this kind. amongst our Britons and old Gauls, the Druids, Magi in Persia, philosophers in Greece, Chaldeans amongst the Oriental, Brahmani in India, gymnosophists in Ethiopia, the Turdetanes in Spain, augurs in Rome have insulted, Apollo's priests in Greece, Phaebades and Pythonice by their oracles and phantasms, Amphiaraos and his companions, now Mahometan and pagan priests, what can they not effect? How do they not infatuate the world? Adeo ubique, as Scaliger writes of the Mahometan priests, tum gentium tum locorum gens ista sacrorum ministra, vulgi secat spes ad ea quae ipsi fingunt somnia. So cunningly can they gull the commons in all places and countries. But above all others, that high priest of Rome, the dam of that monstrous and superstitious brood, the bull-bellowing Pope, which now rageth in the West, that three-headed Cerberus hath played his part, whose religion at this day is mere policy, a state wholly composed of superstition and wit, and needs nothing but wit and superstition to maintain it, that useth colleges and religious houses to as good purpose as forts and castles, and doth more at this day by a company of scribbling parasites, fiery spirited friars, zealous anchorites, hypocritical confessors, and those praetorian soldiers, his janissary Jesuits, and that dissociable society, as Languis terms it, postremus diaboli conatus et saeculi excrementum, that now stand in the forefront of the battle, will have a monopoly of, and engross all other learning, but domineer in divinity, excipiunt solitotius vulnera bellae, and fight alone almost, for the rest are but his dromedaries and asses, than ever he could have done by garrisons and armies. What power of prince or penal law, be it never so strict, could enforce men to do that which for conscience sake they will voluntarily undergo? And as to fast from all flesh, abstain from marriage, rise to their prayers at midnight, whip themselves, with stupendous fasting and penance, abandon the world, wilful poverty, perform canonical and blind obedience, to prostrate their goods, fortunes, bodies, lives, and offer up themselves at their superior's feet, at his command. What so powerful an engine as superstition, which they right well perceiving are of no religion at all themselves? Primum enim, as Calvin rightly suspects, the tenor and practice of their life proves, arcanae ilius theologiae, quod apud eos regnat, caput est, nullum esse Deum. They hold there is no God, as Leo X did, Hildebrand the magician, Alexander VI, Julius II, mere atheists, and which the common proverb amongst them approves. The worst Christians of Italy are the Romans. Of the Romans the priests are wildest, the lewdest priests are preferred to be cardinals, and the baddest men amongst the cardinals is chosen to be pope. That is an epicure, as most part the popes are, infidels and Lucianists, for so they think and believe. And what is said of Christ to be fables and impostures, of heaven and hell, day of judgment, paradise, immortality of the soul, are all rumores vacui, verbaque inania, et par sollicito fabula somnio, dreams, toys, and old wives' tales. Yet as so many whetstones to make other tools cut, but cut not themselves, though they be of no religion at all, they will make others most devout and superstitious, by promises and threats, compel, enforce from, and lead them by the nose like so many bears in a line, whenas their end is not to propagate the church, advance God's kingdom, seek his glory or common good, but to enrich themselves, to enlarge their territories, to domineer and compel them to stand in awe, to live in subjection to the see of Rome. For what otherwise care they? Si mundus vult decipi, decipiatur. Since the world wishes to be gulled, let it be gulled, 'tis fit it should be so. And for which Augustine cites Varro to maintain his Roman religion, we may better apply to them. Multa vera, quae vulgus scire non est utile, pleraque falsa, quae tamen uliter existimare populum expedit. Some things are true, some false, which for their own ends they will not have the gullish commonalty take notice of. As well may witness their intolerable covetousness, strange forgeries, fopperies, fooleries, unrighteous subtleties, impostures, illusions, new doctrines, paradoxes, traditions, false miracles, which they have still forged to enthrall, circumvent, and subjugate them to maintain their own estates. One while by bulls, pardons, indulgencies, and their doctrines of good works, that they be meritorious, hope of heaven, by that means they have so fleeced the commonalty, and spurred on this free superstitious horse, that he runs himself blind, and is an ass to carry burdens. They have so amplified Peter's patrimony, that from a poor bishop he is become rex regum, dominus dominantium, a demigod, as his canonists make him, Felonius and the rest, above God himself. And for his wealth and temporalities is not inferior to many kings, his cardinals, princes' companions, and in every kingdom almost, abbots, priors, monks, friars, etc., and his clergy have engrossed a third part, half in some places, all into their hands. 3 princes, electors in Germany, bishops. Besides Magdeburg, Spire, Salzburg, Bremen, Bamberg, etc. In France, as Bodin Liber de Republica gives us to understand, their revenues are 12,300,000 livres, and of 12 parts of the revenues in France the Church possesseth 7. The Jesuits, a new sect, begun in this age, have, as Middendorpius and Pelargus reckon up, 300 or 400 colleges in Europe, and more revenues than many princes. In France, as Arnoldus proves, in 30 years they have got bis centum librarum millia annua 200,000 livres. I say nothing of the rest of their orders. We have had in England, as Armacanus demonstrates, above 30,000 friars at once, and as Speed collects out of Leland and others, almost 600 religious houses, and near 200,000 livres in revenues of the old rent belonging to them, besides images of gold, silver, plate, furniture, goods and ornaments, as Weaver calculates, and esteems them at the dissolution of abbeys, worth 1,000,000 of gold. How many towns in every kingdom hath superstition enriched? what a deal of money by musty relics, images, idolatry, have their mass priests engrossed, and what sums have they scraped by their other tricks? Loretto in Italy, Walsingham in England in those days. Ubi omnia auro nitent, where everything shines with gold, saith Erasmus, St. Thomas's shrine, etc., may witness. Delphos, so renowned of old in Greece for Apollo's oracle, Delos commune conciliabulum et emporium sola religione munitum. Dodona, whose fame and wealth were sustained by religion, were not so rich, so famous. If they can get but a relic of some saint, the Virgin Mary's picture, idols, or the like, that city is forever made. It needs no other maintenance. Now, if any of these their impostures or juggling tricks be controverted or called in question, if a magnanimous or zealous Luther, an heroical Luther, as Dithmarus calls him, dare touch the monks' bellies, all is in a combustion, all is in an uproar. Demetrius and his associates are ready to pull him in pieces to keep up their trades. Great is the Diana of the Ephesians. With a mighty shout of 2 hours long they will roar and not be pacified. End of section 36. Section 37 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 37. Partition 3, Section 4, Member 1, Subsection 2, Part 2. Now for their authority, what by auricular confession, satisfaction, penance, Peter's keys, thunderings, excommunications, etc., roaring bulls, this high priest of Rome, shaking his Gorgon's head, hath so terrified the soul of many a silly man, insulted over majesty itself, and swaggered generally over all Europe for many ages, and still doth to some, holding them as yet in slavish subjection, as never tyrannizing Spaniards did by their poor negroes, or Turks by their galley slaves. The Bishop of Rome, saith Stapleton, a parasite of his, De Magnitudine Ecclesiae, Book 2, Chapter 1, hath done that without arms, which those Roman emperors could never achieve with 40 legions of soldiers, deposed kings, and crowned them again with his foot, made friends and corrected at his pleasure, etc. 'Tis a wonder, saith Machiavel, Florentine Historiae, Book 1, what slavery King Henry II endured for the death of Thomas Becket, what things he was enjoined by the Pope, and how he submitted himself to do that which in our times a private man would not endure, and all through superstition. Henry IV disposed of his empire, stood barefooted with his wife at the gates of Canosus. Frederick the Emperor was trodden on by Alexander III, another held Adrian's stirrup. King John kissed the knees of Pandulphos the Pope's legate, etc. What made so many thousand Christians travel from France, Britain, etc., into the Holy Land, spend such huge sums of money, go a pilgrimage so familiarly to Jerusalem, to creep and crouch, but slavish superstition? What makes them so freely venture their lives to leave their native countries, to go seek martyrdom in the Indies, but superstition? To be assassins, to meet death, murder kings, but a false persuasion of merit, of canonical or blind obedience, which they instill into them, and animate them by strange illusions, hope of being martyrs and saints. Such pretty feats can the devil work by priests, and so well for their own advantage can they play their parts. And if it were not yet enough, by priests and politicians to delude mankind and crucify the souls of men, he hath more actors in his tragedy, more irons in the fire, another scene of heretics, factious ambitious wits, insolent spirits, schismatics, impostors, false prophets, blind guides, that out of pride, singularity, vainglory, blind zeal, cause much more madness yet, set all in an uproar by their new doctrines, paradoxes, figments, crotchets, make new divisions, subdivisions, new sects, oppose one superstition to another, one kingdom to another, commit prince and subjects, brother against brother, father against son, to the ruin and destruction of a commonwealth, to the disturbance of peace, and to make a general confusion of all estates. How did those Arians rage of old? How many did they circumvent? Those Pelagians, Manichees, etc., their names alone would make a just volume. How many silly souls have impostors still deluded, drawn away, and quite alienated from Christ? Lucian's Alexander Simon Magus, whose statue was to be seen and adored in Rome, saith Justin Martyr, Simoni Deo Sancto, etc., after his decease. Apollonius Tianaeus Kynops Eumo, who by counterfeiting some new ceremonies and juggling tricks of that Dea Syria, by spitting fire and the like, got an army together of 40,000 men, and did much harm. With Eudo de Stellis, of whom Nubrigensis speaks, Book 1, Chapter 19, that in King Stephen's days imitated most of Christ's miracles, fed I know not how many people in the wilderness, and built castles in the air, etc., to the seducing of multitudes of poor souls. In Franconia, 1476, a base illiterate fellow took upon him to be a prophet and preach, John Beheim by name, a neatherd at Nicholhausen. He seduced 30,000 persons, and was taken by the commonalty to be a most holy man come from heaven. Tradesmen left their shops, women their distaffs, servants ran from their masters, children from their parents, scholars left their tutors, all to hear him, some for novelty, some for zeal. He was burnt at last by the Bishop of Wartzburg, and so he and his heresy vanished together. How many such impostors, false prophets, have lived in every king's reign? What chronicles will not afford such examples? That as so many ignes fatui have led men out of the way, terrified some, deluded others, that are apt to be carried about by the blast of every wind, a rude inconstant multitude, a silly company of poor souls, that follow all, and are cluttered together like so many pebbles in a tide. What prodigious follies, madness, vexations, persecutions, absurdities, impossibilities, these impostors, heretics, etc., have thrust upon the world! What strange effects shall be shown in the symptoms. Now, the means by which, or advantages, the devil and his infernal ministers take, so to delude and disquiet the world with such idle ceremonies, false doctrines, superstitious fopperies, are from themselves innate fear, ignorance, simplicity, hope and fear, those two battering cannons and principal engines with their objects, reward and punishment, purgatory, limbus patrum, etc., which now more than ever tyrannize. For what province is free from atheism, superstition, idolatry, schism, heresy, impiety, their factors and followers? Thence they proceed, and from that same decayed image of God which is yet remaining in us. Os homini sublime dedit, caelumque tueri iusit. Our own conscience doth dictate so much unto us. We know there is a God, and nature doth inform us. Nulla gens tam barbara, saith Tully, cui non insideat haec persuasio Deum esse, sed nec Scytha, nec Graecus, nec Persa, nec Hyperboreus dissentiet, as Maximus Tyrius the Platonist, Sermone 1, farther adds, nec continentis nec insularum habitator. Let him dwell where he will, in what coast soever, there is no nation so barbarous that is not persuaded there is a God. It is a wonder to read of that infinite superstition amongst the Indians in this kind, of their tenets in America. Pro suo quisque libitu varias res venerabantur superstitiose, plantas, animalia, montes, etc., omne quod amabant aut horrebant. Some few places excepted as he grants, that had no God at all. So the heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament declares his handiwork. Psalm 19. Every creature will evince it. Praesentemque refert quae libet herba Deum. Nolentes sciunt, fatentur inviti, as the said Tyrius proceeds, will or nil, they must acknowledge it. The philosophers, Socrates, Plato, Plotinus, Pythagoras, Trismegistus, Seneca, Epictetus, those magi, druids, etc., went as far as they could by the light of nature. Multa praeclara de natura Deis scripta reliquerunt. Writ many things well of the nature of God, but they had but a confused light, a glimpse. Quale per incertam lunam subluce maligna est iter in sylvis. As he that walks by moonshine in a wood, they groped in the dark. They had a gross knowledge, as he in Euripides, O Deus quisquid es, sive caelum, sive terra, sive aliud quid, and that of Aristotle, ens entium miserere mei, and so of the immortality of the soul, and future happiness. Immortalitatem animae, saith Hierome, Pythagoras somniavit, Democritus non credidit in consolationem damnationis suae, Socrates in carcere disputavit. Indus, Persia, Cothus, etc., philosophantur. So some said this, some that, as they conceived themselves, which the devil perceiving led them farther out, as Lemnius observes, and made them worship him as their god with stocks and stones, and torture themselves to their own destruction, as he thought fit himself, inspired his priests and ministers with lies and fictions to prosecute the same, which they for their own ends were as willing to undergo, taking advantage of their simplicity, fear, and ignorance. For the common people are as a flock of sheep, a rude, illiterate rout, void many times of common sense, a mere beast. Bellua multorum capitum, will go whithersoever they are led. As you lead a ram over a gap by the horns, all the rest will follow. Non qua eundum, sed qua itur. They will do as they see others do, and as their prince will have them, let him be of what religion he will, they are for him. Now for those idolaters, Maxentius and Licinius, then for Constantine, a Christian. Qui Christum negant male pereant, acclamatum est decies. For 2 hours' space. Qui Christum non colunt, Augusti inimici sunt, acclamatum est ter decies. And by idolaters again under that apostate Julianus, all Arians under Constantius, good Catholics again under Jovinianus, and little difference there is between the discretion of men and children in this case, especially of old folks and women, as Cardan discourseth, when, as they are tossed with fear and superstition, and with other men's folly and dishonesty. So that I may say their ignorance is a cause of their superstition, a symptom and madness itself. Supplicii causa est, suppliciumque sui. Their own fear, folly, stupidity, to be deplored lethargy, is that which gives occasion to the other, and pulls these miseries on their own heads. For in all these religions and superstitions, amongst our idolaters, you shall find that the parties first affected are silly, rude, ignorant people, old folks that are naturally prone to superstition, weak women, or some poor, rude, illiterate persons that are apt to be wrought upon and gulled in this kind, prone without either examination or due consideration, for they take up religion a trust, as at mercers they do their wares, to believe anything. And the best means they have to broach first, or to maintain it when they have done, is to keep them still in ignorance. For ignorance is the mother of devotion, as all the world knows, and these times can amply witness. This hath been the devil's practice, and his infernal ministers in all ages. Not as our Saviour by a few silly fishermen, to confound the wisdom of the world, to save publicans and sinners, but to make advantage of their ignorance, to convert them and their associates, and that they may better effect what they intend, they begin, as I say, with poor, stupid, illiterate persons. So Mahomet did when he published his Alcoran, which is a piece of work, saith Bredenbachius, full of nonsense, barbarism, confusion, without rhyme, reason, or any good composition, first published to a company of rude rustics, hog-rubbers, that had no discretion, judgment, art, or understanding, and is so still maintained. For it is a part of their policy to let no man comment, dare to dispute, or call in question, to this day, any part of it, be it never so absurd, incredible, ridiculous, fabulous as it is, must be believed implicite. Upon pain of death, no man must dare to contradict it. God and the Emperor, etc. What else do our papists, but by keeping the people in ignorance, vent and broach all their new ceremonies and traditions, when they conceal the Scripture, read it in Latin, and to some few alone, feeding the slavish people in the meantime with tales out of legends, and such like fabulous narrations? Whom do they begin with but collapsed ladies, some few tradesmen, superstitious old folks, illiterate persons, weak women, discontent, rude, silly companions, or sooner circumvent? So do all our schismatics and heretics. Marcus and Valentinian, heretics in Irenaeus, seduced first I know not how many women, and made them believe they were prophets. Friar Cornelius of Dort seduced a company of silly women. What are all our Anabaptists, Brownists, Barrowists, Femilists, but a company of rude, illiterate, capricious, base fellows? What are most of our papists but stupid, ignorant, and blind Bayards? How should they otherwise be, when as they are brought up and kept still in darkness? If their pastors, saith Lavater, have done their duties, and instructed their flocks as they ought, in the principles of Christian religion, or had not forbidden them the reading of Scriptures, they had not been as they are. But being so misled all their lives in superstition, and carried hoodwinked like hawks, how can they prove otherwise than blind idiots and superstitious asses? What else shall we expect at their hands? Neither is it sufficient to keep them blind, and in Cimmerian darkness, but withal, as a schoolmaster doth by his boys, to make them follow their books, sometimes by good hope, promises, and encouragements, but most of all by fear, strict discipline, severity, threats, and punishment, do they collogue and sooth up their silly auditors, and so bring them into a fool's paradise. Rex eris aiunt, si recte facies. Do well, thou shalt be crowned. But for the most part by threats, terrors, and affrights, they tyrannize and terrify their distressed souls, knowing that fear alone is the sole and only means to keep men in obedience, according to that hemisticium of Petronius, primus in orbe Deus fecit timor. The fear of some divine and supreme powers keeps men in obedience, makes the people do their duties. They play upon their consciences, which was practised of old in Egypt by their priests. When there was an eclipse, they made the people believe God was angry, great miseries were to come. They take all opportunities of natural causes to delude the people's senses, and with fearful tales out of purgatory, feigned apparitions, earthquakes in Japonia or China, tragical examples of devils, possessions, obsessions, false miracles, counterfeit visions, etc. They do so insult over and restrain them, never Hoby so dared a lark, that they will not offend the least tradition, tread, or scarce look awry. Deus bone, Lavater exclaims, quod hoc commentum de purgatorio misere afflixit. Good God, how many men have been miserably afflicted by this fiction of purgatory! To these advantages of hope and fear, ignorance and simplicity, he hath several engines, traps, devices, to batter and enthrall, omitting no opportunities, according to men's several inclinations, abilities, to circumvent and humour them, to maintain his superstitions, sometimes to stupefy, besot them. Sometimes again by oppositions, factions, to set all at odds and in an uproar. Sometimes he infects one man, and makes him a principal agent, sometimes whole cities, countries. If of meaner sort, by stupidity, canonical obedience, blind zeal, etc. If of better note, by pride, ambition, popularity, vainglory. If of the clergy and more eminent, of better parts than the rest, more learned, eloquent, he puffs them up with a vain conceit of their own worth, scientia inflati. They begin to swell and scorn all the world in respect of themselves, and thereupon turn heretics, schismatics, broach new doctrines, frame new crotchets, and the like. Or else out of too much learning become mad, or out of curiosity they will search into God's secrets, and eat of the forbidden fruit. Or out of presumption of their holiness and good gifts, inspirations, become prophets, enthusiasts, and what not. Or else if they be displeased, discontent, and have not, as they suppose, preferment to their worth, have some disgrace, repulse, neglected or not esteemed as they fondly value themselves, or out of emulation, they begin presently to rage and rave, caelum terrae, miscent. They become so impatient in an instant that a whole kingdom cannot contain them. They will set all in a combustion, all at variance, to be revenged of their adversaries. Donatus, when he saw Cecilianus preferred before him in the bishopric of Carthage, turned heretic, and so did Arian, because Alexander was advanced. We have examples at home, and too many experiments of such persons. If they be laymen of better note, the same engines of pride, ambition, emulation, and jealousy take place, they will be gods themselves. Alexander in India, after his victories, became so insolent he would be adored for a god. And those Roman emperors came to that height of madness, they must have temples built to them, sacrifices to their deities, Divus Augustus, Divus Claudius, Divus Adrianus. Heliogabalus put out that vestal fire at Rome, expelled the virgins, and banished all other religions all over the world, and would be the sole God himself. Our Turks, China kings, great Chams and Mogars do little less, assuming divine and bombast titles to themselves. The meaner sort are too credulous, and led with blind zeal, blind obedience, to prosecute and maintain whatsoever their sottish leaders shall propose, what they in pride and singularity, revenge, vainglory, ambition, spleen, for gain shall rashly maintain and broach, their disciples make a matter of conscience, of hell and damnation if they do it not, and will rather forsake wives, children, house and home, lands, goods, fortunes, life itself, than omit or abjure the least tittle of it, and to advance the common cause, undergo any miseries, turn traitors, assassins, pseudo-martyrs, with full assurance and hope of reward in that other world, that they shall certainly merit by it, win heaven, be canonized for saints. Now when they are truly possessed with blind zeal, and misled with superstition, he hath many other baits to inveigle and infatuate them farther yet, to make them quite mortified and mad, and that under colour of perfection, to merit by penance, going woolward, whipping, alms, fastings, etc. Anno 1320, there was a sect of whippers in Germany that, to the astonishment of the beholders, lashed and cruelly tortured themselves. I could give many other instances of each particular. But these works so done are meritorious, ex opere operato, ex condigno, for themselves and others, to make them macerate and consume their bodies, spicie virtutis et umbra. Those evangelical counsels are propounded, as our pseudo-Catholics call them, canonical obedience, wilful poverty, vows of chastity, monkery, and a solitary life, which extend almost to all religions and superstitions, to Turks, Chinese, Gentiles, Abyssinians, Greeks, Latins, and all countries. Amongst the rest, fasting, contemplation, solitariness, are as it were certain rams by which the devil doth batter and work upon the strongest constitutions. Non nulli, saith Peter Forestus, oblongas in aedias, studia et meditationes celestes, de rebus sacris et religione semper agitant, by fasting overmuch, and divine meditations are overcome. Not that fasting is a thing of itself to be discommended, for it is an excellent means to keep the body in subjection, a preparative to devotion, the physic of the soul, by which chaste thoughts are engendered, true zeal, a divine spirit, whence wholesome counsels do proceed, concupiscence is restrained, vicious and predominant lusts and humours are expelled. The fathers are very much in commendation of it, and, as Calvin notes, sometimes immoderate. The mother of health, key of heaven, a spiritual wing to arear us, the chariot of the Holy Ghost, banner of faith, etc. And 'tis true, they say of it, if it be moderately and seasonably used, by such parties as Moses, Elias, Daniel, Christ and his apostles made use of it. But when by this means they will supererogate, and as Erasmus well taxeth, Caelum non sufficere putant suis meritis, heaven is too small a reward for it. They make choice of times and meats, buy and sell their merits, attribute more to them than to the 10 Commandments, and count it a greater sin to eat meat in Lent than to kill a man. And as one saith, plus rescipiunt assum piscem quam Christum crucifixum, plus salmonem quam Solomonem. Quibus in ore Christus, Epicurus in corde, pay more respect to a broiled fish than to Christ crucified, more regard to salmon than to Solomon, have Christ on their lips, but Epicurus in their hearts. When some counterfeit, and some attribute more to such works of theirs than to Christ's death and passion, the devil sets in a foot, strangely deludes them, and by that means makes them to overthrow the temperature of their bodies and hazard their souls. Never any strange illusions of devils amongst hermits, anchorites, never any visions, phantasms, apparitions, enthusiasms, prophets, any revelations, but immoderate fasting, bad diet, sickness, melancholy, solitariness, or some such things, were the precedent causes, the forerunners or concomitants of them. The best opportunity and sole occasion the devil takes to delude them. Marsilius Cognatus, Book 1, Continue, Chapter 7, hath many stories to this purpose, of such as after long fasting have been seduced by devils. And 'tis a miraculous thing to relate, as Cardan writes, what strange accidents proceed from fasting, dreams, superstition, contempt of torments, desire of death, prophecies, paradoxes, madness. Fasting naturally prepares men to these things. Monks, anchorites, and the like, after much emptiness, become melancholy, vertiginous. They think they hear strange noises, confer with hobgoblins, devils, rivel up their bodies, et dum hostem insequimur, saith Gregory, quem diligimus trucidamus. They become bare skeletons, skin and bones. Carnibus abstinentes proprias carnes devorant, ut nil praeter cutem et ossa sit reliquum. Hilarion, as Hierome reports in his life, and Athanasius of Antonius, was so bare with fasting, that the skin did scarce stick to the bones. For want of vapours he could not sleep, and for want of sleep became idle-headed, heard every night infants cry, oxen low, wolves howl, lions roar, as he thought, clattering of chains, strange voices, and the like illusions of devils. Such symptoms are common to those that fast long, are solitary, given to contemplation, over much solitariness and meditation. Not that these things, as I said of fasting, are to be discommended of themselves, but very behoveful in some cases and good. Sobriety and contemplation join our souls to God, as that heathen Porphyry can tell us. Ecstasy is a taste of future happiness, by which we are united unto God, a divine melancholy, a spiritual wing, Bonaventure terms it, to lift us up to heaven, but as it is abused, a mere dotage, madness, a cause and symptom of religious melancholy. If you shall at any time see, saith Generis, a religious person over superstitious, too solitary, or much given to fasting, that man will certainly be melancholy, thou mayst boldly say it, he will be so. Petrus Forestus hath almost the same words, and Cardan Subtilis, Book 18, et Chapter 40, Book 8, de rerum varietate, solitariness, fasting, and that melancholy humour are the causes of all hermits' illusions. Lavater, De Spectris, chapter 19, part 1, and part 1, chapter 10, puts solitariness a main cause of such spectrums and apparitions. None, saith he, so melancholy as monks and hermits, the devils hath melancholy. None so subject to visions and dotage in this kind, as such as live solitary lives, they hear and act strange things in their dotage. Polydore Virgil, Book 2, Prodigiis, holds that those prophecies and monks' revelations, nuns, dreams which they suppose come from God, to proceed wholly ab instinctu daemonum, by the devil's means. And so those enthusiasts, Anabaptists, pseudo-prophets from the same cause. Fracastorius, Book 2, De Intellectione, will have all your Pythonesses, Sibyls, and pseudo-prophets to be mere melancholy, so doth Wierus prove, Book 1, chapter 8, and Book 3, chapter 7, and Arculanus in 9 Rasis, that melancholy is a sole cause, and the devil, together with fasting and solitariness, of such Sibylline prophecies, if there were ever such, which with Casaubon and others I justly accept at. For it is not likely that the Spirit of God should ever reveal such manifest revelations and predictions of Christ to those Pythonisse witches, Apollo's priests, the devil's ministers, they were no better, and conceal them from his own prophets. For these Sibyls set down all particular circumstances of Christ's coming, and many other future accidents, far more perspicuous and plain than ever any prophet did. But howsoever there be no Phaebades or Sibyls, I am assured there be other enthusiasts, prophets, dii fatidici, magi, of which read Johannes Boissardus, who hath laboriously collected them into a great volume of late, with elegant pictures, and epitomized their lives, etc., ever have been in all ages, and still proceeding from those causes, qui visiones suas enarrant, somniant futura, prophetisant, et eius modi deliriis agitati, spiritum sanctum sibi communicari putant. That which is written of Saint Francis' 5 wounds, and other such monastical effects, of him and others, may justly be referred to this our melancholy. And that which Matthew Paris relates of the monk of Evesham, who saw heaven and hell in a vision, of Sir Owen, that went down into St. Patrick's purgatory in King Stephen's days, and saw as much, Walsingham, of him that showed as much by St. Julian, Beda, Book 5, chapters 13, 14, 15, and 20, reports of King Seba, Book 4, chapter 11, Ecclesiae Historiae, that saw strange visions, and Stumphius Helvetian Chronicles, of a cobbler of Basel, that beheld rare apparitions at Augsburg in Germany. Alexander ab Alexandro, Dies Geniales, Book 6, chapter 21, of an enthusiastical prisoner, all out as probable as that of Eris Armenius in Plato's 10th Dialogue De Republica, that revived again 10 days after he was killed in a battle, and told strange wonders, like those tales Ulysses related to Alcinous in Homer, or Lucian's Vera Historia itself, was still after much solitariness, fasting, or long sickness, when their brains were addled, and their bellies as empty of meat as their heads of wit. Florilegus hath many such examples, folio 191, one of Saint Guthlac of Crowald, that fought with devils, but still after long fasting, over much solitariness, the devil persuaded him therefore to fast, as Moses and Elias did, the better to delude him. In the same author is recorded Carolus Magnus' vision, an 185, or ecstasis, wherein he saw heaven and hell after much fasting and meditation. So did the devil of old with Apollo's priests. Amphiaraos and his fellows, those Egyptians, still enjoin long fasting before he would give any oracles. Triduum a cibo et vino abstinerent, before they gave any answers, as Volateran, Book 13, Chapter 4, records, and Strabo's Geographies, Book 14, describes Charon's den, in the way between Tralles and Nisum, whither the priests led sick and fanatic men, but nothing performed without long fasting, no good to be done. That scoffing Lucian conducts his Menippus to hell by the directions of that Chaldean Mithrobarzanes, but after long fasting and such like idle preparation. Which the Jesuits, right well perceiving of what force this fasting and solitary meditation is, to alter men's minds, when they would make a man mad, ravish him, improve him beyond himself, to undertake some great business of moment, to kill a king, or the like, they bring him into a melancholy dark chamber, where he shall see no light for many days together, no company, little meat, ghastly pictures of devils all about him, and leave him to lie as he will himself on the bare floor in this chamber of meditation, as they call it, on his back, side, belly, till by this strange usage they make him quite mad and beside himself. And then, after some 10 days, as they find him animated and resolved, they make use of him. The devil hath many such factors, many such engines, which what effect they produce, you shall hear in the following symptoms. End of section 37. Section 38 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 38. Partition 3, Section 4, Member 1, Subsection 3, Part 1. Symptoms general, love to their own sect, hate of all other religions. Obstinacy, peevishness, ready to undergo any danger or cross for it. Martyrs, blind zeal, blind obedience, fastings, vows, belief of incredibilities, impossibilities, particular of Gentiles, Mahometans, Jews, Christians, and in them heretics old and new, schismatics, schoolmen, prophets, enthusiasts, etc. Fleat Heraclitus an redeat Democritus. In attempting to speak of these symptoms, shall I laugh with Democritus, or weep with Heraclitus? They are so ridiculous and absurd on the one side, so lamentable and tragical on the other. A mixed scene offers itself, so full of errors and a promiscuous variety of objects, that I know not in what strain to represent it. When I think of the Turkish paradise, those Jewish fables and pontifical rites, those pagan superstitions, their sacrifices and ceremonies, as to make images of all matter, and adore them when they have done, to see them, kiss the pyx, creep to the cross, etc., I cannot choose but laugh with Democritus. But when I see them whip and torture themselves, grind their souls for toys and trifles, desperate and now ready to die, I cannot but weep with Heraclitus. When I see a priest say mass, with all those apish gestures, murmurings, etc., read the customs of the Jews' synagogue or Mahometa mesquites, I must needs laugh at their folly, risum teneatis amici. But when I see them make matters of conscience of such toys and trifles, to adore the devil, to endanger their souls, to offer their children to their idols, etc., I must needs condole their misery. When I see two superstitious orders contend pro aris et focis, with such have and hold, de lana caprina, some write such great volumes to no purpose, take so much pains to so small effect, their satires, invectives, apologies, dull and gross fictions. When I see grave learned men rail and scold like butter women, methinks 'tis pretty sport, and fit for Calphurnius and Democritus to laugh at. But when I see so much blood spilt, so many murders and massacres, so many cruel battles fought, etc., 'tis a fitter subject for Heraclitus to lament. As Merlin, when he sat by the lakeside with Vortigern, and had seen the white and red dragon fight, before he began to interpret or to speak, infletum prorupit, fell a weeping, and then proceeded to declare to the king what it meant. I should first pity and bewail this misery of humankind with some passionate preface, wishing mine eyes a fountain of tears, as Jeremiah did, and then to my task. For it is that great torture, that infernal plague of mortal men, omnium pestium pestilentissima superstitio, and able of itself alone to stand in opposition to all other plagues, miseries, and calamities whatsoever, far more cruel, more pestiferous, more grievous, more general, more violent, of a greater extent. Other fears and sorrows, grievances of body and mind, are troublesome for the time, but this is for ever, eternal damnation, hell itself, a plague, a fire. An inundation hurts one province alone, and the loss may be recovered. But this superstition involves all the world almost, and can never be remedied. Sickness and sorrows come and go, but a superstitious soul hath no rest. Superstitione imbutus animus nunquam quietus esse potest. no peace, no quietness. True religion and superstition are quite opposite. Longe diversa carnificina et pietas. As Lactantius describes, the one erects, the other dejects. Illorum pietas mera impietus. The one is an easy yoke, the other an intolerable burden, an absolute tyranny. The one a sure anchor, a haven, the other a tempestuous ocean. The one makes, the other mars. The one is wisdom, the other is folly, madness, indiscretion. The one unfeigned, the other a counterfeit. The one a diligent observer, the other an ape. One leads to heaven, the other to hell. But these differences will more evidently appear by their particular symptoms. What religion is, and of what parts it doth consist, every catechism will tell you. What symptoms it hath, and what effects it produceth. But for their superstitions, no tongue can tell them, no pen express, they are so many, so diverse, so uncertain, so inconstant, and so different from themselves. Tot mundi superstitiones, quod caelo stellae. One saith, there be as many superstitions in the world as there be stars in heaven, or devils themselves that are the first founders of them. With such ridiculous, absurd symptoms and signs, so many several rites, ceremonies, torments and vexations accompanying, as may well express and beseem the devil to be the author and maintainer of them. I will only point at some of them, ex ungue leonem, guess at the rest, and those of the chief kinds of superstition, which beside us Christians now domineer and crucify the world, Gentiles, Mahometans, Jews, etc. Of these symptoms, some be general, some particular to each private sect. General to all are an extraordinary love and affection they bear and show to such as are of their own sect, and more than Vatinian hate to such as are opposite in religion, as they call it, or disagree from them in their superstitious rites, blind zeal, which is as much a symptom as a cause, vain fears, blind obedience, needless works, incredibilities, impossibilities, monstrous rites and ceremonies, wilfulness, blindness, obstinacy, etc. For the first, which is love and hate, as Montanus saith, nulla firmior amicitia quam quae contrahitur hinc, nulla discordia maior quam quae a religione fit. No greater concord, no greater discord than that which proceeds from religion, it is incredible to relate, did not our daily experience evince it, what factions, quam teterimae factiones, as Richard Dinoth writes, have been of late for matters of religion in France, and what hurly-burlies all over Europe for these many years. Nihil est quod tam impotentur rapiat homines, quam suscepta de salute opinio, siquidem pro ea omnes gentes corpora et animas devovere solent, et arctissimo necessitudinis vinculo se in vicem colligare. We are all brethren in Christ, servants of one Lord, members of one body, and therefore are, or should be at least, dearly beloved, inseparably allied in the greatest bond of love and familiarity, united partakers not only of the same cross, but coadjutors, comforters, helpers, at all times, upon all occasions, as they did in the primitive church, V. They sold their patrimonies, and laid them at the apostles' feet. And many such memorable examples of mutual love we have had under the 10 general persecutions, many since. Examples on the other side of discord none like, as our Saviour saith, He came therefore into the world to set father against son, etc. In imitation of whom the devil belike, nam superstitio irrepsit verae religionis imitatrix, superstition is still religion's ape, as in all other things, so in this, doth so combine and glue together his superstitious followers in love and affection, that they will live and die together. And what an innate hatred hath he still inspired to any other superstition opposite? How those old Romans were affected, those 10 persecutions may be a witness, and that cruel executioner in Eusebius, aut lita aut morere, sacrifice or die. No greater hate, more continuate, bitter faction, wars, persecution in all ages, than for matters of religion, no such feral opposition, father against son, mother against daughter, husband against wife, city against city, kingdom against kingdom, as of old at Tentira and Combos. Immortale odium, et nunquam sanabile vulnus, inde furor vulgo, quod numina vicinorum, odit uterque locus, quum solos credit habendos, esse Deus quos ipse colat. Immortal hate it breeds, a wound past cure, and fury to the commons still to endure, because one city t'other's gods as vain deride, and his alone as good maintain. The Turks at this day count no better of us than of dogs, so they commonly call us Geors, infidels, miscreants, make that their main quarrel and cause of Christian persecution. If he will turn Turk, he shall be entertained as a brother and had in good esteem, a Mussulman or a believer, which is a greater tie to them than any affinity or consanguinity. The Jews stick together like so many burrs, but as for the rest, whom they call Gentiles, they do hate and abhor, they cannot endure their Messiah should be a common Saviour to us all, and rather, as Luther writes, than they that now scoff at them, curse them, persecute and revile them, shall be co-heirs and brethren with them, or have any part or fellowship with their Messiah, they would crucify their Messiah 10 times over, and God himself, his angels, and all his creatures, if it were possible, though they endure 1,000 hells for it. Such is their malice towards us. Now for papists, what in a common cause, for the advancement of their religion they will endure, our traitors and pseudo-Catholics will declare unto us. And how bitter on the other side to their adversaries, how violently bent, let those Marian times record, as those miserable slaughters at Merindol and Cabrieres, the Spanish Inquisition, the Duke of Alva's tyranny in the Low Countries, the French massacres and civil wars. Tantum religio potuit suadere malorum. Such wickedness did religion persuade. Not there only, but all over Europe we read of bloody battles, racks and wheels, seditions, factions, oppositions. Obvia signis, signa pares aquilas, et pila minantia pilis. Invectives and contentions. They had rather shake hands with a Jew, Turk, or as the Spaniards do, suffer Moors to live amongst them, and Jews, than Protestants. My name, saith Luther, is more odious to them than any thief or murderer. So it is with all heretics and schismatics whatsoever, and none so passionate, violent in their tenets, opinions, obstinate, wilful, refractory, peevish, factious, singular, and stiff in defence of them. They do not only persecute and hate, but pity all other religions, account them damned, blind, as if they alone were the true church, they are the true heirs, have the fee simple of heaven by a peculiar donation, 'tis entailed on them and their posterities, their doctrine sound. Per funem aureum decelo delapsa doctrina. Let down from heaven by a golden rope, they alone are to be saved. The Jews at this day are so incomprehensibly proud and churlish, saith Luther, that soli salvari, soli Domini terrarum salutari volunt. And as Buxtorphius adds, so ignorant and self-willed withal, that amongst their most understanding rabbins you shall find naught but gross dotage, horrible hardness of heart, and stupendous obstinacy in all their actions, opinions, conversations, and yet so zealous withal that no man living can be more, and vindicate themselves for the elect people of God. 'Tis so with all other superstitious sects, Mahometans, Gentiles in China and Tartary, our ignorant papists, Anabaptists, separatists, and peculiar churches of Amsterdam. They alone, and none but they, can be saved. Zealous, as Paul saith, Romans 10:2, without knowledge, they will endure any misery, any trouble, suffer and do that which the sunbeams will not endure to see. Religionis acti furiis. All extremities, losses, and dangers, take any pains, fast, pray, vow chastity, wilful poverty, forsake all and follow their idols, die 1,000 deaths, as some Jews did to Pilate's soldiers, in like case, exertos praebentes jugulos, et manifeste praese ferentes, as Josephus hath it, cariorem esseritas sibi legis patriae observationem. Rather than abjure or deny the least particle of that religion which their fathers profess, and they themselves have been brought up in, be it never so absurd, ridiculous, they will embrace it, and without farther inquiry or examination of the truth, though it be prodigiously false, they will believe it. They will take much more pains to go to hell than we shall do to heaven. Single out the most ignorant of them, convince his understanding, show him his errors, grossness, and absurdities of his sect. Non persuadebis etiamsi persuaseris. He will not be persuaded. As those pagans told the Jesuits in Japona, they would do as their forefathers have done, and with Ratolde the Frisian prince, go to hell for company if most of their friends went thither. They will not be moved, no persuasion, no torture can stir them. So that papists cannot brag of their vows, poverty, obedience, orders, merits, martyrdoms, fastings, alms, good works, pilgrimages. Much and more than all this, I shall show you, is and hath been done by these superstitious Gentiles, pagans, idolaters, and Jews. Their blind zeal and idolatrous superstition in all kinds is much at one, little or no difference, and it is hard to say which is the greatest, which is the grossest. For if a man shall duly consider those superstitious rites amongst the ethnics in Japan, the Banians in Gusart, the Chinese idolaters, Americans of old, in Mexico especially, Mahometan priests, he shall find the same government almost, the same orders and ceremonies, or so like that they may seem all apparently to be derived from some heathen spirit, and the Roman hierarchy no better than the rest. In a word, this is common to all superstition. There is nothing so mad and absurd, so ridiculous, impossible, incredible, which they will not believe, observe, and diligently perform, as much as in them lies. Nothing so monstrous to conceive, or intolerable to put in practice, so cruel to suffer, which they will not willingly undertake. So powerful a thing is superstition. O Egypt, as Trismegistus exclaims, thy religion is fables, and such as posterity will not believe. I know that in true religion itself many mysteries are so apprehended alone by faith, as that of the Trinity, which Turks especially deride, Christ's incarnation, resurrection of the body at the last day. Quod ideo credendum, saith Tertullian, quod incredibile, etc. Many miracles not to be controverted or disputed of. Mirari non rimari sapientia vera est, saith Gerhardus, et in divinis, as a good father informs us, quaedam credenda, quaedam admiranda, etc. Some things are to be believed, embraced, followed with all submission and obedience, some again admired. Though Julian the Apostate scoff at Christians in this point, quod captivemus intellectum in obsequium fidei, saying that the Christian creed is like the Pythagorean ipse dixit, we make our will and understanding too slavishly subject to our faith, without farther examination of the truth. Yet, as Saint Gregory truly answers, our creed is altiores praestantiae, and much more divine. And as Thomas will, pie consideranti semper sopetunt rationes, ostendentes credibilitatem in mysteriis supernaturalibus, we do absolutely believe it, and upon good reasons, for, as Gregory well informeth us, fides non habet meritum ubi humana ratio quaerit experimentum, that faith hath no merit, is not worth the name of faith that will not apprehend without a certain demonstration. We must and will believe God's word, and if we be mistaken or err in our general belief, as Ricardus de Sancto Victore vows he will say to Christ himself at the day of judgment, Lord, if we be deceived, thou alone hast deceived us, thus we plead. But for the rest I will not justify that pontifical consubstantiation, that which Mahometans and Jews justly except at, as Campanella confesseth, Atheismus Triumphatus, chapter 12, folio 125. Difficillimum dogma esse, nec aliud subjectum magis haereticorum blasphemiis, et stultis irrisionibus politicorum reperiri. They hold it impossible, Deum in pane manducare, and besides they scoff at it. Videgentem commedentem Deum suum, inquit quidam maurus, hunc Deum muscae et vermes irrident, quum ipsum polluunt et devorant, subditus est igni, aquae, et latrones furantur, pixidem auream humi prosternunt, et se tamen non defendit hic Deus, qui fieri potest, ut sit integer in singulis hostiae particulis, idem corpus numero, tam multis locis, caelo, terra, etc. But he that shall read the Turks' Alcoran, the Jews' Talmud, and Papists' Golden Legend, in the meantime will swear that such gross fictions, fables, vain traditions, prodigious paradoxes, and ceremonies could never proceed from any other spirit than that of the devil himself, which is the author of confusion and lies. And wonder withal how such wise men as have been of the Jews, such learned understanding men as Averroes, Avicenna, or those heathen philosophers, could ever be persuaded to believe or to subscribe to the least part of them. Aut fraudem non detegere. But that, as Vaninus answers, ob publicae potestatis formidinem allatrare philosophi non audebant. They durst not speak for fear of the law. But I will descend to particulars, read their several symptoms, and then guess. Of such symptoms as properly belong to superstition, or that irreligious religion, I may say, as of the rest, some are ridiculous, some again feral to relate. Of those ridiculous there can be no better testimony than the multitude of their gods, those absurd names, actions, offices they put upon them, their feasts, holy days, sacrifices, adorations, and the like. The Egyptians that pretended so great antiquity, 300 kings before Amasis, and, as Mela writes, 13,000 years from the beginning of their chronicles, that bragged so much of their knowledge of old, for they invented arithmetic, astronomy, geometry. Of their wealth and power, that vaunted of 20,000 cities. Yet at the same time their idolatry and superstition was most gross. They worshipped, as Diodorus Siculus records, sun and moon under the name of Isis and Osiris, and after such men as were beneficial to them, or any creature that did them good. In the city of Bubasti they adored a cat, saith Herodotus, ibis and storks, an ox, saith Pliny, leeks and onions, Macrobius. Porum et caepe deos imponere nubibus ausi, hos tu nile deos colis. Scoffing Lucian in his Vera Historia, which, as he confesseth himself, was not persuasively written as a truth, but in comical fashion to glance at the monstrous fictions and gross absurdities of writers and nations, to deride without doubt this prodigious Egyptian idolatry, feigns this story of himself, that when he had seen the Elysian fields and was now coming away, Rhadamanthus gave him a mallow root, and bade him pray to that when he was in any peril or extremity, which he did accordingly, for when he came to Hydamordia in the island of treacherous women, he made his prayers to his root, and was instantly delivered. The Syrians, Chaldeans, had as many proper gods of their own invention. See the said Lucian de Dea Syria. Morne, chapter 22, de veritate religionis. Willielmus Stuckius sacrorum sacrificiorumque gentilium descripto. Pater Faber Semester, Book 3, chapters 1, 2, 3. Selden, de Diis Syris, Purchas's Pilgrimage. Rosinus of the Romans, and Lilius Giraldus of the Greeks. The Romans borrowed from all, besides their own gods, which were majorum and minorum gentium, as Varro holds, certain and uncertain, some celestial, select, and great ones, others indigenous and semi-dei, lares, lemures, dioscuri, soteres, and peristatai, dii tutelares amongst the Greeks. Gods of all sorts, for all functions, some for the land, some for sea, some for heaven, some for hell, some for passions, diseases, some for birth, some for weddings, husbandry, woods, waters, gardens, orchards, etc. All actions and offices, pax quies, salus, libertas, felicitas, strenua, stimula, horta, pan, silvanus, priapus, flora, cloacina, stercutius, febris, pallor, invidia, protervia, risus, angerona, volupia, vacuna, viriplaca, veneranda, pales, Neptunia, Doris, kings, emperors, valiant men that had done any good offices for them, they did likewise canonize and adore for gods, and it was usually done, usitatum apud antiquos, as Jacobus Boissardus well observes, deificare homines qui beneficiis mortales juvarent, and the devil was still ready to second their intents. Statim se ingessit illorum sepulchris, statuis, templis, aris, etc. He crept into their temples, statues, tombs, altars, and was ready to give oracles, cure diseases, do miracles, etc., as by Jupiter, Asclepius, Tiresias, Apollo, Mopsus, Amphiaraus, etc., dii et semidii. For so they were semidii, demigods, some medii inter deos et homines, as Maximus Tyrius the Platonist, Sermones 26 and 27, maintains and justifies in many words. When a good man dies, his body is buried, but his soul, ex homine daemon evadit, becomes forthwith a demigod, nothing disparaged with malignity of air or variety of forms, rejoiceth, exults, and sees that perfect beauty with his eyes. Now being deified, in commiseration he helps his poor friends here on earth, his kindred and allies, informs, succours, etc., punisheth those that are bad and do amiss, as a good genius to protect and govern mortal men, appointed by the gods, so they will have it, ordaining some for provinces, some for private men, some for one office, some for another. Hector and Achilles assist soldiers to this day. Asclepius all sick men, the Dioscuri seafaring men, etc. And sometimes upon occasion they show themselves. The Dioscuri, Hercules and Asclepius, he saw himself, or the devil in his likeness, non somnians sed vigilans ipse vidi, so far Tyrius. And not good men only do they thus adore, but tyrants, monsters, devils, as Stuckius inveighs, Neros, Domitians, Heliogables, beastly women, and arrant whores amongst the rest. For all intents, places, creatures, they assign gods. Et domibus tectis termis et equis soleatis assignare solent genios, saith Prudentius. Cuna for cradles, divera for sweeping houses, nodina knots, prema, pramunda, hymen, hymeneus for weddings. Comus, the god of good fellows, gods of silence, of comfort. Hebe, goddess of youth, mena menstruarum, etc. Male and female gods, of all ages, sexes, and dimensions, with beards, without beards, married, unmarried, begot, not born at all, but, as Minerva, start out of Jupiter's head. Hesiod reckons up at least 30,000 gods, Varro 300 Jupiters. As Jeremy told them, their gods were to the multitude of cities. Quisquid humus Pelagus caelum miserabile gignit, id dixere Deos, coles, freta, flumina, flammas. Whatever heavens, sea, and land begat, hills, seas, and rivers, God was this and that. And which was most absurd, they made gods upon such ridiculous occasions. As children make babies, so saith Morneus, their poets make gods. Et quos adorant in templis, ludunt in theatris, as Lactantius scoffs. Saturn, a man, gelded himself, did eat his own children, a cruel tyrant, driven out of his kingdom by his son Jupiter, as good a god as himself. A wicked, lascivious, paltry king of Crete, of whose rapes, lusts, murders, villainies, a whole volume is too little to relate. Venus, a notorious strumpet, as common as a barber's chair. Mars, Adonis, Anchises' whore, is a great she-goddess, as well as the rest, as much renowned by their poets, with many such. And these gods so fabulously and foolishly made, ceremoniis, hymnis, et canticis celebrunt. Their errors, luctus et gaudia, amores, iras, nuptias et liberorum procreationes, as Eusebius well taxeth. Weddings, mirth and mournings, loves, angers, and quarrelling they did celebrate in hymns, and sing of in their ordinary songs, as it were publishing their villainies. But see more of their originals. When Romulus was made away by the sedition of the senators, to pacify the people, Julius Proculus gave out that Romulus was taken up by Jupiter into heaven, and therefore to be ever after adored for a god amongst the Romans. Syrophanes of Egypt had only one son, whom he dearly loved. He erected his statue in his house, which his servants did adorn with garlands, to pacify their master's wrath when he was angry, so by little and little he was adored for a god. This did Semiramis for her husband Belus, and Adrian the emperor by his minion Antinous. Flora was a rich harlot in Rome, and for that she made the commonwealth her heir. Her birthday was solemnized long after. And to make it a more plausible holiday, they made her goddess of flowers, and sacrificed to her amongst the rest. The matrons of Rome, as Dionysius Halicarnassius relates, because at their entreaty Coriolanus desisted from his wars, consecrated a church Fortunes Muliebri. And Venus Barbata had a temple erected, for that somewhat was amiss about hair, and so the rest. The citizens of Alabanda, a small town in Asia Minor, to curry favor with the Romans, who then warred in Greece with Perseus of Macedon, and were formidable to these parts, consecrated a temple to the city of Rome, and made her a goddess with annual games and sacrifices. So a town of houses was deified, with shameful flattery of the one side to give, and intolerable arrogance on the other to accept, upon so vile and absurd an occasion. Tully writes to Atticus, that his daughter Tulliola might be made a goddess, and adored as Juno and Minerva, and as well she deserved it. Their holy days and adorations were all out as ridiculous, those Lupercals of Pan, Florales of Flora, Bona Dea, Anna Perena, Saturnals, etc., as how they were celebrated, with what lascivious and wanton gestures, bald ceremonies, by what bawdy priests, how they hang their noses over the smoke of sacrifices, saith Lucian, and lick blood like flies that was spilled about the altars. Their carved idols, gilt images of wood, iron, ivory, silver, brass, stone, olim truncus eram, etc., were most absurd, as being their own workmanship. For, as Seneca notes, adorant ligneos deos, et fabros interim qui fecerunt, contemnunt. They adore work, contemn the workman. And as Tertullian follows it, si homines non essent diis propitii, non essent dii. Had it not been for men, they had never been gods, but blocks, and stupid statues in which mice, swallows, birds make their nests, spiders their webs, and in their very mouths laid their excrements. Those images, I say, were all out as gross as the shapes in which they did represent them. Jupiter with a ram's head, Mercury a dog's, Pan like a goat, Hecate with 3 heads, one with a beard, another without. See more in Carterius and Verdurius of their monstrous forms and ugly pictures. And, which was absurder yet, they told them these images came from heaven, as that of Minerva in her temple at Athens. Quod e caelo cecidisse credebant acolae, saith Pausanias. They formed some like storks, apes, bulls, and yet seriously believed. And that which was impious and abominable, they made their gods notorious whoremasters, incestuous sodomites, as commonly they were all, as well as Jupiter, Mars, Apollo, Mercury, Neptune, etc. Thieves, slaves, drudges. For Apollo and Neptune made tiles in Phrygia, kept sheep, Hercules emptied stables, Vulcan a blacksmith, unfit to dwell upon the earth for their villainies, much less in heaven, as Mornay well saith, and yet they gave them out to be such. So weak and brutish, some to whine, lament, and roar, as Isis for her son, and Cenocephalus, as also all her weeping priests. Mars in Homer to be wounded, vexed. Venus ran away crying, and the like. Than which what can be more ridiculous? Nonne ridiculum lugere quod colas, vel colere quod lugeas. Which Minutius objects, si dii cur plangitis, si mortui cur adoratis. That it is no marvel if Lucian, that adamantine persecutor of superstition, and Pliny could so scoff at them and their horrible idolatry as they did. If Diagoras took Hercules' image and put it under his pot to seethe his pottage, which was, as he said, his 13th labour. But see more of their fopperies in Cyprian's 4th tract, De Idolorum Vanitate, Chrysostom, Adversus Gentiles, Arnobius, Adversus Gentes, Augustine, De Civitate Dei, Theodoret, De Curatio Graecarum Affectionum, Clemens Alexandrinus, Minutius Felix, Eusebius, Lactantius, Stuckius, etc. Lamentable, tragical, and fearful those symptoms are, that they should be so far forth affrighted with their fictitious gods, as to spend the goods, lives, fortunes, precious time, best days in their honour, to sacrifice unto them, to their inestimable loss, such hecatombs, so many thousand sheep, oxen with gilded horns, goats, as Croesus, king of Lydia, Marcus Julianus surnamed ob crebras hostias victimarius et toricremus, and the rest of the Roman emperors usually did with such labour and cost, and not emperors only and great ones, pro communi bono, were at this charge, but private men for their ordinary occasions. Pythagoras offered 100 oxen for the invention of a geometrical problem, and it was an ordinary thing to sacrifice, in Lucian's time, a heifer for their good health, 4 oxen for wealth, 100 for a kingdom, 9 bulls for their safe return from Troia to Pylos, etc. Every god almost had a peculiar sacrifice: the sun, horses; Vulcan, fire; Diana, a white hart; Venus, a turtle; Ceres, a hog; Proserpina, a black lamb; Neptune, a bull. Read more in Stuckius at large. Besides sheep, cocks, corals, frankincense, to their undoings, as if their gods were affected with blood or smoke. And surely, saith he, if one should but repeat the fopperies of mortal men in their sacrifices, feasts, worshipping their gods, their rites and ceremonies, what they think of them, of their diet, houses, orders, etc., what prayers and vows they make, if one should but observe their absurdity and madness, he would burst out a laughing and pity their folly. For what can be more absurd than their ordinary prayers, petitions, requests, sacrifices, oracles, devotions, of which we have a taste in Maximus Tyrius, Sermon 1, Plato's Alcibiades Secundus, Persius Satire 2, Juvenal Satire 10, there likewise exploded. Mactant opimas et pingues hostias Deo quasi esurienti, profundunt vinatan quam sitienti, lumina accendunt velut in tenebris agenti. Lactantius, Book 2, Chapter 6. As if their gods were hungry, athirst in the dark, they light candles, offer meat and drink. And what so base as to reveal their counsels and give oracles? E viscerum sterquiliniis, out of the bowels and excremental parts of beasts. Sordidos deos, Varro truly calls them therefore, and well he might. I say nothing of their magnificent and sumptuous temples, those majestical structures. To the roof of Apollo Didymeus' temple, ad branchidas, as Strabo writes, 1,000 oaks did not suffice. Who can relate the glorious splendour and stupend magnificence, the sumptuous building of Diana at Ephesus, Jupiter Ammon's temple in Africa, the Pantheon at Rome, the capital, the Serapeum at Alexandria, Apollo's temple at Daphne in the suburbs of Antioch, the great temple at Mexico, so richly adorned and so capacious, for 10,000 men might stand in it at once, that fair Pantheon of Cusco, described by Acosta in his Indian history, which eclipses both Jews and Christians. There were in old Jerusalem, as some write, 408 synagogues, but New Cairo reckons up, if Radzivilus may be believed, 6,800 mosques, Fez 400, whereof 50 are most magnificent, like St. Paul's in London. Helena built 300 fair churches in the Holy Land, but one Bassa hath built 400 mosques. The Mahometans have 1,000 monks in a monastery. The like saith Acosta of Americans, Riccius of the Chinese, for men and women fairly built, and more richly endowed some of them than Arras in Artois, Fulda in Germany, or St. Edmundsbury in England with us. Who can describe those curious and costly statues, idols, images, so frequently mentioned in Pausanias? I conceal their donaries, pendants, other offerings, presents, to these their fictitious gods daily consecrated. End of section 38. Section 39 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 39. Partition 3, Section 4, Member 1, Subsection 3, Part 2. Alexander, the son of Amuntas, king of Macedonia, sent 2 statues of pure gold to Apollo at Delphos. Croesus, king of Lydia, dedicated 100 golden tiles in the same place, with a golden altar. No man came empty-handed to their shrines. But these are base offerings in respect. They offered men themselves alive. The Leucadians, as Strabo writes, sacrificed every year a man. Averuncandae deorum irae causa, to pacify their gods. De montis praecipitio deicerent, etc., and they did voluntarily undergo it. The Decii did so sacrifice, diis manibus. Curtius did leap into the gulf. Were they not all strangely deluded to go so far to their oracles, to be so gulled by them, both in war and peace, as Polybius relates, which their augurs, priests, vestal virgins can witness, to be so superstitious that they would rather lose goods and lives than omit any ceremonies or offend their heathen gods? Nicias, that generous and valiant captain of the Greeks, overthrew the Athenian navy by reason of his too much superstition, because the augurs told him it was ominous to set sail from the haven of Syracuse whilst the moon was eclipsed. He tarried so long till his enemies besieged him. He and all his army were overthrown. The Parthians of old were so sottish in this kind, they would rather lose a victory, nay, lose their own lives, than fight in the night. 'Twas against their religion. The Jews would make no resistance on the Sabbath, when Pompeius besieged Jerusalem, and some Jewish Christians in Africa, set upon by the Goths, suffered themselves upon the same occasion to be utterly vanquished. The superstition of the Debrenses, a bordering town in Epirus, besieged by the Turks, is miraculous almost to report. Because a dead dog was flung into the only fountain which the city had, they would die of thirst all, rather than drink of that unclean water, and yield up the city upon any conditions. Though the praetor and chief citizens began to drink first, using all good persuasions, their superstition was such no saying would serve. They must all forthwith die or yield up the city. Vix ausum ipse credere, saith Barletius, tantam superstitionem, vel affirmare levissimam hanc causam tantae rei vel magis ridiculam, quum non dubitem risum potius quum admirationem posteris excitaturam. The story was too ridiculous. He was ashamed to report it, because he thought nobody would believe it. It is stupend to relate what strange effects this idolatry and superstition hath brought forth of the latter years in the Indies and those bordering parts. In what feral shapes the devil is adored, nequid mali intentent, as they say. For in the mountains betwixt Scanderoon and Aleppo at this day there are dwelling a certain kind of people called Coords, coming of the race of the ancient Parthians, who worship the devil, and allege this reason in so doing. God is a good man, and will do no harm, but the devil is bad, and must be pleased, lest he hurt them. It is wonderful to tell how the devil deludes them, how he terrifies them, how they offer men and women sacrifices unto him, 100 at once, as they did infants in Crete to Saturn of old, the finest children, like Agamemnon's Iphigenia, etc. At Mexico, when the Spaniards first overcame them, they daily sacrificed viva hominum corda e viventium corporibus extracta, the hearts of men yet living, 20,000 in a year. Acosta, Book 5, Chapter 20, to their idols made of flour and men's blood, and every year 6,000 infants of both sexes. And as prodigious to relate how they bury their wives with husbands deceased, 'tis fearful to report, and harder to believe. Nam certamen habent laeti quae vivisequatur, conjugium pudor est non licui se mori, and burn them alive, best goods, servants, horses, when a grandee dies, 12,000 at once amongst the Tartars, when a great Cham departs, or an emperor in America, how they plague themselves, which abstain from all that hath life, like those old Pythagoreans, with immoderate fastings, as the Banians about Surat, they of China, that for superstition's sake never eat flesh nor fish all their lives, never marry, but live in deserts and by places, and some pray to their idols 24 hours together without any intermission, biting of their tongues when they have done, for devotion's sake. Some again are brought to that madness by their superstitious priests, that tell them such vain stories of immortality and the joys of heaven in that other life, that many thousands voluntarily break their own necks, as Cleombrotus Amborciatus, auditors of old, precipitate themselves, that they may participate of that unspeakable happiness in the other world. One poisons, another strangles himself, and the king of China had done as much, deluded with the vain hope, had he not been detained by his servant. But who can sufficiently tell of their several superstitions, vexations, follies, torments? I may conclude with Posevinus, religi facit asperos mites, homines e feris, superstitio ex hominibus feras. Religion makes wild beasts civil, superstition makes wise men beasts and fools. And the discreetest that are, if they give way to it, are no better than dizzards. Nay more, if that of Plotinus be true, is unus religionis scopus, ut eiquem colemus similes fiamus. That is the drift of religion, to make us like him whom we worship. What shall be the end of idolaters but to degenerate into stocks and stones? Of such as worship these heathen gods, for dii gentium daemonia, but to become devils themselves. 'Tis therefore exitiosus error et maxime periculosus, a most perilous and dangerous error of all others, as Plutarch holds. Turbulenta passio hominem consternans, a pestilent, a troublesome passion that utterly undoeth men. Unhappy superstition, Pliny calls it. Morte non finitur. Death takes away life, but not superstition. Impious and ignorant are far more happy than they which are superstitious. No torture like to it, none so continuate, so general, so destructive, so violent. In this superstitious row, Jews for antiquity may go next to Gentiles. What of old they have done, what idolatries they have committed in their groves and high places, what their Pharisees, Sadducees, scribes, essay, and such sectaries have maintained, I will not so much as mention. For the present, I presume no nation under heaven can be more sottish, ignorant, blind, superstitious, wilful, obstinate, and peevish, tiring themselves with vain ceremonies to no purpose. He that shall but read their rabbins' ridiculous comments, their strange interpretation of scriptures, their absurd ceremonies, fables, childish tales, which they steadfastly believe, will think they be scarce rational creatures. Their foolish customs, when they rise in the morning, and how they prepare themselves to prayer, to meat, with what superstitious washings, how to their Sabbath, to their other feasts, weddings, burials, etc. Last of all, the expectation of their Messiah, and those figments, miracles, vain pomp that shall attend him, as how he shall terrify the Gentiles, and overcome them by new diseases. How Michael the archangel shall sound his trumpet, how he shall gather all the scattered Jews in the Holy Land, and there make them a great banquet, wherein shall be all the birds, beasts, fishes that ever God made, a cup of wine that grew in paradise, and that hath been kept in Adam's cellar ever since. At the first course shall be served in that great ox in Job 4:10, that every day feeds on 1,000 hills, Psalms 1:10, that great Leviathan, and a great bird that laid an egg so big that by chance tumbling out of the nest it knocked down 300 tall cedars, and breaking as it fell, drowned 160 villages. This bird stood up to the knees in the sea, and the sea was so deep that a hatchet would not fall to the bottom in 7 years. Of their Messiah's wives and children, Adam and Eve, etc., and that one stupend fiction amongst the rest, when a Roman prince asked of Rabbi Jehoshua ben Hananiah why the Jews' God was compared to a lion, he made answer, he compared himself to no ordinary lion, but to one in the wood Elah, which, when he desired to see, the rabbin prayed to God he might, and forthwith the lion set forward. But when he was 400 miles from Rome, he so roared that all the great-bellied women in Rome made abortions, the city walls fell down. And when he came 100 miles nearer and roared the second time, their teeth fell out of their heads, the emperor himself fell down dead, and so the lion went back. With an infinite number of such lies and forgeries, which they verily believe, feed themselves with vain hope, and in the meantime will by no persuasions be diverted, but still crucify their souls with a company of idle ceremonies, live like slaves and vagabonds, will not be relieved or reconciled. Mahometans are a compound of Gentiles, Jews, and Christians, and so absurd in their ceremonies, as if they had taken that which is most sottish out of every one of them, full of idle fables in their superstitious law, their Alcoran itself a gallimaufry of lies, tales, ceremonies, traditions, precepts, stolen from other sects, and confusedly heaped up to delude a company of rude and barbarous clowns. As how birds, beasts, stones, saluted Mahomet when he came from Mecca, the moon came down from heaven to visit him, how God sent for him, spake to him, etc., with a company of stupend figments of the angels, sun, moon, and stars, etc., of the day of judgment, and 3 sounds to prepare to it, which must last 50,000 years of paradise, which wholly consists in ceundi et comedendi voluptate, et pecorinis hominibus scriptum bestialis beatitudo, is so ridiculous that Virgil, Dante, Lucian, nor any poet can be more fabulous. Their rites and ceremonies are most vain and superstitious. Wine and swine's flesh are utterly forbidden by their law. They must pray 5 times a day, and still towards the south wash before and after all their bodies over, with many such. For fasting, vows, religious orders, peregrinations, they go far beyond any papists. They fast a month together many times, and must not eat a bit till sun be set. Their calendars, dervises, and torlachers, etc., are more abstemious some of them than Carthusians, Franciscans, anchorites, forsake all, live solitary, fare hard, go naked, etc. Their pilgrimages are as far as to the river Ganges, which the Gentiles of those tracts likewise do, to wash themselves, for that river as they hold hath a sovereign virtue to purge them of all sins, and no man can be saved that hath not been washed in it. For which reason they come far and near from the Indies. Maximus gentium omnium confluxus est, and infinite numbers yearly resort to it. Others go as far as Mecca to Mahomet's tomb, which journey is both miraculous and meritorious. The ceremonies of flinging stones to stone the devil, of eating a camel at Cairo by the way, their fastings, their running till they sweat, their long prayers, Mahomet's temple, tomb, and building of it, would ask a whole volume to dilate. And for their pains taken in this holy pilgrimage, all their sins are forgiven, and they reputed for so many saints. And divers of them with hot bricks when they return, will put out their eyes, that they never after see any profane thing, bite out their tongues, etc. They look for their prophet Mahomet as Jews do for their Messiah. Read more of their customs, rites, ceremonies, in Lonicerus' Turkic History, Tome 1, from the 10th to the 24th chapter, Bredenbachius, chapters 4, 5, 6, Leo Afer, Book 1, Busbequius Sabellicus, Purchas, Book 3, chapter 3 and 4, 5, Theodorus Bibliander, etc. Many foolish ceremonies you shall find in them, and, which is most to be lamented, the people are generally so curious in observing of them, that if the least circumstance be omitted, they think they shall be damned. 'Tis an irremissible offence, and can hardly be forgiven. I kept in my house amongst my followers, saith Busbequius, sometime the Turk's orator in Constantinople, a turkey boy that by chance did eat shellfish, a meat forbidden by their law, but the next day when he knew what he had done, he was not only sick to cast and vomit, but very much troubled in mind, would weep and grieve many days after, torment himself for his foul offence. Another Turk, being to drink a cup of wine in his cellar, first made a huge noise and filthy faces, to warn his soul, as he said, that it should not be guilty of that foul fact which he was to commit. With such toys as these are men kept in awe, and so cowed, that they dare not resist or offend the least circumstance of their law, for conscience' sake misled by superstition, which no human edict otherwise, no force of arms could have enforced. In the last place are pseudo-Christians, in describing of whose superstitious symptoms as a mixture of the rest, I may say that which Saint Benedict once saw in a vision, 1 devil in the marketplace, but 10 in a monastery, because there was more work. In populous cities they would swear and forswear, lie, falsify, deceive fast enough of themselves. 1 devil could circumvent 1,000. But in their religious houses 1,000 devils could scarce tempt 1 silly monk. All the principal devils, I think, busy themselves in subverting Christians. Jews, Gentiles, and Mahometans are extra caulem, out of the fold, and need no such attendance. They make no resistance. Eos en impulsare negligit, quos quieto jure possidere se sentit. They are his own already. But Christians have that shield of faith, sword of the Spirit to resist, and must have a great deal of battery before they can be overcome. That the devil is most busy amongst us that are of the true church appears by those several oppositions, heresies, schisms, which in all ages he hath raised to subvert it, and in that of Rome especially, wherein Antichrist himself now sits and plays his prize. This mystery of iniquity began to work even in the apostles' time. Many antichrists and heretics were abroad, many sprung up since, many now present, and will be to the world's end, to dementate men's minds, to seduce and captivate their souls. Their symptoms I know not how better to express than in that twofold division, of such as lead and are led. Such as lead are heretics, schismatics, false prophets, impostors, and their ministers. They have some common symptoms, some peculiar. Common, as madness, folly, pride, insolency, arrogancy, singularity, peevishness, obstinacy, impudence, scorn and contempt of all other sects. Nullius addicti jurare in verba magistri. They will approve of naught but what they first invent themselves, no interpretation good but what their infallible spirit dictates. None shall be in secundis, no, not in tertiis. They are only wise, only learned in the truth, all damned but they and their followers. Caedem scripturarum faciunt ad materiam suam, saith Tertullian. They make a slaughter of scriptures, and turn it as a nose of wax to their own ends. So irrefragable in the meantime, that what they have once said they must and will maintain in whole tomes, duplications, triplications, never yield to death, so self-conceited, say what you can. As Bernard, erroneously some say, speaks of Petrus Aliadus, omnes patres sic, atque ego sic. Though all the fathers, councils, the whole world contradict it, they care not, they are all one. And as Gregory well notes of such as are vertiginous, they think all turns round and moves, all err, when as the error is wholly in their own brains. Magallianus the Jesuit, in his comment on 1 Timothy 16:20, and Alphonsus de Castro, Book 1, Adversus Haereses, gives 2 more eminent notes or probable conjectures to know such men by. They might have taken themselves by the noses when they said it. First, they affect novelties and toys, and prefer falsehood before truth. Secondly, they care not what they say, that which rashness and folly hath brought out, pride afterward, peevishness and contumacy shall maintain to the last gasp. Peculiar symptoms are prodigious paradoxes, new doctrines, vain phantasms, which are many and diverse as they themselves. Nicolaites of old would have wives in common. Montanists will not marry at all, nor Tatians, forbidding all flesh, Severians wine, Adamians go naked, because Adam did so in paradise, and some barefoot all their lives, because God, Exodus 3 and Joshua 5, bid Moses so to do, and Isaiah 20 was bid put off his shoes. Manichees hold that Pythagorean transmigration of souls from men to beasts. The Circumcellions in Africa, with a mad cruelty made away themselves, some by fire, water, breaking their necks, and seduced others to do the like, threatening some if they did not, with 1,000 such. As you may read in Augustine, for there were 411 heresies in his times, besides schisms and smaller factions. Epiphanius, Alphonsus de Castro, Danaeus, Gabrielus Pratiolus, etc. Of prophets, enthusiasts, and impostors, our ecclesiastical stories afford many examples. Of Eliases and Christs, as our Eudo de Stellis, a Briton in King Stephen's time, that went invisible, translated himself from one to another in a moment, fed thousands with good cheer in the wilderness, and many such. Nothing so common as miracles, visions, revelations, prophecies. Now what these brain-sick heretics once broach, and impostors set on foot, be it never so absurd, false, and prodigious, the common people will follow and believe. It will run along like murrain in cattle, scab in sheep. Nulla scabies, as he said, superstitione scabiosior. As he that is bitten with a mad dog bites others, and all in the end become mad, either out of affection of novelty, simplicity, blind zeal, hope and fear, the giddy-headed multitude will embrace it, and, without further examination, approve it. End of section 39. Section 40 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 40. Partition 3, Section 4, Member 1, Subsection 3, Part 3. Sed vetera querimur. These are old. Haec prius fuere. In our days we have a new scene of superstitious impostors and heretics, a new company of actors, of antichrists, that great Antichrist himself, a rope of hopes that by their greatness and authority bear down all before them, who from that time they proclaimed themselves universal bishops, to establish their own kingdom, sovereignty, greatness, and to enrich themselves, brought in such a company of human traditions, purgatory, limbus patrum, infantum, and all that subterranean geography, mass, adoration of saints, alms, fastings, bulls, indulgences, orders, friars, images, shrines, musty relics, excommunications, confessions, satisfactions, blind obediences, vows, pilgrimages, peregrinations, with many such curious toys, intricate subtleties, gross errors, obscure questions, to vindicate the better and set a gloss upon them, that the light of the gospel was quite eclipsed, darkness over all, the scriptures concealed, legends brought in, religion banished, hypocritical superstition exalted, and the church itself obscured and persecuted. Christ and his members crucified more, saith Benzo, by a few necromantical, atheistical popes, than ever it was by Julian the Apostate, Porphyrius the Platonist, Celsus the physician, Libanius the sophister, by those heathen emperors, Huns, Goths, and Vandals. What each of them did, by what means, at what times, quibus auxiliis. Superstition climbed to this height, tradition increased, and Antichrist himself came to his estate. Let Magdeburgensis, Chemnisius, Osiander, Bale, Mornay, Fox, Usher, and many others relate. In the meantime, he that shall but see their profane rites and foolish customs, how superstitiously kept, how strictly observed, their multitude of saints, images, that rabble of Romish deities, for trades, professions, diseases, persons, offices, countries, places. St. George for England, St. Denis for France, Patrick, Ireland, Andrew, Scotland, Iago, Spain, etc. Gregory for students, Luke for painters, Cosmas and Damian for philosophers, Crispin, shoemakers, Catherine, spinners, etc. Anthony for pigs, Gallus, geese, Wenceslas, sheep, Pelagius, oxen, Sebastian, the plague, Valentine, falling sickness, Apollonia, toothache, Petronella for eggs, and the Virgin Mary for sea and land, for all parties, offices. He that shall observe these things, their shrines, images, oblations, pendants, adorations, pilgrimages they make to them, what creeping to crosses, Our Lady of Loretto's rich gowns, her donaries, the cost bestowed on images, and number of suitors. Saint Nicholas Bourges in France, our Saint Thomas's shrine of old at Canterbury, those relics at Rome, Jerusalem, Genoa, Lyons, Pratum, Saint Denis, and how many thousands come yearly to offer to them, with what cost, trouble, anxiety, superstition, for 40 several masses are daily said in some of their churches, and they rise at all hours of the night to mass, come barefoot, etc. How they spend themselves, times, goods, lives, fortunes, in such ridiculous observations. Their tales and figments, false miracles, buying and selling of pardons, indulgences for 40,000 years to come, their processions on set days, their strict fastings, monks, anchorites, friar mendicants, Franciscans, Carthusians, etc. Their vigils and fasts, their ceremonies at Christmas, Shrovetide, Candlemas, Palm Sunday, Blaise, St. Martin, St. Nicholas Day, their adorations, exorcisms, etc. Will think all those Grecian, pagan, Mahometan superstitions, gods, idols, and ceremonies, the name, time, and place, habit only altered, to have degenerated into Christians, whilst they prefer traditions before scriptures, those evangelical counsels, poverty, obedience, vows, alms, fasting, supererogations, before God's commandments, their own ordinances instead of his precepts, and keep them in ignorance, blindness. They have brought the common people into such a case by their cunning conveyances, strict discipline, and servile education, that upon pain of damnation they dare not break the least ceremony, tradition, edict. Hold it a greater sin to eat a bit of meat in Lent than kill a man. Their consciences are so terrified that they are ready to despair if a small ceremony be omitted, and will accuse their own father, mother, brother, sister, nearest and dearest friends of heresy if they do not as they do, will be their chief executioners, and help first to bring a faggot to burn them. What mulct, what penance soever is enjoined, they dare not but do it, tumble with Saint Francis in the mire amongst hogs, if they be appointed, go woolward, whip themselves, build hospitals, abbeys, etc., go to the East or West Indies, kill a king, or run upon a sword point. They perform all, without any muttering or hesitation, believe all. Ut pueri infantes credunt signa omnia aena vivere, et esse homines, et sic isti omnia ficta vera putant, credunt signis cor inesse ahines. As children think their babies live to be, do they these brazen images they see. And whilst the ruder sort are so carried headlong with blind zeal, are so gulled and tortured by their superstitions, their own too credulous simplicity and ignorance, their Epicurean popes and hypocritical cardinals laugh in their sleeves, and are merry in their chambers with their punks, they do indulgere genio, and make much of themselves. The middle sort, some for private gain, hope of ecclesiastical preferment. Quis expedivit psittaco suum caere? Popularity, base flattery, must and will believe all their paradoxes and absurd tenets, without exception, and as obstinately maintain and put in practice all their traditions and idolatrous ceremonies, for their religion is half a trade. To the death, they will defend all, the golden legend itself, with all the lies and tales in it, as that of Saint George, Saint Christopher, Saint Winifred, Saint Denis, etc. It is a wonder to see how Nicholas Harpsfield, that pharisaical impostor, amongst the rest, Ecclesiastical History, chapter 22, puzzles himself to vindicate that ridiculous fable of Saint Ursula and the 11,000 virgins, as when they live, how they came to Cologne, by whom martyred, etc. Though he can say nothing for it, yet he must and will approve it. Nobilitavit, inquit, hoc saeculum Ursula cum comitibus, cujus historia utinam tam mihi esset expedita et certa, quam in animo meo certum ac expeditum est, eam esse cum sodalibus beatam in caelis virginem. They must and will, I say, either out of blind zeal believe, vary their compass with the rest, as the latitude of religion varies, apply themselves to the times and seasons, and for fear and flattery are content to subscribe and to do all that in them lies to maintain and defend their present government and slavish religious schoolmen, canonists, Jesuits, friars, priests, orators, sophisters, who either for that they had nothing else to do, luxuriant wits knew not otherwise how to busy themselves in those idle times, for the church then had few or no open adversaries, or better to defend their lies, fictions, miracles, transubstantiations, traditions, popes' pardons, purgatories, masses, impossibilities, etc., with glorious shows, fair pretences, big words, and plausible wits, have coined 1,000 idle questions, nice distinctions, subtleties, obs and souls, such tropological, allegorical expositions, to salve all appearances, objections, such quirks and quiddities, quodlibetaries, as Bale saith of Ferebrige and Strode, instances, ampliations, decrees, glosses, canons, that instead of sound commentaries, good preachers, are come in a company of mad sophisters, primo secundo secundarii, sectaries, canonists, Sorbonists, Minorites, with a rabble of idle controversies and questions. An papa sit Deus, an quasi Deus, an participet utramque Christi naturam. Whether it be as possible for God to be a humble bee or a gourd as a man, whether he can produce respect without a foundation or term, make a whore a virgin, fetch Trajan's soul from hell, and how? With a rabble of questions about hellfire, whether it be a greater sin to kill a man or to clout shoes upon a Sunday, whether God can make another God like unto himself. Such, saith Kemnisius, are most of your schoolmen, mere alchemists. 200 commentators on Peter Lambert. Pitzius Catalogus Scriptorum Angliae reckons up 180 English commentators alone on the matter of the sentences. Scotists, Thomists, reals, nominals, etc. And so perhaps that of St. Augustine may be verified. Indocti rapiunt caelum, docti interim descendunt ad infernum. Thus they continued in such error, blindness, decrees, sophisms, superstitions. Idle ceremonies and traditions were the sum of their new coined holiness and religion, and by these knaveries and stratagems they were able to involve multitudes, to deceive the most sanctified souls, and, if it were possible, the very elect. In the meantime the true church, as wine and water mixed, lay hid and obscure to speak of, till Luther's time, who began upon a sudden to defecate, and as another sun to drive away those foggy mists of superstition, to restore it to that purity of the primitive church. And after him many good and godly men, divine spirits, have done their endeavours, and still do. And what their ignorance esteemed so holy, our wiser ages do account as folly. But see the devil, that will never suffer the church to be quiet or at rest. No garden so well tilled but some noxious weeds grow up in it, no wheat but it hath some tares. We have a mad giddy company of precisians, schismatics, and some heretics even, in our own bosoms in another extreme. Dum vitant stulti vitia in contraria currunt, that out of too much zeal in opposition to Antichrist, human traditions, those Romish rites and superstitions, will quite demolish all. They will admit of no ceremonies at all, no fasting days, no cross in baptism, kneeling at communion, no church music, etc. No bishops' courts, no church government, rail at all our church discipline, will not hold their tongues, and all for the peace of thee, O Zion. No, not so much as degrees some of them will tolerate, or universities, all human learning. 'Tis cloaca diaboli. Hoods, habits, cap, and surplice, such as are things indifferent in themselves, and wholly for ornament, decency, or distinction's sake, they abhor, hate, and snuff at, as a stone horse when he meets a bear. They make matters of conscience of them, and will rather forsake their livings than subscribe to them. They will admit of no holidays or honest recreations, as of hawking, hunting, etc. No churches, no bells some of them, because papists use them. No discipline, no ceremonies but what they invent themselves, no interpretations of scriptures, no comments of fathers, no councils, but such as their own fantastical spirits dictate, or rectoratio, as Socinians, by which spirit misled, many times they broach as prodigious paradoxes as papists themselves. Some of them turn prophets, have secret revelations, will be of privy council with God himself, and know all his secrets. per capillos spiritum sanctum tenent, et omnia sciunt cum sint asini omnium obstinatissimi. A company of giddy heads will take upon them to define how many shall be saved and who damned in a parish, where they shall sit in heaven, interpret apocalypses, commentatores praecipites et vertiginosos, one calls them, as well he might. And those hidden mysteries to private persons, times, places, as their own spirit informs them, private revelations shall suggest and precisely set down when the world shall come to an end, what year, what month, what day. Some of them again have such strong faith, so presumptuous, they will go into infected houses, expel devils, and fast 40 days, as Christ himself did. Some call God and his attributes into question, as Forstius and Socinus. Some princes, civil magistrates, and their authorities, as Anabaptists, will do all their own private spirit dictates, and nothing else. Brownists, Barrowists, Familists, and those Amsterdamian sects and sectaries are led all by so many private spirits. It is a wonder to reveal what passages Slyden relates in his commentaries, of Cretink, Knipperdoling, and their associates, those madmen of Münster in Germany. What strange enthusiasms, sottish revelations they had, how absurdly they carried themselves, deluded others. And as profane Machiavel in his political disputations holds of Christian religion, in general it doth enervate, debilitate, take away men's spirits and courage from them, simpliciores redit homines, breeds nothing so courageous soldiers as that Roman. We may say of these peculiar sects, their religion takes away not spirits only, but wit and judgment, and deprives them of their understanding. For some of them are so far gone with their private enthusiasms and revelations, that they are quite mad, out of their wits. What greater madness can there be than for a man to take upon him to be a god, as some do, to be the Holy Ghost, Elias, and what not? In Poland, 1518, in the reign of King Sigismund, one said he was Christ, and got him 12 apostles, came to judge the world, and strangely deluded the commons. One David George, an illiterate painter not many years since, did as much in Holland, took upon him to be the Messiah, and had many followers. Benedictus Victorinus Faventinus, Concilium 15, writes as much of one Honorius, that thought he was not only inspired as a prophet, but that he was a god himself, and had familiar conference with God and his angels. Lavatius, chapter 2, part 8, hath a story of one John Sartorius, that thought he was the prophet Elias, and chapter 7, of divers others that had conference with angels, were saints, prophets. Wierus, book 3, de Lamiis, chapter 7, makes mention of a prophet of Groning that said he was God the Father, of an Italian and Spanish prophet that held as much. We need not rove so far abroad, we have familiar examples at home. Hacket that said he was Christ, Coppinger and Arthington his disciples, Burchet and Hovatus, burned at Norwich. We are never likely 7 years together without some such new prophets that have several inspirations, some to convert the Jews, some fast 40 days, go with Daniel to the lion's den. Some foretell strange things, some for one thing, some for another. great precisians of mean conditions, and very illiterate, most part by a preposterous zeal, fasting, meditation, melancholy, are brought into those gross errors and inconveniences. Of those men I may conclude generally, that howsoever they may seem to be discreet, and men of understanding in other matters, discourse well, laesam habent imaginationem, they are like comets, round in all places but where they blaze. Caetera sani, they have impregnable wits, many of them, and discreet otherwise, but in this their madness and folly breaks out beyond measure. In infinitum erumpit stultitia. They are certainly far gone with melancholy, if not quite mad, and have more need of physic than many a man that keeps his bed, more need of hellebore than those that are in Bedlam. End of section 40.
Section 41 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 41. Partition 3, Section 4. Member 1, Subsection 4. Prognostics of Religious Melancholy. You may guess at the prognostics by the symptoms. What can these signs foretell otherwise than folly, dotage, madness, gross ignorance, despair, obstinacy, a reprobate sense, a bad end? What else can superstition, heresy produce, but wars, tumults, uproars, torture of souls, and despair, a desolate land, as Jeremy teacheth, chapter 7:34, when they commit idolatry and walk after their own ways? How should it be otherwise with them? What can they expect but blasting, famine, dearth, and all the plagues of Egypt, as Amos denounceth, chapter 4, verses 9 and 10, to be led into captivity? If our hopes be frustrate, we sow much and bring in little, eat and have not enough, drink and are not filled, clothe and be not warm, etc. Haggai 1:6. We look for much, and it comes to little. Whence is it? His house was waste. They came to their own houses. Verse 9. Therefore the heavens stayed his dew, the earth his fruit. Because we are superstitious, irreligious, we do not serve God as we ought. All these plagues and miseries come upon us. What can we look for else but mutual wars, slaughters, fearful ends in this life, and in the life to come, eternal damnation? What is it that hath caused so many feral battles to be fought, so much Christian blood shed, but superstition? That Spanish Inquisition, racks, wheels, tortures, torments, whence do they proceed? From superstition. Bodine, the Frenchman, in his Methods of History, accounts Englishmen barbarians for their civil wars. But let him read those Pharsalian fields fought of late in France for their religion, their massacres, wherein by their own relations in 24 years I know not how many millions have been consumed, whole families and cities, and he shall find ours to be but valetations to theirs. But it hath ever been the custom of heretics and idolaters, when they are plagued for their sins, and God's just judgments come upon them, not to acknowledge any fault in themselves, but still impute it unto others. In Cyprian's time it was much controverted between him and Demetrius, an idolater, who should be the cause of those present calamities. Demetrius laid all the fault on Christians, and so they did ever in the primitive church, as appears by the first book of Arnobius, that there were not such ordinary showers in winter, the ripening heat in summer, so seasonable springs, fruitful autumns, no marble mines in the mountains, less gold and silver than of old, that husbandmen, seamen, soldiers, all were scanted, justice, friendship, skill in arts, all was decayed, and that through Christians' default, and all their other miseries from them, quadi nostri a vobis non collantur, because they did not worship their gods. But Cyprian retorts all upon him again, as appears by his tract against him. 'Tis true, the world is miserably tormented and shaken with wars, dearth, famine, fire, inundations, plagues, and many feral diseases rage amongst us. Sed non ut tu quereris ista accidunt, quod dii vestri a nobis non collantur, sed quod a vobis non collatur Deus, a quibus nec quaeritur, nec timetur. Not as thou complainest that we do not worship your gods, but because you are idolaters, and do not serve the true God, neither seek him, nor fear him as you ought. Our papists object as much to us, and account us heretics, we them. The Turks esteem of both as infidels, and we them as a company of pagans, Jews against all. When indeed there is a general fault in us all, and something in the very best, which may justly deserve God's wrath, and pull these miseries upon our heads. I will say nothing here of those vain cares, torments, needless works, penance, pilgrimages, pseudo-martyrdom, etc. We heap upon ourselves unnecessary troubles, observations. We punish our bodies, as in Turkey, saith Busbekius, one did, that was much affected with music, and to hear boys sing, but very superstitious. An old sibyl coming to his house, or a holy woman, as that place yields many, took him down for it, and told him that in that other world he should suffer for it. Thereupon he flung his rich and costly instruments, which he had bedecked with jewels, all at once into the fire. He was served in silver plate, and had goodly household stuff. A little after, another religious man reprehended him in like sort, and from thenceforth he was served in earthen vessels. Last of all, a decree came forth, because Turks might not drink wine themselves, that neither Jew nor Christian then living in Constantinople might drink any wine at all. In like sort amongst papists, fasting at first was generally proposed as a good thing. After, from such meats at set times, and then last of all so rigorously proposed, to bind the consciences upon pain of damnation. First Friday, saith Erasmus, then Saturday, et nunc periclitatur dies Mercurii, and Wednesday now is in danger of a fast. And for such like toys, some so miserably afflict themselves to despair and death itself, rather than offend and think themselves good Christians in it, when as indeed they are superstitious Jews. So saith Leonardus Fuchsius, a great physician in his time. We are tortured in Germany with these papish edicts, our bodies so taken down, our goods so diminished, that if God had not sent Luther, a worthy man, in time to redress these mischiefs, we should have eaten hay with our horses before this. As in fasting, so in all other superstitious edicts, we crucify one another without a cause, barring ourselves of many good and lawful things, honest disports, pleasures and recreations. For wherefore did God create them but for our use? Feasts, mirth, music, hawking, hunting, singing, dancing, etc., non tam necessitatibus nostris Deus inservit, sed in delicias amamur, as Seneca notes, God would have it so. And as Plato, Book 2, De Legibus, gives out, Deos laboriosam hominum vitam miseratos, the gods, in commiseration of human estate, sent Apollo, Bacchus, and the Muses, qui cum voluptate tripudia et soltationes nobis ducant, to be merry with mortals, to sing and dance with us. So that he that will not rejoice and enjoy himself, making good use of such things as are lawfully permitted, non est temperatus, as he will, sed superstitiosus. There's nothing better for a man than that he should eat and drink, and that he should make his soul enjoy good in his labor. Ecclesiastes 2:24. And as one said of hawking and hunting, tot solatia in hac aegri orbis calavitate, mortalibus taediis Deus objecit. I say, of all honest recreations, God hath therefore indulged them to refresh, ease, solace, and comfort us. But we are, some of us, too stern, too rigid, too precise, too grossly superstitious, and whilst we make a conscience of every toy, with touch not, taste not, etc., as those Pythagoreans of old, and some Indians now, that will eat no flesh, or suffer any living creature to be killed, the Benians about Guzerat, we tyrannize over our brother's soul, lose the right use of many good gifts, honest sports, games, and pleasant recreations, punish ourselves without a cause, lose our liberties, and sometimes our lives. Anno 1270, at Magdeburg in Germany, a Jew fell into a privy upon a Saturday, and without help could not possibly get out. He called to his fellows for succor, but they denied it, because it was their Sabbath. Non licebat opus magnum exercere. The bishop, hearing of it, the next day forbade him to be pulled out, because it was our Sunday. In the meantime, the wretch died before Monday. We have myriads of examples in this kind amongst those rigid Sabbatarians, and therefore not without good cause. Intolerabilem perturbationem, Seneca calls it, as well he might, an intolerable perturbation that causeth such dire events, folly, madness, sickness, despair, death of body and soul, and hell itself. End of section 41.
Section 42 of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton, Section 42. Partition 3, Section 4, Member 1, Subsection 5. Cure of Religious Melancholy. To purge the world of idolatry and superstition will require some monster-taming Hercules, a divine Aesculapius, or Christ himself, to come in his own person, to reign 1,000 years on earth before the end, as the millenaries will have him. They are generally so refractory, self-conceited, obstinate, so firmly addicted to that religion in which they have been bred and brought up, that no persuasion, no terror, no persecution can divert them, the consideration of which hath induced many commonwealths to suffer them to enjoy their consciences as they will themselves. A toleration of Jews is in most provinces of Europe. In Asia they have their synagogues. Spaniards permit Moors to live amongst them, the Mogullians Gentiles, the Turks all religions. In Europe, Poland and Amsterdam are the common sanctuaries. Some are of opinion that no man ought to be compelled for conscience' sake, but let him be of what religion he will, he may be saved, as Cornelius was formerly accepted, Jews, Turks, Anabaptists, etc. If he be an honest man, live soberly and civilly in his profession. Volkelius, Crellius, and the rest of the Socinians that now nestle themselves about Krakow and Rakow in Poland have renewed this opinion. Serve his own God, with that fear and reverence as he ought, sua quique civitati leli religio sit, nostra nobis, till they thought fit every city should be free in this behalf, adore their own custodes et topicos deos, tutelar and local gods, as Symmachus calls them. Isocrates advised Demonicus, when he came to a strange city, to worship by all means the gods of the place, et unum quemque topicum deum sic coli oportere, quomodo ipse precer perit, which Cecilius in Minutius labors, and would have every nation sacrorum rites gentiles habere, et Deus colere municipes, keep their own ceremonies, worship their peculiar gods, which Pomponius Mela reports of the Africans, Deos suos patrio more venerantur. They worship their own gods according to their own ordination. For why should any one nation, as he there pleads, challenge that universality of God, Deum sum quem nec ostendunt, nec vident, discurrantem silicet et ubique presentem, in omnium mores actus et occultas, cogitatones, inquirentem, etc., as Christians do. Let every province enjoy their liberty in this behalf, worship one God, or all as they will, and are informed. The Romans built altars, dies Asiae, Europae, Libiae, dies ignotis et peregrinis, others otherwise, etc. Plinius Secundus, as appears by his epistle to Trajan, would not have the Christians so persecuted, and in some time of the reign of Maximinus, as we find it registered in Eusebius, Book 9, Chapter 9, there was a decree made to this purpose, nullus cogatur invitus ad hunc vel illum deorum cultum. Let no one be compelled against his will to worship any particular deity, and by Constantine, in the 19th year of his reign as Baronius, informeth us, Nemo alteri exhibeat molestiam, quod cuiusque animus vult, hocquisque transigat. New gods, new lawgivers, new priests, will have new ceremonies, customs, and religions, to which every wise man as a good formalist should accommodate himself. Saturnus periit, perierunt et sua jura, sub Jove nunc mundus, iussa sequare Jovis. The said Constantine the emperor, as Eusebius writes, flung down and demolished all the heathen gods, silver, gold statues, altars, images, and temples, and turned them all to Christian churches, infestus gentilium monumentis ludibrio exposuit. The Turk now converts them again to Mahometan mosques. The like edict came forth in the reign of Arcadius and Honorius. Symmachus the orator in his days, to procure a general toleration, used this argument: because God is immense and infinite, and his nature cannot perfectly be known, it is convenient he should be as diversely worshipped, as every man shall perceive or understand. It was impossible, he thought, for one religion to be universal. You see that one small province can hardly be ruled by one law, civil or spiritual, and how shall so many distinct and vast empires of the world be united into one? It never was, never will be. Besides, if there be infinite planetary and firmamental worlds, as some will, there be infinite genii or commanding spirits belonging to each of them, and so, per consequens, for they will be all adored, infinite religions. And therefore let every territory keep their proper rites and ceremonies, as their dii tutelaris will, so Tyrius calls them, and according to the quarter they hold, their own institutions, revelations, orders, oracles, which they dictate from time to time, or teach their own priests or ministers. This tenet was stiffly maintained in Turkey not long since, as you may read in the 3rd epistle of Busbequius, that all those should participate of eternal happiness that lived a holy and innocent life, what religion soever they professed. Rustan Bassa was a great patron of it, though Mohammed himself was sent virtute gladi, to enforce all, as he writes in his Al-Quran, to follow him. Some again will approve of this for Jews, Gentiles, infidels, that are out of the fold. They can be content to give them all respect and favour, but by no means to such as are within the precincts of our own church, and called Christians, to no heretics, schismatics, or the like. Let the Spanish Inquisition, that fourth fury, speak of some of them, the civil wars and massacres in France, our Marian times. Magellanus the Jesuit will not admit of conference with a heretic, but severity and rigour to be used. Non illis verba reddere, sed furcas, figaro oportet. And Theodosius is commended in Nicephorus, Book 12, Chapter 15, that he put all heretics to silence. Bernard, Epistle 180, will have club law, fire and sword for heretics, compel them, stop their mouths not with disputations, or refute them with reasons, but with fists. And this is their ordinary practice. Another company are as mild on the other side, to avoid all heartburning, and contentious wars and uproars. They would have a general toleration in every kingdom, no mulct at all, no man for religion or conscience be put to death, which Thuanus the French historian much favours. Our late Socinians defend. Vaticanus against Calvin in a large treatise in behalf of Servetus vindicates. Castilio, etc., Martin Ballius and his companions maintained this opinion not long since in France, whose error is confuted by Beza in a just volume. The medium is best, and that which Paul prescribes, if any man shall fall by occasion, to restore such a one with the spirit of meekness, by all fair means, gentle admonitions. But if that will not take place, post unam et alteram admonitionem hereticum devite. He must be excommunicate, as Paul did by Hymenaeus, delivered over to Satan. Immedicabile vulnus ense recidendum est. As Hippocrates said in physic, I may well say in divinity, quae ferro non curantur ignis curat. For the vulgar restrain them by laws, mulcts, burn their books, forbid their conventicles, for when the cause is taken away, the effect will soon cease. Now for prophets, dreamers, and such rude silly fellows, that through fasting, too much meditation, preciseness, or by melancholy, are distempered, the best means to reduce them ad sanam mentem is to alter their course of life, and with conference, threats, promises, persuasions, to intermix physic. Hercules the Saxonia had such a prophet committed to his charge in Venice, that thought he was Elias, and would fast as he did. He dressed a fellow in angel's attire, that said he came from heaven to bring him divine food, and by that means stayed his fast, administered his physic. So by the meditation of this forged angel he was cured. Rhasis, an Arabian, speaks of a fellow that in like case complained to him, and desired his help. I asked him, saith he, what the matter was. He replied, I am continually meditating of heaven and hell, and methinks I see and talk with fiery spirits, and smell brimstone, etc., and am so carried away with these conceits that I can neither eat nor sleep nor go about my business. I cured him, saith Rhasis, partly by persuasion, partly by physic, and so have I done by many others. We have frequently such prophets and dreamers amongst us, whom we persecute with fire and faggot. I think the most compendious cure, for some of them at least, had been in Bedlam, said the His Satis. End of section 42.
Section 43 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 43. Partition 3, Section 4, Member 2, Subsection 1. Religious melancholy in defect. Parties affected. Epicures, atheists, hypocrites, worldly secure, carnalists, all impious persons, impenitent sinners, etc. In that other extreme or defect of this love of God, knowledge, faith, fear, hope, etc., are such as err both in doctrine and manners, Sadducees, Herodians, libertines, politicians, all manner of atheists, epicures, infidels, that are secure in a reprobate sense, fear not God at all, and such are true distrustful and timorous as desperate persons be. That grand sin of atheism or impiety, Melanchthon calls it monstrosa melancholiam, monstrous melancholy, or venenatam melancholiam, poisoned melancholy. A company of cyclops or giants that war with the gods, as the poets feigned, antipodes to Christians that scoff at all religion, at God himself, deny him and all his attributes, his wisdom, power, providence, his mercy and judgment. esse alicos manes et subterranea regna, et contum et stugio ranas in gurgite nigras, atque una transire vadum tot milia cumba, nec pueri credunt, nisi qui nondum aere lavantur. That there is either heaven or hell, resurrection of the dead, pain, happiness, or world to come, credat Judaeus appella. For their part, they esteem them as so many poets' tales, bugbears, Lucian's Alexander, Moses, Muhammad, and Christ are all as one in their creed. When those bloody wars in France for matters of religion, saith Richard Dyneth, were so violently pursued between Huguenots and Papists, there was a company of good fellows left them all to scorn, for being such superstitious fools, to lose their wives and fortunes, accounting faith, religion, immortality of the soul, mere fopperies and illusions. Such loose atheistical spirits are too predominant in all kingdoms. Let them contend, pray, tremble, trouble themselves at will. For their parts, they fear neither God nor devil. But with that Cyclops in Euripides, haud ulla numina expavescunt caelitum, sed victimas uni deorum maximo ventri offerunt, deos ignorant caeteros. They fear no God but one, they sacrifice to none but belly, and him adore, for gods they know no more. Their God is their belly, as Paul saith, Sancta Mater Saturitas, quibus in solo vivendi causa palato est. The idol which they worship and adore is their mistress. With him in Plautus, malem haec mulier me amet quam dii. They had rather have her favor than the gods. Satan is their guide, the flesh is their instructor, hypocrisy their counselor, vanity their fellow soldier, their will their law, ambition their captain, custom their rule, temerity, boldness, impudence their art, toys their trading, damnation their end. All their endeavors are to satisfy their lust and appetite, how to please their genius, and to be merry for the present. Ede, lude, bibe, post mortem, nulla voluptas. The same condition is of men and of beasts. As the one dieth, so dieth the other. Ecclesiastes 3:19. The world goes round, truditur dies die, novaeque pergunt imperire lunae. They did eat and drink of old, marry, bury, bought, sold, planted, built, and will do still. Our life is short and tedious, and in the death of a man there is no recovery, neither was any man known that hath returned from the grave. For we are born at all adventure, and we shall be hereafter as though we had never been. For the breath is as smoke in our nostrils, etc., and the spirit vanisheth as the soft air. Come, let us enjoy the pleasures that are present. Let us cheerfully use the creatures as in youth. Let us fill ourselves with costly wine and ointments. Let not the flower of our life pass by us. Let us crown ourselves with rosebuds before they are withered, etc. Vivamus mea lesbia et amemus, etc. Come, let us take our fill of love and pleasure in dalliance, for this is our portion, this is our lot. Tempora labuntur, tacitisque senescimus annis. For the rest of heaven and hell, let children and superstitious fools believe it. For their part, they are so far from trembling at the dreadful day of judgment that they wish with Nero, me vivo fiat, that it come in their times. So secure, so desperate, so immoderate in lust and pleasure, so prone to revenge, that, as Paterculus said of some caitiffs in his time in Rome, quod nequiter ausi fortiter executi, it shall not be so wickedly attempted, but as desperately performed, whatever they take in hand. Were it not for God's restraining grace, fear and shame, temporal punishment, and their own infamy, they would. Lycaon-like eccentrate, as so many cannibals eat up, or Cadmus soldiers consume one another. These are most impious and commonly professed atheists that never use the name of God but to swear by it, that express naught else but Epicureanism in their carriage, or hypocrisy. With pantheas they neglect and contemn these rites and religious ceremonies of the gods. They will be gods themselves, or at least soci ideorum. Divisum imperium cum Ioe Caesar habet. Caesar divides the empire with Jove. Aproius, an Egyptian tyrant, grew, saith Herodotus, to that height of pride, insolency of impiety, to that contempt of gods and men, that he held his kingdom so sure, ut anemine deorum aut hominum sibi eripi posset, neither God nor men could take it from him. A certain blasphemous king of Spain, as Lancius reports, made an edict that no subject of his for 10 years' space should believe in, call on, or worship any god. And as Jovius relates of Mohammed II, that sacked Constantinople, he so behaved himself that he believed neither Christ nor Mohammed, and thence it came to pass that he kept his word and promise no farther than for his advantage, neither did he care to commit any offense to satisfy his lust. I could say the like of many princes, many private men. Our stories are full of them, in times past, this present age, that love, fear, obey, and perform all civil duties as they shall find them expedient or be helpful to their own ends. Securi adversus Deus, securi adversus homines, votis non est opus, which Tacitus reports of some Germans. They did not pray, fear, hope, for they are secure, to their thinking, both from gods and men. Bulco Opiliensis, sometime Duke of Silesia, was such a one to a hair. He lived, saith Aeneas Sylvius, at Vretislavia, and was so mad to satisfy his lust that he believed neither heaven nor hell, or that the soul was immortal, but married wives, and turned them up as he thought fit, did murder and mischief, and what he list himself. This duke hath too many followers in our days. Say what you can, dehort, exhort, persuade to the contrary, they are no more moved, quam si dura silex aut stet marpesia cautes, than so many stocks and stones. Tell them of heaven and hell, 'tis to no purpose. Laterem lauas. They answer as Attaliba, that Indian prince, did Friar Vincent, when he brought him a book and told him all the mysteries of salvation, heaven and hell, were contained in it. He looked upon it, and said he saw no such matter, asking withal how he knew it. They will but scoff at it, or wholly reject it. Petronius and Tacitus, when he was now by Nero's command bleeding to death, audiebat amicus nihil referentes de immortalitate animae, aut sapientum placitis, sed levia carmina et faciles versus. Instead of good counsel and divine meditations, he made his friends sing him bawdy verses and scurrilous songs. Let him take heaven, paradise, and that future happiness that will. Bonum est esse hic. It is good being here. There's no talking to such, no hope of their conversion. They are, in a reprobate sense, mere carnalists, fleshly-minded men, which howsoever they may be applauded in this life by some few parasites, and held for worldly wise men. They seem to me, said Melanchthon, to be as mad as Hercules was when he raved and killed his wife and children. A milder sort of these atheistical spirits there are that profess religion, but timide et haesitanter, tempted thereunto out of that horrible consideration of diversity of religions, which are and have been in the world, which argument Campanella, Atheismi Triumphati, chapter 9, both urgeth and answers. Besides the covetousness, imposture, and knavery of priests, quae faciunt, as Pastellus observes, ut rebus sacris minus faciant fidem, and those religions, some of them, so fantastical, exorbitant, so violently maintained with equal constancy and assurance, whether they infer that if there be so many religious sects, and denied by the rest, why may they not be all false? Or why should this or that be preferred before the rest? The skeptics urge this, and amongst others it is the conclusion of Sextus Empiricus, Book 3, Adversus Mathematicos, after many philosophical arguments and reasons pro and con, that there are gods, and again that there are no gods, he so concludes, cum tot inter se pugnent, etc., una tantum potest esse vera, as Tully likewise disputes. Christians say they alone worship the true God, pity all other sects, lament their case, and yet those old Greeks and Romans that worship the devil, as the Chinese now do, aut deos topicos, their own gods, as Julian the Apostate, Cecilius and Minucius, Celsus and Porphyrius the philosopher object, and as Machiavelli contends, were much more noble, generous, victorious, had a more flourishing commonwealth, better cities, better soldiers, better scholars, better wits. Their gods overcame our gods, did as many miracles, etc. Saint Cyril, Arnobius, Minucius, with many other engines of late, Lessius, Mornius, Grotius, De Veritate Religioni Christianae, Savonarola, De Veritate Fidei Christianae, well defend. But Zanchius, Campanella, Marinus Marcennus, Bozius, and Gentilettus answer all these atheistical arguments at large. But this again troubles many as of old. Wicked men generally thrive. Professed atheists thrive. Nullos esse Deos, inane coelum, affirmat Celius, probatque quod se factum dum negat haec vidit beatum. There are no gods, heavens are toys, Celius in public justifies, because that whilst he thus denies their deities, he better thrives. This is a prime argument, and most part your most sincere, upright, honest, and good men are depressed. The race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, Ecclesiastes 9:11, nor yet bread to the wise, favor nor riches to men of understanding, but time and chance comes to all. There was a great plague in Athens, as Thucydides Book 2 relates, in which at last every man with great licentiousness did what he list, not caring at all for God's or men's laws. Neither the fear of God nor laws of men, saith he, awed any man, because the plague swept all away alike, good and bad. They thence concluded it was alike to worship or not worship the gods, since they perished all alike. Some cavil and make doubts of Scripture itself. It cannot stand with God's mercy that so many should be damned, so many bad, so few good. Such have and hold about religions, all stiff on their side, factious alike, thrive alike, and yet bitterly persecuting and damning each other. It cannot stand with God's goodness, protection, and providence, as St. Chrysostom in the dialect of such discontented persons, to see and suffer one man to be lame, another mad, a third poor and miserable, all the days of his life, a fourth grievously tormented with sickness and aches to his last hour. Are these signs and works of God's providence, to let one man be deaf, another dumb? A poor honest fellow lives in disgrace, woe, and want. Wretched he is, when as a wicked caitiff abounds in superfluity of wealth, keeps whores, parasites, and what he will himself. Audis Jupiter haec? Talia multa connectentes longum reprehensionis sermonem erga Dei providentiam contexunt. Thus they mutter and object. See the rest of their arguments in Marcennus in Genison, and in Campanella amply confuted, with many such vain cavils, well known, not worthy the recapitulation or answering. Whatsoever they pretend, they are interim of little or no religion. Cousin germans to these men are many of our great philosophers and deists, who, though they be more temperate in this life, give many good moral precepts, honest, upright, and sober in their conversation, yet in effect they are the same, accounting no man a good scholar that is not an atheist. Nimis altum sapiunt. Too much learning makes them mad. Whilst they attribute all to natural causes, contingents of all things, as Melanchthon calls them, pertinax hominum genus, a peevish generation of men that, misled by philosophy and the devil's suggestion, their own innate blindness, deny God as much as the rest, hold all religion a fiction, opposite to reason and philosophy, though for fear of magistrates, saith Vaninus, they durst not publicly profess it. Ask one of them of what religion he is. He scoffingly replies, a philosopher, a Galenist, an averist, and with Rabelais, a physician, a peripatetic, an epicure. In spiritual things God must demonstrate all to sense, leave a pawn with them, or else seek some other creditor. They will acknowledge nature and fortune, yet not God, though in effect they grant both, for, as Scaliger defines, nature signifies God's ordinary power, or, as Calvin writes, nature is God's order, and so things extraordinary may be called unnatural. Fortune, his unrevealed will, and so we call things changeable that are beside reason and expectation. To this purpose, Minucius in Octavio and Seneca well discourseth with them, Book 4 De Beneficiis, chapters 5, 6, and 7. They do not understand what they say. What is nature but God? Call him what thou wilt. Nature, Jupiter. He hath as many names as offices. It comes all to one pass. God is the fountain of all, the first giver and preserver, from whom all things depend. Aquo et per quem omnia, nam quocumque vides Deus est, quocumque moveris. God is all in all. God is everywhere and every place. And yet this Seneca, that could confute and blame them, is all out as much to be blamed and confuted himself, as mad himself, for he holds fatum stoicum, that inevitable necessity, in the other extreme, as those Chaldean astrologers of old did, against whom the prophet Jeremiah so often thunders, and those heathen mathematicians, Nigidius Figulus, magicians, and Priscillanists, whom St. Augustine so eagerly confutes, those Arabian questionaries, Novem Judicis, Albumater, Dorotheus, etc., and our countrymen and Stuidus, that take upon them to define out of those great conjunction of stars, which Ptolemaeus, the periods of kingdoms or religions, of all future accidents, wars, plagues, schisms, heresies, and what not, all from stars. In such things, saith Maginus, quae sivi et intelligentiis suis reservavit Deus, which God hath reserved to himself and his angels, they will take upon them to foretell, as if stars were immediate, inevitable causes of all future accidents. Caesar Vaninus, in his book De Admirandis Naturae Arcanis, Dialogue 52, De Oraculis, is more free, copious, and open in this explication of this astrological tenet of Ptolemy, than any of our modern writers, Cardan excepted, a true disciple of his master Pomponius. According to the doctrine of peripatetics, he refers all apparitions, prodigies, miracles, oracles, accidents, alterations of religions, kingdoms, etc., for which he is soundly lashed by Marinus Mercenus, as well he deserves, to natural causes, for spirits he will not acknowledge, to that light, motion, influences of heavens and stars, and to the intelligences that move the orbs, intelligentia quae movet orbe mediante coelo, etc. Intelligences do all, and after a long discourse of miracles done of old, si haec daimones possint, cur non et intelligentiae coelorum motrices. And as these great conjunctions, aspects of planets, begin or end, vary, are vertical and predominant, so have religions, rites, ceremonies, and kingdoms their beginning, progress, periods, in urbibus, regibus, religionibus, ac in particularibus hominibus, haec vera ac manifesta, sunt, ut Aristoteles invere videtur, et quotidiana docet experientia, ut historias per legens videbit, quid olim in gentili lege Iove sanctius et illustrius. Quid nunc vile magis et execrandum, ita coelestia corpora pro mortalium beneficio religiones aedificant, et cum cessat in fluxus cessat lex, etc. And because, according to their tenets, the world is eternal, intelligences eternal, influences of stars eternal, kingdoms, religions, alterations shall be likewise eternal, and run round after many ages. Atque iterum ad Troia magnus vitetur Achilles, renascentur religiones et ceremoniae, res humanae in idem recident, nihil nunc quod non olim fuit, et post saeculorum revolutiones alias est, erit, etc. Idem specie, saith Vaninus, non individuo quod Plato significavit. These, saith mine author, these are the decrees of Peripatetics, which though I recite in obsequium Christianae fidei detestor, as I am a Christian, I detest and hate. Thus, Peripatetics and astrologians held in former times, and to this effect of old in Rome, said Dionysius Harlicarnassus, Book 7, when those meteors and prodigies appeared in the air after the banishment of Coriolanus. Men were diversely affected. Some said they were God's just judgments for the execution of that good man. Some referred all to natural causes, some to stars. Some thought they came by chance, some by necessity decreed ab initio, and could not be altered. The two last opinions of necessity and chance were, it seems, of greater note than the rest. Sunt qui infortunae iam casibus omnia ponunt, et mundum credunt nullo rectore moveri, natura volvente vices, etc. For the first of chance, as Sallust likewise informeth us, those old Romans generally received. They supposed fortune alone gave kingdoms and empires, wealth, honors, offices, and that for two causes. First, because every wicked, base, unworthy wretch was preferred, rich, potent, etc. Secondly, because of their uncertainty, though never so good, scarce any one enjoyed them long. But after they began upon better advice to think otherwise, that every man made his own fortune. The last of necessity was Seneca's tenet, that God was alligatus causi secundis, so tied to second causes, to that inexorable necessity, that he could alter nothing of that which was once decreed. Sic erat in fatis, it cannot be altered. Semel iusit, semper paret Deus, nulla vis rumpit, nulla preces, nec ipsum fulmen. God hath once said it, and it must forever stand good. No prayers, no threats, nor power, nor thunder itself can alter it. Zeno, Chrysippus, and those other Stoics, as you may read in Tully, Book 2, De Divinatione, Gillius, Book 6, Chapter 2, etc., maintained as much. In all ages there have been such that either deny God in all, or in part. Some deride him, they could have made a better world, and ruled it more orderly themselves, blaspheme him, derogate at their pleasure from him. 'Twas so in Plato's time. Some say there be no gods, other that they care not for men. A middle sort grant both. Si non sit Deus, unde mala? Si sit Deus, unde mala? So Coda argues in Tully. Why made he not all good, or at least tenders not the welfare of such as are good? As the woman told Alexander, if he be not at leisure to hear causes, and redress them, why doth he reign? Sextus Empiricus hath many such arguments. Thus perverse men cavil. So it will ever be, some of all sorts, good, bad, indifferent, true, false, zealous, ambidextrous, neutralists, lukewarm, libertines, atheists, etc. They will see these religious sectaries agree amongst themselves, be reconciled all, before they will participate with or believe any. They think in the meantime, which Celsus objects, and whom Origen confutes, we Christians adore a person put to death with no more reason than the barbarous Getes worshipped Zamolxis, the Cilicians Mopsus, the Thebans Amphiaraus, and the Libadians Trophonius. One religion is as true as another, new-fangled devices, all for human respects. Great-witted Aristotle's works are as much authentical to them as scriptures, subtle Seneca's epistles as canonical as St. Paul's, Pindar's odes as good as the prophet David's psalms, Epictetus and Critian equivalent to wise Solomon's proverbs. They do openly and boldly speak this and more, some of them in all places and companies. Claudius the emperor was angry with heaven because it thundered, and challenged Jupiter into the field. With what madness, saith Seneca, he thought Jupiter could not hurt him, but he could hurt Jupiter. Diagoras, Demonax, Epicurus, Pliny, Lucian, Lucretius, Contemptorque Deum Medentius, professed atheists all in their times, though not simple atheists, neither, as Siconia proves in Book 1, Chapter 1, they scoffed only at those pagan gods, their plurality, base and fictitious offices. Gilbertus Cognatus labors much, and so does Erasmus, to vindicate Lucian from scandal, and there be those that apologize for Epicurus, but all in vain. Lucian scoffs at all, Epicurus he denies all, and Lucretius, his scholar, defends him in it. Humana ante oculua foide cum vita iaceret, in terris oppressa gravi cum religione, quae caput aquae regionibus ostendebat, horribili super aspectu mortalibus instans, etc. When humankind was drenched in superstition, with ghastly looks aloft, which frighted mortal men, etc. He alone, like another Hercules, did vindicate the world from that monster. Uncle Pliny, Book 2, Chapter 7, Naturalis Historia, and Book 7, Chapter 59, in express words denies the immortality of the soul. Seneca doth little less in Book 7, Epistle 55 ad Lucilium, et Book De Consolatione ad Martiam, or rather more. Some Greek commentators would put as much upon Job that he should deny resurrection, etc., whom Pineda copiously confutes in chapter 7 of Job, verse 9. Aristotle is hardly censured of some, both divines and philosophers. St. Justin in Perainetica ad Gentes, Gregory Nazianzen, Theodoret, Origen, Pomponetius justifies, in his tract, so styled at least, De Immortalitate Animae, Scaliger, who would forswear himself at any time, saith Patricius, in defense of his great master Aristotle, and Dandinus, Book 3 of De Anima, acknowledge as much. Averroes oppugns all spirits and supreme powers. Of late Brunus, in Felix Brunus, Kepler calls him. Machiavelli, Caesar Vaninus, lately burned at Toulouse in France, and Peter Aretine have publicly maintained such atheistical paradoxes, with that Italian Boccaccio, with his fable of 3 rings, etc., ex quo infert haud posse internosci, quae sit verio religio, Judaica, Mahometana, and Christiana, quoniam eadem signa, etc., from which he infers that it cannot be distinguished which is the true religion, Judaism, Mahomedanism, or Christianity, etc. Marinus Mercenus suspects Cardan for his subtleties, Campanella in Charn's Book of Wisdom, with some other tracts, to savour of atheism. But amongst the rest that pestilent book, De Tribus Mundi Impostoribus, quem sine horrore inquit, non legas, et mundi cymbalum dialogis quatuor contentum, anno 1052 auctore peresiu, Parisiis excusum, etc. And as there have been in all ages such blasphemous spirits, so there have not been wanting their patrons, protectors, disciples, and adherents. Never so many atheists in Italy and Germany, saith Clearus, as in this age. The like complaint Mercenus makes in France, 50,000 in that one city of Paris. Frederick the Emperor, as Matthew Paris records, licet non sit recitabile, I use his own words, is reported to have said, tres praestigiatores, Moses, Christus et Mahomet, uti mundo dominarentur, totum populum sibi contemporaneum seduxisse. Henry, the Landgrave of Hesse, heard him speak it. Si principes imperii institutioni meae adhaererent, ego multo meliorem modum credendi et vivendi ordinarem. To these professed atheists we may well add that impious and carnal crew of worldly-minded men, impenitent sinners, that go to hell in a lethargy or in a dream, who, though they be professed Christians, yet they will nulla palescere culpa, make a conscience of nothing they do. They have cauterized consciences, and are indeed, in a reprobate sense, past all feeling, have given themselves over to wantonness, to work all manner of uncleanness, even with greediness. Ephesians 4:19. They do know there is a God, a day of judgment to come, and yet, for all that, as Hugo saith, ita comedunt ac dormiunt, ac sidiem judici evascissent, ita ludunt ac rident, ac si in coelis cum Deo regnarent. They are as merry for all the sorrow as if they had escaped all dangers, and were in heaven already. Metus omnes et inexorabile factum subiecit pedibus, strepitumque aceronti savari. Those rude idiots and ignorant persons that neglect and contemn the means of their salvation may march on with these, but above all others, those Herodian temporizing statesmen, political Machiavellians, and hypocrites that make a show of religion, but in their hearts laugh at it. Simulatas sanctitas duplex iniquitas. They are in a double fault, that fashion themselves to this world, which Paul forbids, and like Mercury, the planet, are good with good, bad with bad. When they are at Rome, they do there as they see done, Puritans with Puritans, Papists with Papists, omnium horarum homines, formalists, ambidexters, lukewarm Laodiceans. All their study is to please, and their God is their commodity, their labor to satisfy their lusts, and their endeavors to their own ends. Whatsoever they pretend or in public seem to do, with the full in their hearts they say there is no God. Heus tu, Deioe, quid sentis? Hello, what is your opinion about a Jupiter? Their words are as soft as oil, but bitterness is in their hearts, like Alexander the Sixth, so cunning dissemblers that what they think they never speak. Many of them are so close you can hardly discern it, or take any just exceptions at them. They are not factious, oppressors as most are, no bribers, no simoniacal contractors, no such ambitious, lascivious persons as some others are, no drunkards, sobrii solem vident orientem, sobrii vident occidentem. They rise sober and go sober to bed, plain dealing, upright, honest men. They do wrong to no man, and are so reputed in the world's esteem at least, very zealous in religion, very charitable, meek, humble, peacemakers, keep all duties, very devout, honest, well spoken of, beloved of all men. But he that knows better how to judge, he that examines the heart, saith they are hypocrites, cor dolo plenum, sonant vitium percussa maligne. They are not sound within. As it is with writers oftentimes, plus sanctimoniae in libello quam libelli auctore. More holiness is in the book than in the author of it. So 'tis with them. Many come to church with great Bibles, whom Cardan said he could not choose but laugh at, and will now and then dare operam Augustino, read Augustine, frequent sermons, and yet professed usurers, mere gripes, tota vitae ratio epicurea est, All their life is epicurism and atheism. Come to church all day, and lie with a courtesan at night. Qui curios simulant et bacchanalia vivunt. They have Esau's hands and Jacob's voice. Yea, and many of those holy friars, sanctified men, capam, said Hieronymus, et cilicium induunt, sed intus latronem tegunt. They are wolves in sheep's clothing, introrsum turpes, speciosi pelle decora, fair without, and most foul within. Latet plerumque sub tristia mictula scivia, et deformis horror vili veste tegitur. Ofttimes under a mourning weed lies lust itself, and horrible vices under a poor coat. But who can examine all those kinds of hypocrites, or dive into their hearts? If we may guess at the tree by the fruit, never so many as in these days. Show me a plain-dealing, true, honest man, et pudor et probitas et timor omnis abest. He that shall but look into their lives, and see such enormous vices, men so immoderate in lust, unspeakable in malice, furious in their rage, flattering and dissembling, all for their own ends, will surely think they are not truly religious, but of an obdurate heart, most part in a reprobate sense, as in this age. But let them carry it as they will for the present, dissemble as they can. A time will come when they shall be called to an account. Their melancholy is at hand. They pull a plague and curse upon their own heads. Thesaurisant iram Dei. Besides all such as are in Deus contumeliosi, blaspheme, contemn, neglect God, or scoff at him, as the poet feigns of Salmonius, that would, in derision, imitate Jupiter's thunder. He was precipitated for his pains. Jupiter intonuit contra, etc. So shall they certainly rue it in the end. Inse spuit, qui in coelum spuit. Their doom's at hand, and hell is ready to receive them. Some are of opinion that it is in vain to dispute with such atheistical spirits in the meantime. 'Tis not the best way to reclaim them. Atheism, idolatry, heresy, hypocrisy, though they have one common root, that is, indulgence to corrupt affection, yet their growth is different. They have diverse symptoms, occasions, and must have several cures and remedies. 'Tis true, some deny there is any God, some confess, yet believe it not. A third sort confess and believe, but will not live after his laws, worship and obey him. Others allow God and gods subordinate, but not one God, no such general God, non talem deum, but several topic gods for several places, and those not to persecute one another for any difference, as Socinus will, but rather love and cherish. To describe them in particular, to produce their arguments and reasons, would require a just volume. I refer them, therefore, that expect a more ample satisfaction, to those subtle and elaborate treatises, devout and famous tracts of our learned divines, schoolmen amongst the rest, and casuists, that have abundance of reasons to prove there is a God, the immortality of the soul, etc., out of the strength of wit and philosophy, being irrefragable argument to such as are ingenuous and well disposed, at the least answer all cavils and objections to confute their folly and madness, and to reduce them, si fieri posset, ad sanam mentem, to a better mind, though to small purpose many times. Amongst others, consult with Julius Caesar Legala, professor of philosophy in Rome, who hath written a large volume of late to confute atheists. Of the immortality of the soul, Jerome. Montanus de immortalitate animae. Lelius Vincentius of the same subject. Thomas Geminus and Franciscus Callius de paganorum animabus post mortem, a famous doctor of the Ambrosian College in Milan. Bishop Fotherby in his Athiomastics, Dr. Dove, Dr. Jackson, Abernathy, Corduroy have written well of this subject in our mother tongue. In Latin, Colerus, Zanchius, Palliarius, Illyricus, Philippus, Faber Faventinus, etc. But instar omnium The most copious confuter of atheists is Marinus Mercenus in his commentaries on Genesis, with Campanella's Atheismus Triumphatus. He sets down at large the causes of this brutish passion, 17 in number, I take it, answers all their arguments and sophisms, which he reduceth to 26 heads, proving withal his own assertion. There is a God, such a God, the true and sole God, by 35 reasons. His colophon is how to resist and repress atheism, and to that purpose he adds 4 especial means or ways which whoso will may profitably peruse. End of section 43.
Section 44 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3 by Robert Burton, Section 44. Partition 3, Section 4, Member 2, Subsection 2. Despair. Despairs, equivocations, definitions, parties, and parts affected. There be many kinds of desperation, whereof some be holy, some unholy, as one distinguisheth. That unholy he defines out of Tully to be aegritudinem animi sine ulla rerum expectatione meliore, a sickness of the soul without any hope or expectation of amendment, which commonly succeeds fear, for whilst evil is expected, we fear, but when it is certain, we despair. According to Thomas, it is recessus are desiderata, propter impossibilitatem existimatum, a restraint from the thing desired, for some impossibility supposed. Because they cannot obtain what they would, they become desperate, and many times either yield to the passion of death itself, or else attempt impossibilities, not to be performed by men. In some cases this desperate humour is not much to be discommended, as in wars it is a cause many times of extraordinary valour, as Josephus, Book 1, De Bello Judaeorum, chapter 14, Lucius Daneus, and many politicians hold. It makes them improve their worth beyond itself, and of a forlorn impotent company become conquerors in a moment. Una salus victis nullam sperare salutem. The only hope for the conquered is despair. In such courses when they see no remedy, but that they must either kill or be killed, they take courage, and oftentimes praeter spem, beyond all hope vindicate themselves. 15,000 Locrenses fought against 100,000 Crotonienses, and seeing now no way but one, they must all die, thought they would not depart unrevenged, and thereupon desperately giving an assault, conquered their enemies. Nec alia causa victoriae, saith Justin mine author, quamquod desperaverant. William the Conqueror, when he first landed in England, sent back his ships, that his soldiers might have no hope of retiring back. Bodine excuseth his countryman's overthrow at that famous battle at Agincourt, in Henry V. his time, qui simili, saith Froissart, tota historia producere non possit, which no history can parallel almost, wherein one handful of Englishmen overthrew a royal army of Frenchmen. With this his refuge of despair, pulci desperati, a few desperate fellows being compassed in by their enemies, past all hope of life, fought like so many devils, and gives a caution, that no soldiers hereafter set upon desperate persons, which after Frontius Invigetius, Ducardini likewise admonisheth. Hippomnes, not to stop an enemy that is going his way. Many such kinds there are of desperation, when men are past hope of obtaining any suit, or in despair of better fortune, desperatio facit monachum, as the saying is, and desperation causeth death itself. How many thousands in such distress have made away themselves, and many others? For he that cares not for his own, is master of another man's life. A Tuscan soothsayer, as Paterculus tells the story, perceiving himself and Fulvius Flaccus, his dear friend, now both carried to prison by Opimius, and in despair of pardon, seeing the young man weep, quin tu potius hoc inquit facis, do as I do, and with that knocked out his brains against the door cheek, as he was entering into prison. Fortinusque illiso capite in carceris januum effuso cerebro expiravit, and so desperate died. But these are equivocal, improper. When I speak of despair, saith Zanchi, I speak not of every kind, but of that alone which concerns God. It is opposite to hope, and a most pernicious sin, wherewith the devil seeks to entrap men. Musculus makes 4 kinds of desperation: of God, ourselves, our neighbour, or anything to be done, but this division of his may be reduced easily to the former. All kinds are opposite to hope, that sweet moderator of passions, as Simonides calls it. I do not mean that vain hope which fantastical fellows feign to themselves, which according to Aristotle is insomnium vigilantium, a waking dream, but this divine hope which proceeds from confidence, and is an anchor to a floating soul. Spes alit Agricolas. Even in our temporal affairs, hope revives us, but in spiritual it farther animateth. And were it not for hope, we of all others were the most miserable, as Paul saith, in this life, were it not for hope, the heart would break. For though they be punished in the sight of men, Wisdom 3:4, yet is their hope full of immortality. Yet doth it not so rear, as despair doth deject. This violent and sour passion of despair is of all perturbations most grievous, as Patritius holds. Some divide it into final and temporal. Final is incurable, which befalleth reprobates. Temporal is a rejection of hope and comfort for a time, which may befall the best of God's children, and it commonly proceeds from weakness of faith, as in David when he was oppressed he cried out, O Lord, thou hast forsaken me, but this for a time. This ebbs and flows with hope and fear. It is a grievous sin howsoever, although some kinds of despair be not amiss, when, saith Zanchius, we despair of our own means, and rely wholly upon God. But that species is not here meant. This pernicious kind of desperation is the subject of our discourse, homicida animae, the murderer of the soul, as Austin terms it, a fearful passion, wherein the party oppressed thinks he can get no ease but by death, and is fully resolved to offer violence unto himself, so sensible of his burthen, and impatient of his cross, that he hopes by death alone to be freed of his calamity, though it prove otherwise, and chooseth with Job 6:8-9, 17:5, rather to be strangled and die, than to be in his bonds. The part affected is the whole soul, and all the faculties of it. There is a privation of joy, hope, trust, confidence, of present and future good, and in their place succeed fear, sorrow, etc., as in the symptoms shall be shown. The heart is grieved, the conscience wounded, and the mind eclipsed with black fumes arising from those perpetual terrors. End of section 44. Section 45 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 45. Partition 3, Section 4, Member 2, Subsection 3. Causes of Despair. The Devil, Melancholy, meditation, distrust, weakness of faith, rigid ministers, misunderstanding scriptures, guilty consciences, etc. The principal agent and procurer of this mischief is the devil. Those whom God forsakes, the devil by his permission lays hold on. Sometimes he persecutes them with that worm of conscience, as he did Judas, Saul, and others. The poets call it Nemesis, but it is indeed God's last judgment, sero sed serio. He strikes home at last, and setteth upon them, as a thief in the night. 1 Thessalonians 2. This temporary passion made David cry out, Lord, rebuke me not in thine anger, neither chasten me in thine heavy displeasure, for thine arrows have light upon me, etc. There is nothing sound in my flesh, because of thine anger. Again, I roar for the very grief of my heart. And Psalm 22. My God, why hast thou forsaken me, and art so far from my health, and the words of my crying? I am like to water poured out, my bones are out of joint, mine heart is like wax, that is molten in the midst of my bowels. So Psalm 88, 15 and 16 verse, and Psalm 102. I am in misery at the point of death. From my youth I suffer thy terrors, doubting for my life. Thine indignations have gone over me, and thy fear hath cut me off. Job doth often complain in this kind, and those God does not assist, the devil is ready to try and torment, still seeking whom he may devour. If he find them merry, saith Gregory, he tempts them forthwith to some dissolute act. If pensive and sad, to a desperate end. Aut suadendo blanditor, aut minando terret. Sometimes by fair means, sometimes again by foul, as he perceives men severally inclined. His ordinary engine, by which he produceth this effect, is the melancholy humour itself, which is balneum diaboli, the devil's bath, and as in Saul, those evil spirits get in, as it were, and take possession of us. Black choler is a shoeing horn, a bait to allure them, insomuch that many writers make melancholy an ordinary cause, and a symptom of despair, for that such men are most apt, by reason of their ill-disposed temper, to distrust, fear, grief, mistake, and amplify whatsoever they preposterously conceive, or falsely apprehend. Conscientia scrupulosa nascitur ex vitio naturali, complexione melancholica, saith Navarris, cap. 27, num. 282, tom. 2, cas. conscien. The body works upon the mind, by obfuscating the spirits and corrupted instruments, which Perkins illustrates by simile of an artificer, that hath a bad tool. His skill is good, ability correspondent, by reason of ill tools his work must needs be lame and imperfect. But melancholy and despair, though often, do not always concur, there is much difference. Melancholy fears without a cause, this upon great occasion. Melancholy is caused by fear and grief, but this torment procures them and all extremity of bitterness. Much melancholy is without affliction of conscience, as Bright and Perkins illustrate by 4 reasons, and yet melancholy alone may be sometimes a sufficient cause of this terror of conscience. Felix Plater so found it in his Observations. E melancholicis alii damnatus se putant, Deo curae non sunt, nec predestinati, etc. They think they are not predestinate, God hath forsaken them, and yet otherwise very zealous and religious, and 'tis common to be seen. Melancholy for fear of God's judgment and hellfire, drives men to desperation, fear, and sorrow, if they be immoderate, and often with it intolerable pain and anguish, long sickness, captivity, misery, loss of goods, loss of friends, and those lesser griefs do sometimes affect it, or such dismal accidents. Si non statim relevantur. Mercenus, dubitant an sit Deus, if they be not eased forthwith, they doubt whether there be any God, they rave, curse, and are desperately mad because good men are oppressed, wicked men flourish. They have not, as they think, to their desert, and through impatience of calamities are so misaffected. Democritus put out his eyes, ne melorum civium prosperos videret successus, because he could not abide to see wicked men prosper, and was therefore ready to make away himself, as Agellius writes of him. Felix Plater hath a memorable example in this kind, of a painter's wife in Basil, that was melancholy for her son's death, and for melancholy became desperate. She thought God would not pardon her sins, and for 4 months still raved, that she was in hell fire, already damned. When the humour is stirred up, every small object aggravates and incenseth it, as the parties are addicted. The same author hath an example of a merchantman, that for the loss of a little wheat, which he had overlong kept, was troubled in conscience, for that he had not sold it sooner or given it to the poor. Yet a good scholar and a great divine, no persuasion would serve to the contrary, but that for this fact he was damned. In other matters very judicious and discreet. Solitarinus, in other matters very judicious and discreet. Solitariness, much fasting, divine meditation, and contemplations of God's judgments most part accompany this melancholy, and are main causes, as Navarrus holds, to converse with such kinds of persons so troubled, is sufficient occasion of trouble to some men. Nonnulli ab longas inedias, studia et meditationes colestes, de rebus sacris et religione semper agitant, etc. Many, saith P. Forestus, through long fasting, serious meditations of heavenly things, fall into such fits, and as Lemnius adds, lib. 4. cap. 21, if they be solitary given, superstitious, precise, or very devout, seldom shall you find a merchant, a soldier, an innkeeper, a bawd, a host, a usurer, so troubled in mind. They have cheveril consciences that will stretch. They are seldom moved in this kind or molested. Young men and middle age are more wild and less apprehensive, but old folks, most part, such as are timorous and religiously given, Pete Forestus observat, lib. 10. cap. 12, de morbis cerebri, hath a fearful example of a minister, that through precise fasting in Lent, and overmuch meditation, contracted this mischief, and in the end became desperate, thought he saw devils in his chamber, and that he could not be saved. He smelled nothing, as he said, but fire and brimstone, was already in hell, and would ask them still, if they did not smell as much. I told him he was melancholy, but he laughed me to scorn, and replied that he saw devils, talked with them in good earnest, would spit in my face, and ask me if I did not smell brimstone, but at last he was by him cured. Such another story I find in Plater, observat, lib. 1. A poor fellow had done some foul offence, and for 14 days would eat no meat. In the end he became desperate. The divines about him could not ease him, but so he died. Continual meditation of God's judgments troubles many. Multi ob timorem futuri judicii, saith Gratinarius, cap. 5, tract 5. Et suspicionem desperabundi sunt. David himself complains that God's judgments terrified his soul. Psalm 119, part 16, verse 8. My flesh trembleth for fear of thee, and I am afraid of thy judgments. Quoties diem illum cogito, saith Hierome, toto corpere contramisco. I tremble as often as I think of it. The terrible meditation of hell fire and eternal punishment much torments a sinful, silly soul. What's 1,000 years to eternity? Ubi moror, ubi fletus, ubi dolor sempiternus, mors sine morte, finis sine fine. A finger burnt by chance we may not endure, the pain is so grievous, we may not abide an hour, a night is intolerable, and what shall this unspeakable fire then be, that burns for ever, innumerable infinite millions of years, in omne aevum in aeternum? O eternity! Aeternitas est illa vox illa fulminatrix, tonitruis minacior, vagoribusque coeli, aeternitas est illa vox, meta carens et orta, etc. Tormenta nulla teritant, quae finiuntur annis, aeternitas, aeternitas, versit coquilque pectus, augut haec poenas indies, centuplicatque flammas, etc. This meditation terrifies these poor distressed souls, especially if their bodies be predisposed by melancholy, they religiously given, and have tender consciences. Every small object affrights them, the very inconsiderate reading of Scripture itself, and misinterpretation of some places of it, as, many are called, few are chosen, not every one that saith Lord. Fear not, little flock, he that stands, let him take heed lest he fall. Work out your salvation with fear and trembling. That night, two shall be in a bed, one received, the other left. Strait is the way that leads to heaven, and few there are that enter therein. The parable of the seed and of the sower, some fell on barren ground, some was choked. Whom he hath predestined, he hath chosen. He will have mercy on whom he will have mercy. Non est volentis nec currentis, sed miserentis Dei. These and the like places terrify the souls of many. Election, predestination, reprobation, preposterously conceived, offend diverse, with a deal of foolish presumption, curiosity, needless speculation, contemplation, solitude, wherein they trouble and puzzle themselves about those questions of grace, free will, perseverance, God's secrets. They will know more than is revealed of God in his word, human capacity or ignorance can apprehend, and too importunate inquiry after that which is revealed, mysteries, ceremonies, observation of Sabbaths, laws, duties, etc., which many such which the casuists discuss, and schoolmen broach, which divers mistake, misconstrue, misapply to themselves, to their own undoing, and so fall into this gulf. They doubt of their election, how they shall know it, by what signs, and so far forth, saith Luther, with such nice points, torture and crucify themselves that they are almost mad, and all they get by it is this, they lay open a gap to the devil by desperation to carry them to hell. But the greatest harm of all proceeds from those thundering ministers, a most frequent cause they are of this malady, and do more harm in the church, saith Erasmus, than they that flatter. Great danger on both sides. The one lulls them asleep in carnal security, the other drives them to despair. Whereas, St. Bernard well adviseth, we should not meddle with the one without the other, nor speak of judgment without mercy. The one alone brings desperation, the other security. But these men are wholly for judgment, of a rigid disposition themselves. There is no mercy with them, no salvation, no balsam for their diseased souls. They can speak of nothing but reprobation, hell fire, and damnation, as they did Luke 11:46, laid men with burdens grievous to be borne, which they themselves touch not with a finger. 'Tis familiar with our papists to terrify men's souls with purgatory, tales, visions, apparitions, to daunt even the most generous spirits, to require charity, as Brentius observes, of others, bounty, meekness, love, patience, when they themselves breathe naught but lust, envy, covetousness. They teach others to fast, give alms, do penance, and crucify their mind with superstitious observations, bread and water, hair clothes, whips, and the like, when they themselves have all the dainties the world can afford, lie on a down bed with a courtesan in their arms, heu quantum patimur pro Christo, as he said. What a cruel tyranny is this, so to insult and terrify men's souls! Our indiscreet pastors, many of them, come not far behind, whilst in their ordinary sermons they speak so much of election, predestination, reprobation, ab aeterno, subtraction of grace, preterition, voluntary permission, etc., by what signs and tokens they shall discern and try themselves, whether they be God's true children elect, an sint reprobi, predestinati, etc., with such scrupulous points. They still aggravate sin, thunder out God's judgments without respect, intempestively rail at and pronounce them damned in all auditories, for giving so much to sports and honest recreations, making every small fault and thing indifferent an irremissible offence. They so rent, tear, and wound men's consciences, that they are almost mad, and at their wits' end. These bitter potions, saith Erasmus, are still in their mouths, nothing but gall and horror and a mad noise. They make all their auditors desperate. Many are wounded by this men, and they commonly that are most devout and precise have been formerly presumptuous and certain of their salvation, they that have tender consciences, that follow sermons, frequent lectures, that have indeed least cause, they are most apt to mistake and fall into these miseries. I have heard some complain of Parson's Resolution, and other books of like nature, good otherwise. They are too tragical, too much dejecting men, aggravating offences. Great care and choice, much discretion is required in this kind. The last and greatest cause of this malady is our own conscience, sense of our sins, and God's anger justly deserved, a guilty conscience for some foul offence formerly committed. Miser oreste, quid morbi te perdit, or conscientia, sum enim mihi conscius de malis perpetratis. A good conscience is a continual feast, but a galled conscience is as great a torment as can possibly happen, a still baking oven, so Plerius in his hieroglyph compares it, another hell. Our conscience, which is a great ledger book wherein are written all our offences, a register to lay them up, which those Egyptians in their hieroglyphics expressed by a mill, as well for the continuance as for the torture of it, grinds our souls with the remembrance of some precedent sins, makes us reflect upon, accuse and condemn our own selves. Sin lies at door, etc. I know there be many other causes assigned by Zanchius, Musculus, and the rest, as incredulity, infidelity, presumption, ignorance, blindness, ingratitude, discontent, those 5 grand miseries in Aristotle, ignominy, need, sickness, enmity, death, etc. But this of conscience is the greatest. Instar ulceris corpus jugiter percellens. The scrupulous conscience, as Peter Forestus calls it, which tortures so many, that either out of a deep apprehension of their unworthiness, and consideration of their own dissolute life, accuse themselves and aggravate every small offence, when there is no such cause, misdoubting in the meantime God's mercies, they fall into these inconveniences. The poet calls them furies dire, but it is the conscience alone which is 1,000 witnesses to accuse us. Nocte dieque sum gestant in pectore testem, a continual tester to give in evidence, to impanel a jury to examine us, to cry guilty, a persecutor with hue and cry to follow, an apparitor to summon us, a bailiff to carry us, a sergeant to arrest, an attorney to plead against us, a jailer to torment, a judge to condemn, still accusing, denouncing, torturing, and molesting. And as the statue of Juno in that holy city near Euphrates in Assyria will look still towards you, sit where you will in her temple, she stares full upon you. If you go by, she follows with her eye in all sites, places, conventicles, actions. Our conscience will be still ready to accuse us. After many pleasant days and fortunate adventures, merry tides, this conscience at last doth arrest us. Well he may escape temporal punishment, bribe a corrupt judge, and avoid the censure of law, and flourish for a time. For whoever saw, saith Chrysostom, a covetous man troubled in mind when he is telling of his money, an adulterer mourn with his mistress in his arms? We are then drunk with pleasure, and perceive nothing. Yet as the prodigal son had dainty fare, sweet music at first, merry company, jovial entertainment, but a cruel reckoning in the end, as bitter as wormwood, a fearful visitation commonly follows. And the devil that then told thee that it was a light sin, or no sin at all, now aggravates on the other side, and telleth thee that it is a most irremissible offence, as he did by Cain and Judas, to bring them to despair. Every small circumstance before neglected and contemned will now amplify itself, rise up in judgment, and accuse the dust of their shoes. Dumb creatures, as to Lucian's tyrant, lectus et candela, the bed and candle did bear witness, to torment their souls for their sins past. Tragical examples in this kind are too familiar and common. Adrian, Galba, Nero, Otho, Vitellius, Caracalla, were in such horror of conscience for their offences committed, murders, rapes, extortions, injuries, that they were weary of their lives, and could get nobody to kill them. Kenitus, king of Scotland, when he had murdered his nephew Malcolm, King Duffer's son, prince of Cumberland, and with counterfeit tears and protestations dissembled the matter a long time, at last his conscience accused him, his unquiet soul could not rest day or night, he was terrified with fearful dreams, visions, and so miserably tormented all his life. It is strange to read what Cominius hath written of Louis XI, that French king, of Charles VIII, of Alphonsus, king of Naples, in the fury of his passion, how he came into Sicily, and what pranks he played. Guicciardini, a man most unapt to believe lies, relates how that Ferdinand his father's ghost, who before had died for grief, came and told him that he could not resist the French king. He thought every man cried France, France. The reason of it, says Cominius, was because he was a vile tyrant, a murderer, an oppressor of his subjects. He bought up all commodities, and sold them at his own price. Sold abbeys to Jews and falconers. Both Ferdinand, his father, and he himself never made conscience of any committed sin, and to conclude, saith he, it was impossible to do worse than they did. Why was Pausanias the Spartan tyrant, Nero, Otho, Galba, so persecuted with spirits in every house they came, but for their murders which they had committed? Why doth the devil haunt many men's houses after their deaths, appear to them living, and take possession of their habitations, as it were, of their palaces, but because of their several villainies? Why had Richard III such fearful dreams, saith Polydore, but for his frequent murders? Why was Herod so tortured in his mind? Because he had made away Mariamne his wife. Why was Theodoric, the king of the Goths, so suspicious, and so affrighted with a fish head alone, but that he had murdered Symmachus, and Boethius his son-in-law, those worthy Romans? Caelius lib. 27. cap. 22. See more in Plutarch, in his tract De his qui sero a numine puniuntur, and in his book De tranquillitate animi, etc. Yea, and sometimes God himself hath a hand in it, to show his power, humiliate, exercise, and to try their faith. Divine temptation, Perkins calls it, Cas. Cons. lib. 1. cap. 8. sect. 1, to punish them for their sins. God the Avenger, as David terms him. Ultor a tergo Deus, his wrath is apprehended of a guilty soul, as by Saul and Judas, which the poets expressed by Adrastia or Nemesis. Assequitur nemestique virum vestigia servat, ne male quid facias. And she is, as Ammianus lib. 14 describes her, the queen of causes, and moderator of things. Now she pulls down the proud, now she rears and encourageth those that are good. He gives instance in his Eusebius Nicephorus, lib 10. cap. 35, Eccles hist in Maximinus and Julian. Fearful examples of God's last judgment, wrath, and vengeance are to be found in all histories, of some that have been eaten to death with rats and mice, as Popelius, the second king of Poland, anno 830, his wife and children. The like story is of Hatto, archbishop of Mentz, anno 969, so devoured by these vermin, which howsoever Serrarius the Jesuit mogunt, rerum lib 4. cap. 5, impugn by 22 arguments. Tritemius Munster, Magdeburgenses, and many others relate for a truth. Such another example I find in Geraldus Cambrensis, itin cam. lib. 2. cap. 2, and where not? And yet, for all these terrors of conscience, affrighting punishments which are so frequent, or whatsoever else may cause or aggravate this fearful malady in other religions, I see no reason at all why a papist at any time should despair, or be troubled for his sins. For let him be never so dissolute a caitiff, so notorious a villain, so monstrous a sinner, out of that treasure of indulgences and merits of which the Pope is dispensator, he may have free pardon and plenary remission of all his sins. There be so many general pardons for ages to come, 40,000 years to come, so many jubilees, so frequent jail deliveries out of purgatory for all souls, now living, or after dissolution of the body, so many particular masses daily said in several churches, so many altars consecrated to this purpose, that if a man have either money or friends, or will take any pains to come to such an altar, hear a mass, say so many paternosters, undergo such and such penance, he cannot do amiss. It is impossible his mind should be troubled, or he have any scruple to molest him. Besides that Taxa Camerae Apostolicae, which was first published to get money in the days of Leo Decimus, that sharking pope, and since divulged to the same ends, sets down such easy rates and dispensations for all offences, for perjury, murder, incest, adultery, etc., for so many grosses or dolours, able to invite any man to sin and provoke him to offend, methinks, that otherwise would not. Such comfortable remission, so gentle and parable a pardon, so ready at hand with so small cost and suit obtained, that I cannot see how he that hath any friends among them, as I say, or money in his purse, or will at least to ease himself, can any way miscarry or be misaffected. How he should be desperate, in danger of damnation, or troubled in mind. Their ghostly fathers can so readily apply remedies, so cunningly string and unstring, wind and unwind their devotions, play upon their consciences with plausible speeches and terrible threats, for their best advantage settle and remove, erect with such facility and deject, let in and out, that I cannot perceive how any man amongst them should much or often labour of this disease, or finally miscarry. The causes above named must more frequently therefore take hold in others. End of section 45. Section 46 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3 by Robert Burton, Section 46. Partition 3, Section 4, Member 2, Subsections 4 and 5. Subsection 4. Symptoms of despair, fear, sorrow, suspicion, anxiety, horror of conscience, fearful dreams and visions. As shoemakers do when they bring home shoes, still cry leather is dearer and dearer, may I justly say of those melancholy symptoms, these of despair are most violent, tragical, and grievous, far beyond the rest, not to be expressed but negatively, as it is privation of all happiness, not to be endured, for a wounded spirit, who can bear it? Proverbs 18:19. What, therefore, Timanthes did in his picture of Iphigenia, now ready to be sacrificed, when he had painted Calchas mourning, Ulysses sad, but most sorrowful Menelaus, and showed all his art in expressing a variety of affections, he covered the maid's father Agamemnon's head with a veil, and left it to every spectator to conceive what he would himself. For that true passion and sorrow, in summo gradu, such as his was, could not by any art be deciphered. What he did in his picture I will do in describing the symptoms of despair. Imagine what thou canst, fear, sorrow, furies, grief, pain, terror, anger, dismal, ghastly, tedious, irksome, etc. It is not sufficient, it comes far short, no tongue can tell, no heart conceive it. 'Tis an epitome of hell, an extract, a quintessence, a compound, a mixture of all feral maladies, tyrannical tortures, plagues, and perplexities. There is no sickness almost, but physic provideth a remedy for it. To every sore chirurgery will provide a salve. Friendship helps poverty, hope of liberty easeth imprisonment, suit and favour revoke banishment, authority and time wear away reproach. But what physic, what chirurgery, what wealth, favour, authority, can relieve, bear out, assuage or expel a troubled conscience? A quiet mind cureth all them, but all they cannot comfort a distressed soul. Who can put to silence the voice of desperation? All that is single in other melancholy, horribile, derum pestilens, atrox ferum, concur in this, it is more than melancholy in the highest degree, a burning fever of the soul. So mad, saith Jacchinus, by this misery, fear, sorrow, and despair, he puts for ordinary symptoms of melancholy. They are in great pain and horror of mind, distraction of soul, restless, full of continual fears, cares, torments, anxieties. They can neither eat, drink, nor sleep for them, take no rest. Perpetua impietas, nec mensae tempore cessat, exagitat versana quies, somnique furentes. Neither at bed, nor yet at board, will any rest despair afford. Fear takes away their content, and dries the blood, wasteth the marrow, alters their countenance, even in their greatest delights, singing, dancing, dalliance, they are still, saith Lemnius, tortured in their souls. It consumes them to naught. I am like a pelican in the wilderness, saith David of himself, temporally afflicted, an owl, because of thine indignation. Psalm 102, 8, 10, and Psalm 55, 4. My heart trembleth within me, and the terrors of death have come upon me. Fear and trembling are come upon me, etc. At death's door. Psalm 107, 18. Their soul abhors all manner of meats, their sleep is, if it be any, unquiet, subject to fearful dreams and terrors. Peter in his bonds slept secure, for he knew God protected him, and Tully makes it an argument of Roscius Amerinus' innocency, that he killed not his father, because he so securely slept. Those martyrs in the primitive church were most cheerful and merry in the midst of their persecutions. But it is far otherwise with these men, tossed in a sea, and that continually without rest or intermission. They can think of naught that is pleasant, their conscience will not let them be quiet, in perpetual fear, anxiety, if they be not yet apprehended, they are in doubt still, they shall be ready to betray themselves, as Cain did. He thinks every man will kill him, and war for the grief of heart, Psalm 38, as David did, as Job did, 22:3, 21:22, etc. Wherefore is light given to him that is in misery, and life to them that have heavy hearts, which long for death, and if it come not, search it more than treasures, and rejoice when they can find the grave. They are generally weary of their lives, a trembling heart they have, a sorrowful mind, and little or no rest. Terror ubique tremor, timor undique et undique terror. Fears, terrors, and affrights in all places, at all times and seasons. Cibum et potum pertinaciter aversantur multi, nodum in scirpo queritantes, et culpum imaginantes ubi nulla est, as Wierus writes de Lamiis, Book 3, Chapter 7. They refuse many of them meat and drink, cannot rest, aggravating still and supposing grievous offences when there are none. God's heavy wrath is kindled in their souls, and notwithstanding their continual prayers and supplications to Christ Jesus, they have no release or ease at all, but a most intolerable torment, and insufferable anguish of conscience, and that makes them through impatience to murmur against God many times, to rave, to blaspheme, turn atheists, and seek to offer violence to themselves. Deuteronomy 28, 65, 68. In the morning they wish for evening, and for morning in the evening, for the sight of their eyes which they see, and fear of hearts. Marinus Mercennus, in his comment on Genesis, makes mention of a desperate friend of his, whom, amongst others, he came to visit, and exhort to patience, that broke out into most blasphemous atheistical speeches, too fearful to relate, when they wished him to trust in God. Quis est ille Deus, inquit, ut serviam illi, quid poderit si ora verum, si praesens est, co non succurrit, co non me carcere inertia, squalore confectum liberat, quid ego veci, etc. Absit a me hujus modi Deus. Another of his acquaintance broke out into like atheistical blasphemies, upon his wife's death, raved, cursed, said and did he cared not what, and so for the most part it is with them all. Many of them in their extremity think they hear and see visions, outcries, confer with devils, that they are tormented, possessed, and in hell fire, already damned, quite forsaken of God. They have no sense or feeling of mercy, or grace, hope of salvation. Their sentence of condemnation is already passed, and not to be revoked. The devil will certainly have them. Never was any living creature in such torment before, in such a miserable estate, in such distress of mind, no hope, no faith, past cure, reprobate, continually tempted to make away themselves. Something talks with them. They spit fire and brimstone, they cannot but blaspheme, they cannot repent, believe, or think a good thought. So far carried, ut cogantur ad impia cogitandum etiam contra voluntatem, said Felix Plater, ad blasphemiam erge Deum, ad multa horrenda perpetranda, ad manus violentas sibi inferendas, etc., and in their distracted fits and desperate humours to offer violence to others, their familiar and dear friends sometimes, or to mere strangers, upon very small or no occasion. For he that cares not for his own is master of another man's life. They think evil against their wills, that which they abhor themselves they must needs think, do, and speak. He gives instance in a patient of his, that when he would pray, had such evil thoughts still suggested to him, and wicked meditations. Another instance he hath of a woman that was often tempted to curse God, to blaspheme and kill herself. Sometimes the devil, as they say, stands without and talks as to such as are possessed. So Apollodorus in Plutarch thought his heart spake within him. There is a most memorable example of Francis Spira, an advocate of Padua, anno 1545, that being desperate, by no counsel of learned men could be comforted. He felt, as he said, the pains of hell in his soul. In all other things he discoursed aright, but in this most mad. Frismelica, Bullovat, and some other excellent physicians could neither make him eat, drink, or sleep. No persuasion could ease him. Never pleaded any man so well for himself as this man did against himself, and so he desperately died. Springer, a lawyer, hath written his life. Cardinal Crescenque died so likewise desperate at Verona. Still he thought a black dog followed him to his deathbed. No man could drive the dog away. Sladen. Whilst I was writing this treatise, saith Montaltus, a nun came to me for help, well for all other matters, but troubled in conscience for 5 years last past. She is almost mad, and not able to resist, thinks she has offended God, and is certainly damned. Felix Plater hath store of instances of such as thought themselves damned, forsaken of God, etc. One amongst the rest, that durst not go to church, or come near the Rhine, for fear to make away himself, because then he was most especially tempted. These and such like symptoms are intended and remitted, as the malady itself is more or less. Some will hear good counsel, some will not, some desire help, some reject all, and will not be eased. Subsection 5. Prognostics of despair, atheism, blasphemy, violent death, etc. Subsection 5. Prognostics of despair, atheism, blasphemy, violent death, etc. Most part these kind of persons make away themselves. Some are mad, blaspheme, curse, deny God, but most offer violence to their own persons, and sometimes to others. A wounded spirit who can bear? Proverbs 18:14. As Cain, Saul, Achitophel, Judas blasphemed and died. Bede saith, Pilate died desperate 8 years after Christ. Felix Plater hath collected many examples. A merchant's wife that was long troubled with such temptations, in the night rose from her bed, and out of the window broke her neck into the street. Another drowned himself, desperate as he was, in the Rhine. Some cut their throats. Many hang themselves, but this needs no illustration. It is controverted by some, whether a man so offering violence to himself, dying desperate, may be saved, aye or no. If they die so obstinately and suddenly, that they cannot so much as wish for mercy, the worst is to be suspected, because they die impenitent. If their death had been a little more lingering, wherein they might have some leisure in their hearts to cry out for mercy, charity may judge the best. Divers have been recovered out of the very act of hanging and drowning themselves, and so brought ad sanam mentem. They have been very penitent, much abhorred their former act, confessed that they have repented in an instant, and cried for mercy in their hearts. If a man put desperate hands upon himself, by occasion of madness or melancholy, if he have given testimony before of his regeneration, in regard he doth this not so much out of his will as ex vi morbi, we must make the best construction of it, as Turks do, that think all fools and madmen go directly to heaven. End of section 46.
Section 47 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton, Section 47. Partition 3, Section 4, Member 2, Subsection 6, Part 1. Cure of despair by physic, good counsel, comforts, etc. Experience teacheth us that though many die obstinate and wilful in this malady, yet multitudes again are able to resist and overcome, seek for help and find comfort, are taken e falcibus erebi from the chops of hell and out of the devil's paws, though they have by obligation given themselves to him. Some out of their own strength and God's assistance, Though he kill me, saith Job, yet will I trust in him, out of good counsel, advice, and physic. Bellovaccus cured a monk by altering his habit and course of life. Platter many by physic alone. But for the most part they must concur, and they take a wrong course that think to overcome this feral passion by soul physic, and they are as much out that think to work this effect by good service alone, though both be forcible in themselves, yet vis unita fortior, they must go hand in hand to this disease. Alterius sic altera poscit opim. For physic, the like course is to be taken with this as in other melancholy. Diet, air, exercise, all those passions and perturbations of the mind, etc., are to be rectified by the same means. They must not be left solitary or to themselves, never idle, never out of company. Counsel, good comfort is to be applied, as they shall see the parties inclined, or to the causes, whether it be loss, fear, be grief, discontent, or some such feral accident, a guilty conscience, or otherwise by frequent meditation, too grievous an apprehension, and consideration of his former life, by hearing, reading of scriptures, good divines, good advice in conference, applying God's word to their distressed souls. It must be corrected and counterpoised. Many excellent exhortations, frenetical discourses are extant to this purpose, for such as are any way troubled in mind. Perkins, Greenham, Hayward, Bright, Abernethy, Bolton, Colmanus, Helmingius, Celius Secundus, Nicholas Laurentius are copious on this subject. Azorius, Navarrus, Sayres, etc., and such as have written cases of conscience amongst our pontifical writers. But because these men's works are not to all parties at hand, so parable at all times, I will, for the benefit and ease of such as are afflicted, at the request of some friends, recollect out of their voluminous treatises some few such comfortable speeches, exhortations, arguments, advice tending to this subject, and out of God's word, knowing, as Colmanus saith upon the like occasion, how unavailable and vain men's counsels are to comfort an afflicted conscience, except God's word concur and be annexed, from which comes life, ease, repentance, etc. Presupposing first that which Beta, Greenham, Perkins, Bolton give in charge, the parties to whom counsel is given be sufficiently prepared, humble for their sins, fit for comfort, confessed, tried how they are more or less afflicted, how they stand affected or capable of good advice, before any remedies be applied. To such, therefore, as are so thoroughly searched and examined, I address this following discourse. Two main antidotes, Hemingis observes, opposite to despair: good hope out of God's word to be embraced, perverse security and presumption from the devil's treachery to be rejected. Illa solus animae haec pestis. One saves, the other kills. Occidit animam, saith Augustine, and does as much harm as despair itself. Navarrus the casuist reckons up 10 special cures out of Antoninus. First, God. Second, physic. 3, avoiding such objects as have caused it. 4, submission of himself to other men's judgments. 5, answer of all objections, etc., all which Cajetan, Gerson, Sayres repeat and approve out of Emmanuel Rodriguez, chapters 51 and 52. Greenham prescribes 6 special rules, Colmanus 7. First, to acknowledge all help come from God. 2, that the cause of their present misery is sin. 3, to repent and be heartily sorry for their sins. 4, to pray earnestly to God they may be eased. 5, to expect and implore the prayers of the church and good men's advice. 6, physic. 7, to commend themselves to God and rely upon his mercy. Others otherwise, but all to this effect. But forasmuch as most men in this malady are spiritually sick, void of reason almost, overborne by their miseries, and too deep in apprehension of their sins, They cannot apply themselves to good counsel, pray, believe, repent. We must, as much as in us lies, occur and help their peculiar infirmities, according to their several causes and symptoms, as we shall find them distressed and complain. The main matter which terrifies and torments most that are troubled in mind is the enormity of their offenses, the intolerable burden of their sins, God's heavy wrath and displeasure so deeply apprehended that they account themselves reprobates, quite forsaken of God, already damned, past all hope of grace, incapable of mercy, diaboliman cipia, slaves of sin, and their offenses so great they cannot be forgiven. But these men must know there is no sin so heinous which is not pardonable in itself, no crime so great, but by God's mercy it may be forgiven. Where sin aboundeth, grace aboundeth much more. Romans 5:20. And what the Lord said unto Paul in his extremity, 2 Corinthians 11:9, My grace is sufficient for thee, for my power is made perfect through weakness, concerns every man in like case. His promises are made indefinite to all believers, generally spoken to all touching remission of sins that are truly penitent, grieved for their offenses, and desire to be reconciled. In Matthew 9:12 and 13, I came not to call the righteous, but sinners to repentance, that is, such as are truly touched in conscience for their sins. Again in Matthew 11:28, Come unto me, all ye that are heavy laden, and I will ease you. Ezekiel 18:27, At what time soever a sinner shall repent him of his sins from the bottom of his heart, I will blot out all his wickedness out of my remembrance, saith the Lord. Isaiah 43:25, I, even I, am he that put away thine iniquity for mine own sake, and will not remember thy sins. As a father, saith David in Psalms 103:13, hath compassion on his children, so hath the Lord compassion on them that fear him, and will receive them again, as the prodigal son was entertained in Luke 15, if they shall so come with tears in their eyes and a penitent heart. Peccator agnoscat, Deus ignoscit. The Lord is full of compassion and mercy, slow to anger, of great kindness. Psalm 103:8. He will not always chide, neither keep his anger forever. As high as the heaven is above the earth, so great is his mercy towards them that fear him. As far as the east is from the west, so far hath he removed our sins from us. Though Cain cry out in the anguish of his soul, My punishment is greater than I can bear, 'tis not so. Thou liest, Cain, saith Augustine. God's mercy is greater than thy sins. His mercy is above all his works. Psalm 145:9. Able to satisfy for all men's sins. 1 Timothy 2:6. His mercy is a panacea, a balsam for an afflicted soul, a sovereign medicine, an alexipharmacum for all sins, a charm for the devil. His mercy was great to Solomon, to Manasseh, to Peter, great to all offenders, and whosoever thou art, it may be so to thee. For why should God bid us pray, as Augustine infers, deliver us from all evil, nisi ipse misericors perseveraret, if he did not intend to help us? He therefore that doubts of the remission of his sins denies God's mercy, and does him injury, saith Augustine. Yea, but thou repliest, I am a notorious sinner. Mine offences are not so great as infinite. Hear, Fulgentius, God's invincible goodness cannot be overcome by sin. His infinite mercy cannot be terminated by any. The multitude of his mercy is equivalent to his magnitude. Hear Chrysostom, thy malice may be measured, but God's mercy cannot be defined. Thy malice is circumscribed, his mercies infinite. As a drop of water is to the sea, so are thy misdeeds to his mercy. Nay, there is no such proportion to be given. For the sea, though great, yet may be measured, but God's mercy cannot be circumscribed. Whatsoever thy sins be, then in quantity or quality, multitude or magnitude, fear them not, distrust not. I speak not this, said Chrysostom, to make thee secure and negligent, but to cheer thee up. Yeah, but, thou urgest again, I have little comfort of this which is said. It concerns me not. Inanis poenitentia quam sequent sculpa coinquinat. 'Tis to no purpose for me to repent, and to do worse than ever I did before, to persevere in sin, and to return to my lusts as a dog to his vomit, or a swine to the mire. To what end is it to ask forgiveness of my sins, and yet daily to sin again and again, to do evil out of a habit? I daily and hourly offend in thought, word, and deed, in a relapse by mine own weakness and wilfulness. My bonus genius, my good protecting angel, is gone. I'm fallen from that I was or would be, worse and worse. My latter end is worse than my beginning. Si quotidie peccas, quotidie, said Chrysostom, poenitentiam age. If thou daily offend, daily repent. If twice, thrice, 100,000 times, twice, thrice, 100,000 times repent. As they do by an old house that is out of repair, still mend some part or other, so do by thy soul, still reform some vice, repair it by repentance, call to him for grace, and thou shalt have it. For we are freely justified by his grace. Romans 3:24. If thine enemy repent, as our Saviour enjoined Peter, forgive him 77 times. And why shouldst thou think God will not forgive thee? Why should the enormity of thy sins trouble thee? God can do it. He will do it. My conscience, saith Anselm, dictates to me that I deserve damnation. My repentance will not suffice for satisfaction. But thy mercy, O Lord, quite overcometh all my transgressions. The gods once, at the poet's fame, with a gold chain would pull Jupiter out of heaven, but all they together could not stir him, and yet he could draw and turn them as he would himself. Maugre all the force and fury of these infernal fiends and crying sins, his grace is sufficient. Confer the debt and the payment, Christ and Adam, sin and the cure of it, the disease and the medicine. Confer the debt and the payment, Christ and Adam, sin and the cure of it, the disease and the medicine. Confer the sick man to his physician, and thou shalt soon perceive that his power is infinitely beyond it. God is better able, as Bernard informeth us, to help than sin to do us hurt. Christ is better able to save than the devil to destroy. If he be a skillful physician, as Fulgentius adds, he can cure all diseases. If merciful, he will. Non est perfecta bonitas, a qua non omnis malitia vincitur. His goodness is not absolute and perfect, if it be not able to overcome all malice. Submit thyself unto him, as St. Augustine adviseth. He knoweth best what he doth. And be not so much pleased when he sustains thee, as patient when he corrects thee. He is omnipotent, and can cure all diseases when he sees his own time. He looks down from heaven upon earth, that he may hear the mourning of prisoners, and deliver the children of death. Psalm 102:19 and 20. And though our sins be as red as scarlet, he can make them as white as snow. Isaiah 1:18. Doubt not of this, or ask how it shall be done. He is all-sufficient that promiseth, Qui fecit mundum de immundo, saith Chrysostom. He that made a fair world of naught can do this, and much more for his part. Do thou only believe, trust in him, rely on him, be penitent, and heartily sorry for thy sins. Repentance is a sovereign remedy for all sins, a spiritual wing to rear us, a charm for our miseries, a protecting amulet to expel sin's venom, an attractive lodestone to draw God's mercy and graces unto us. Peccatum vulnus, poenitentia medicinam. Sin made the breach, repentance must help it. Howsoever thine offense came, by error, sloth, obstinacy, ignorance, exitur per poenitentiam, this is the sole means to be relieved. hence comes our hope of safety. By this alone sinners are saved. God is provoked to mercy. This unlooseth all that is bound, enlighteneth darkness, mends that is broken, puts life to that which was desperately dying, makes no respect of offences or of persons. This doth not repel a fornicator, reject a drunkard, resist a proud fellow, turn away an idolater, but entertains all, communicates itself to all. Who persecuted the church more than Paul, offended more than Peter, and yet by repentance, saith Chrysologus, they got both magisterium et ministerium sanctitas, the magistery of holiness. The prodigal son went far, but by repentance he came home at last. This alone will turn a wolf into a sheep, make a publican a preacher, turn a thorn into an olive, make a debauched fellow religious, a blasphemer sing hallelujah, make Alexander the coppersmith truly devout, make a devil a saint. And him that polluted his mouth with calumnies, lying, swearing, and filthy tunes and tones, to purge his throat with divine psalms. Repentance will effect prodigious cures, make a stupend metamorphosis. A hawk came into the ark, and went out again a hawk. A lion came in, went out a lion, a bear, a wolf, a wolf. But if a hawk came into the sacred temple of repentance, he will go forth a dove, saith Chrysostom. A wolf go out a sheep, a lion a lamb. This gives sight to the blind, legs to the lame, cures all diseases, confers grace, expels vice, inserts virtue, comforts and fortifies the soul. Shall I say, let thy sin be what it will, do but repent, it is sufficient. Quem poenite peccasse, pene est innocens. 'Tis true indeed, and all sufficient this. They do confess, if they could repent. But they are obdurate. They have cauterized consciences. They are in a reprobate sense. They cannot think a good thought. They cannot hope for grace, pray, believe, repent, or be sorry for their sins. They find no grief for sin in themselves, but rather a delight. No groaning of spirit, but are carried headlong to their own destruction, heaping wrath to themselves against the day of wrath. Romans 2:5. 'Tis a grievous case, this I do yield, and yet not to be despaired. God of his bounty and mercy calls all to repentance. Romans 2:4. Thou mayst be called at length, restored, taken to his grace, as the thief upon the cross at the last hour, as Mary Magdalene and many other sinners have been, that were buried in sin. God, saith Fulgentius, is delighted in the conversion of a sinner. He sets no time. Prolixitas temporis Deo non praejudicat, aut gravitas peccati. The faring of time or grievousness of sin do not prejudicate his grace. Things past and to come are all one to him, as present. 'Tis never too late to repent. This heaven of repentance is still open for all distressed souls, and howsoever as yet no signs appear, thou mayst repent in good time. Hear a comfortable speech of St. Augustine. Whatsoever thou shalt do, how great a sinner soever, thou art yet living. If God would not help thee, he would surely take thee away. But in sparing thy life, he gives thee leisure, and invites thee to repentance. Howsoever as yet, I say, thou perceivest no fruit, no feeling, findest no likelihood of it in thyself, patiently abide the Lord's good leisure. Despair not, or think thou art a reprobate. He came to call sinners to repentance, Luke 5:32, of which number thou art one. He came to call thee, and in his time will surely call thee. And although as yet thou hast no inclination to pray, to repent, thy faith be cold and dead, and thou wholly averse from all divine functions, yet it may revive, as trees are dead in winter, but flourish in the spring. These virtues may lie hid in thee for the present, yet hereafter show themselves, and peradventure already bud, howsoever thou dost not perceive. 'Tis Satan's policy to plead against, suppress and aggravate, to conceal those sparks of faith in thee. Thou dost not believe. Thou sayst, yet thou wouldst believe if thou couldst. 'Tis thy desire to believe. Then pray, Lord, help mine unbelief, and hereafter thou shalt certainly believe. Dabitur sitienti, it shall be given to him that thirsteth. Thou canst not yet repent, hereafter thou shalt. A black cloud of sin as yet obnubilates thy soul, terrifies thy conscience. But this cloud may conceive a rainbow at the last, and be quite dissipated by repentance. Be of good cheer. A child is rational in power, not in act. And so art thou penitent in affection, though not yet in action. 'Tis thy desire to please God, to be heartily sorry. Comfort thyself. No time is overpast. It's never too late. A desire to repent is repentance itself, though not in nature, yet in God's acceptance. A willing mind is sufficient. Blessed are they that hunger and thirst after righteousness. Matthew 5:6. He that is destitute of God's grace, and wisheth for it, shall have it. The Lord, saith David in Psalm 10:17, will hear the desire of the poor, that is, such as are in distress of body and mind. 'Tis true, thou canst not as yet grieve for thy sin. Thou hast no feeling of faith, I yield. Yet canst thou grieve? Thou dost not grieve? It troubles thee, I'm sure. Thine heart should be so impenitent and hard. Thou wouldst have it otherwise. 'Tis thy desire to grieve, to repent, and to believe. Thou lovest God's children and saints in the meantime, hatest them not, persecutest them not, but rather wishest thyself a true professor, to be as they are, as thou thyself hast been heretofore, which is an evident token thou art in no such desperate case. 'Tis a good sign of thy conversion. Thy sins are pardonable. Thou art, or shalt surely be, reconciled. The Lord is near them that are of a contrite heart. Luke 4:18. A true desire of mercy, in the want of mercy, is mercy itself. A desire of grace in the want of grace is grace itself. A constant and earnest desire to believe, repent, and to be reconciled to God, if it be in a touched heart, is an acceptation of God, a reconciliation, faith, and repentance itself. For it is not thy faith and repentance, as Chrysostom truly teacheth, that is available, but God's mercy that is annexed to it. He accepts the will for the deed, so that I conclude, to feel in ourselves the want of grace and to be grieved for it is grace itself. I am troubled with fear, my sins are not forgiven. Careless objects, but Bradford answers they are. For God hath given thee a penitent and believing heart, that is, a heart which desireth to repent and believe. For such an one is taken of him, he accepting the will for the deed, for a truly penitent and believing heart. End of section 47.